Shalom, everybody.
Are we live?
We live. Listen, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Hope everybody is doing well. We're just getting everything lined up. Shalom, brothers online already. We're just getting started. Hope everybody's having a blessed Sabbath.
Shalom, shalom.
I'm very appreciative today. We got the whole crew here today. We got Shamshuan, we got Dawiyat. Very rarely do we get the opportunity to have everybody on the podium at one time. We're very busy. We have a lot of things going on, so it's a treat for me to have these brothers with me. Let's see. Just want to make sure everything is good to go. All right. You ready for the press? All right. Imagine, y'all stay there until we get to there's a certain portion we'll go in here. All right. Get back to this a little bit. Oh, not that piece. Oh, yeah. It's a box. Okay. Alrighty. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathon Lanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathon Lanawa. Rayak. Nayachacham. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathon Lanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Ainasha.
Ayanyam
Yam. Hahayam. Ma'ayam. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yehovah. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratazah. La'am. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'am. Nawam. Shashamaya. Hana. Yala'am. Nawam. Wala'am. Yeshan. Shashawamar. Yashala. Yehovah. Shemaya. Yahweh. Tizonia. Ayo. Yanyam. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'am. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'am. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashimoya. Makol. Right. Yashimor. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashimor. Hawalakia. Wabawa'aya. Ma'aitha. Wa'aid. Aman.
That's Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper, Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad. Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
That's Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
God. Lord's Prayer. Abanawo,
Abanawo,
Shema Shemayim,
Shemayim,
Kodesh,
Kodesh,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Shemka,
Shemka,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Malak
Malak
Wafka,
Wafka,
Thaba'ah,
Thaba'ah,
Ratazaka,
Ratazaka,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Ba'aratazah,
Baratza,
Kawa,
Kawa,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Bashemayim,
Bashemayim,
Nathalanawa,
Nathalanawa,
Lacham,
Lacham,
Kol,
Kol,
Yawam,
Yawam,
Wasalachanawa,
Wasalachanawa,
Chawafinawa,
Chawafinawa,
Kasalachanawa,
Kasalachanawa,
Chawafinawa,
Chawafinawa,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Thabianawa,
Thabianawa,
Bonasai
Bonasai one,
Abo,
Abo,
Hawashayanawa,
Hawashayanawa,
Mayan,
Mayan,
Right,
Right,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Lakah,
Lakah,
Hamalakwa,
Hamalakwa,
Waha'ala,
Waha'ala,
Wathapara,
Wathapara,
Wa'awalamya.
Wa'awalamya.
Amen.
Amen. What we just said in Hebrew is Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Yahweh Shai said, after this manner, therefore, pray ye, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Come.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Yahaya,
Yahaya,
Lakah,
Lakah,
Alahaya,
Alahaya,
Achayim,
Achayim,
Ayah,
Ayah,
Panya.
Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah,
La'ah,
Tha'aina,
Tha'aina,
Lakah,
Lakah,
Pasor,
Pasor,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Tha'ibada.
Tha'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah,
La'ah,
Thalakwacha,
Thalakwacha,
Sham,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawah,
Bashawah,
Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabah,
Hashabah,
Lakwadashwa.
Lakayashwa.
Thou shalt not take unto thee the name of the Lord. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
I might have messed up on that.
It mixed them together.
I messed up on that.
It
No.
makes 3 and 4, sir.
I'm going to do number 3 again. That was
Come.
my fault. That was slacking. La'ah,
La'ah,
Thalakwacha,
Thalakwacha,
Sham,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawah.
Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
God. Number 4. Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabah,
Hashabah,
Lakwadashwa.
Lakayashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
God. Number 5. Kabad,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Abaka,
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah,
La'ah,
Tharatazak.
Tharatazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah,
La'ah,
Thana'ah.
Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah,
La'ah,
Thaganah.
Thaganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah,
La'ah,
Tha'ainah.
Tha'ainah.
Shakwar.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah,
La'ah,
Tha'chaman.
Tha'chaman.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Going back to step 11. One second, y'all online. Just making a few adjustments, cleaning some things up. Well, I get this. Thank you, sir. So used to doing it alone, man. There we go. Ready? Okay. Brought to Yahweh by Shem Yahushai.
Right there, Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah.
Ahawa'ah.
Nathalanawa.
Nathalanawa.
Hathawara.
Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Okay. Israel, Yeshabiim.
Take seats.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm really glad we're able to have everybody here, at least on the teaching level. It's a good jolt of energy, and I think you guys are gonna see the difference when we get on this podium and start teaching. I need you to slide this way. Well, I'll show you. I got to slide you in. I had to tighten up. All right. Last week when we were dealing with class, we were focusing on I guess we had left Sinai. The Most High put a lot of time and energy into getting Israel prepared, giving us the law, giving us the scriptures, giving us the how-to of what it's going to take to please the Heavenly Father as we enter into Canaan, right? Yeah. And then, as soon as we step out, 3 days later, we're going bananas. We're seeing other people's mansions and homes as we're walking up to our home. This is the crazy thing. We're seeing people's homes, knowing that Moses said, you're about to walk to your land. And then we sit back here and see other people's homes, and we get homesick. And we're feeding for fried fish and garlic and onions and leeks. And we're sitting back here so distraught over not being able to go back home and tap into the free fish of Egypt that we get angry, we get pissed off, we get dejected, and we get disconnected from pleasing the Heavenly Father.
You know what it shows also? It shows that even though we see miracles in our lives, even though we see Most High working through our lives, do we value the miracles, the blessings, and the things the Most High does for us more than our natural default nature and our routine?
Or do we value that more than what we can see, feel, and touch? What's guaranteed? Because the Most High has promised all of us great things. But in order to get the great things in front of us, you have to give up what you got to get the great things. The scripture tells you that in Matthew, right? It talks about the kingdom of heaven, right? And the process of getting the kingdom of heaven, you have to sell what you have, what you have control over, to sit back here and purchase this field over here that has a greater treasure. In a perfect world, we have the thinking that I can keep what I got and get this other great treasure. That's not how the Most High works things. And what the Most High is going through in Egypt, he's trying to sit back here, and in order for us to let go of the past, he's got to sit back here. He's got great things waiting for us. But the process between Sinai and Canaan was that time to determine, have we really gotten over Egypt? Have we really learned to not or to hate our past condition enough to push forward to the new condition? Because that is one of the keys to growth anyway. I have to hate what my past represented enough to motivate me to change to attain greater things in my life. There is a trade-off when it comes to growth. We've been talking about this for months, but there is a trade-off, and we're going to explain that dynamic of that trade-off as we continue in class. I'm just going to sit back here and lay the foundation for what's about to be talked about in these next few chapters. Because when we were complaining about not having fish, we wanted manna. We were pissed off that we had manna, and then we were pissed off that we were sitting back here and not have water. So everybody complaining and yelling and arguing and wanting to kill Moses. They tried to have a mutiny to kill Moses. The Most High sent fire from heaven and killed all the mutinous people. The ones that want to kill Moses had to die. Right. And those guys, a lot of them, were the 70 heads, elders, that Moses had initially prepared to be the guys that defended righteousness.
What that show?
It shows that.
A lot. That shows a lot that, even though I get this word at a high level, I get the scriptures at a high level, I'm still subject to this same issue, the same disease.
Well,
we're not exempt.
That's what the Most High said, is Israel a homeborn slave.
Yep.
Because he's trying to break us out of that Egyptian mentality, and we complain because we want to stay attached to the slavery.
Yep.
It's like trying to tell somebody not to eat pork. They'll fight you for it. They'll argue about it.
Yep.
I eat pork to the day I die. I grew up eating pork. I'm not going to change. It's just something as simple as that. Pork was given to us as slaves. But the Most High is trying to give us something brand new, a whole new diet, a whole new lifestyle. Mm-hmm. And we fight to remain in our slavery.
Huh?
And we fight to, and that's what makes it so hard to inherit something new. That's why Christ said you can't put new wine in an old bottle. You can't give somebody something new until they're willing to throw away the old.
There is an exchange. And people don't understand that the process of serving the Most High, I have to let go of something that I value in order to get something of greater value.
Right.
You can't keep what you value and pursue something of greater value. That's not how life works. And what was crazy about the exchange from last week was that the first people that started tripping about wanting to go back to Egypt were the people of a mixed multitude. The nations were complaining first. The nations that were subservient to the Jews and were following them, they complained first. And that cancerous negative spirit fed from them, then it jumped to the people, and then it ended up contaminating the leadership. Then it was a mutiny. What it shows you is as all of your brothers are rising up in rank and position and responsibility, first of all, the individuals that were made these 70 elders, there was something about them that justified that position. They were responsible, they were consistent, they were intelligent in the scriptures or the knowledge of the Heavenly Father. But why did the Most High get rid of those initial 70 elders? It's one thing to have the information and know the information. It's another thing to stand up for what's right when it counts. To have the courage to sit back here and stave off a lot of negative influences that are pushing themselves on you in the time of trouble. And every one of y'all are going to be in a position where you have to stand up for what's right and not just live off of books and studying and reading. It's going to be a time where you have to apply the unity, apply stubbornness in Christ, apply diligence, apply the right mindset to overcome all of this insanity happening around you. And our people, those initial leaders, failed miserably. So they died. After that fire from heaven came down, they died. Then you had the rest, a lot of the other people were just weeping in their tents. And there was a lot of discontentment and pouting about why Israel was going through what they were going through. Happens to us right now.
Coincidence. They looked at the Most High as the villain.
They rejected him. They rejected him because they were upset. They couldn't understand and accept that what the Most High was doing for them was love, was showing them love and appreciation. And the Most High wanted to sit back here and eradicate all the Jews. Moses to come in and step in the way and said, Father, give them a chance. They don't know nothing. And then he said, you know what? We'll go into that later. But this is the dynamic leading into now the Most High sat back here and set up 12 scouts or 12 of the top men of the nation of Israel, one from each tribe of the nation, to go scout out the land of Canaan. To go, because Moses was still going to continue on and push on as planned, regardless of the fact that Jews were losing their brains because there was no water and no fresh fish, no fish fries. Israel be tripping. And fish fry was important to Judah. Yeah. You know it was Judah. It wasn't no Edomite tripping about fish fry.
No,
you know it's a fact. Fresh fish.
Yep.
Now, if that wasn't black folks in Issachar and 9.5, who the hell is it?
We gotta have that.
I'm telling you. So, with that being the case, Shalom. With that being the case, we're dealing with moving onward and forward, and we're trying to find out what happens next. Because what happened, the Most High sat back here and fed Israel quail, and the quail made the people sick. Because that was the punishment. You want to sit back here and not learn to trust me? I'm going to give you what you want, and what you want is going to jack you up.
Like it always does.
Yep.
Like it always does. You fight for this vehicle.
But the crazy thing is, why did it jack you up? Because the Most High knows more than you. And he knows that the things that you want really will corrupt and destroy you. That's why you don't get what you want. And that's something for us to understand. If I'm not getting something that I'm asking for, it's because I'm not ready for it. Or that what I'm going to get is going to corrupt me. So the Most High not giving us and granting us the flesh and desires we want, it's about because we're not mature enough spiritually to receive it all at the same time. But if we insist to go about deviating what we want, we're going to get it, and it's going to ruin us, and it's going to corrupt us. And that's what ended up happening to us on the way up to Canaan. Now, we got through all that. Now we're in chapter 13. And we're going to sit back here and break down, out of all the tribes, what spies or military prowess men, we're going to go ahead to Canaan and do a recon mission on it. Because that's what they're going to do. So, let's get the first person to read. Mawala.
Mawala, Sharbatan, Bani Hawda, Bani Yashrala.
Mawala, Shabbatah, Bani Hawda, Bani Yashrala. Imagine. Right? Yahweh Hashem Yashab Rakatah.
Yahaba Shim Yashai Brakatham.
All right. So, let's get Numbers chapter 13.
All right.
I need some energy. Same energy we did in the salute. Taking on the class with the
You're
reading.
going to read 1 through 30. 30 verses.
Come. Numbers chapter 13 and verse 1. Read.
Now, Mawala, after you finish that, I need you to handle your business, okay?
Okay.
Read that.
Numbers chapter 13 and verse 1 reads, And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Send thou men, that they may search the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Israel. Of every tribe of their fathers shall ye send a man, every one a ruler among them.
So every one of them was a respected man of that tribe. Read on.
And Moses, by the commandment of the Lord, sent them from the wilderness of Paran.
Because that's where everybody was posted up while they go ahead and do this inspection. Read on.
All those men were heads of the children of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And these were their names: of the tribe of Reuben, Shammua, the son of Zachar; of the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, the son of Hori; of the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh; of the tribe of Issachar, Igal, the son of Joseph; of the tribe of Ephraim, Oshea, the son of Nun; of the tribe of Benjamin, Palati, the son of Raphu; of the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, the son of Zadai, Sodi. Verse 11, of the tribe of Joseph, namely of the tribe of Manasseh, Gadai, the son of Sasi; of the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gamali; of the tribe of Asher, Shethur, the son of Michael; of the tribe of Naphtali, Nabai, the son of Vosi; of the tribe of Gad, Guel, the son of Machai. These are the names of the men which Moses sent to spy out the land. And Moses called Hoshea, the son of Nun, Jehoshua.
Yeah, Joshua. Okay. Joshua. Read on.
And Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said unto them, Get you up this way southward, and go up into the mountain.
So they were pretty much sitting back here trying to tell these 12 spies to do intel on the south part of Canaan. The south part of Canaan would be where Judah eventually ended up staying near Hebron. So it's the southern part of Canaan is where they were instructed to go do their recon mission through the mountains. You go through the mountains, you can take the high angle, you can see their cities, you can see their fortified cities, you can get a better idea of what you're about to attack, and you can learn points of attack, angles of attack, and that's what you do. Read on.
Okay. Numbers chapter 13 and verse 18. And see the land. What is it? And
what?
What it is.
Mm-hmm.
What it is, and the people that dwelleth therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many,
Mm-hmm.
and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad, and what cities they be that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds.
So they're trying to get it. Once again, it's reconnaissance. I need to know my enemy.
Intelligence.
It's intelligence, reconnaissance. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm trying to sit back here and figure out who I'm dealing with the better understanding I know about my enemy, the better I can defend myself or go attack them. Exactly. And I can sit back here and establish how I go at them based off of what they bring to the table. Tents, strongholds. Still, the purpose of reconnaissance is to find weaknesses into a structure or something put together. The purpose of reconnaissance is not to say, oh, we can't do this.
Exactly.
The purpose of sitting back here and setting 12 spies there, and I said, well, you know what? Sorry, guys. Wasted mission. Let's go back to Egypt. The Most High said it's already there for you. So we had to go ahead and just look for what? Holes. Look for ways.
Opportunities.
Look for opportunities and ways to succeed.
And you know what the Most High is doing? He's showing you what you're up against.
Yes.
And what you're about to face. And you know, modern day warfare is still looked at and judged this way. A lot of times, especially our people, they go to the military, then they learn all these tactical, warlike affairs, and they attribute this to Esau society. And they attribute this technology, this reconnaissance, this intelligence. They attribute this to the white man as being, you know, a skillful genius. But in actuality, this is where they get it from. It's showing you where they get this ability to go up against an enemy. And I just want to bring this out too, because in the military, what they call this, what we're reading about in Numbers, is a salute report. And a salute report is an acronym. It stands for size, activity, location, uniform, time, and equipment.
I told you it was going to be hot.
Yeah.
I couldn't have gave you a salute report.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hey, the most I give, he put us all together for a reason. You know what I'm saying? But that's what that is what the Most High.
Say that again, please.
Break
that down.
Yes, it's the salute report, the acronym, and what you're reading about, what you learn in this modern day technology is something that the Most High told the 12 leaders to do back in the book of Numbers. It stands for size of the enemy. That's what the S stands for. Size of the enemy. How big are they? How many numbers you are? Like the scripture says in Luke, what man sitteth not down first and counted the cost? They're counting the cost. What's the size of the enemy? What's their activity? What are they doing? What do they do throughout the day? Do they take breaks in the morning? Do they take breaks in the afternoon? Do they sleep during the day? Do they sleep at night? What is their activity about? Their location. What's their location of their forces? Where are their weapons stationed? Where are the artillery? Where's the archers? Where's the horsemen? Where's the cavalry? What's their location? What's their uniform? That's what the U stands for. How are they dressed? So you don't know. You know what the enemy is. You know what they look like. You know what clothes they wear. You can identify the enemy. You know who's on your side. You know what they're dressed like, and you know what you dress like. So when you killing somebody, you know exactly who the enemy is.
Or you might have to dress like them to get in here and knock down and use small numbers to wipe them out.
Exactly. You may have to put on their clothes.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So uniform, time. What time did you see them move? What time did you see them in their location? And then the last, the E is for uniform, time, and equipment. What type of equipment they have? Do they have
chariots?
In this case, do they have elephants, or are they using dogs? Do they got dogs on the perimeter?
Yeah.
You got to see what type of equipment they're using.
Storage.
Yeah, what kind of armory, what kind of weapons they have, bow and arrows. So what all this knowledge of war is not taught by other nations. This knowledge of war is showing you the Most High was giving this to the 12 leaders. I want you to do this salute report and bring back word to the rest of the body as to how do we engage in this warfare. We're about to go to war.
But the salute report was about it was about perspective of how to win. And I say that's important because they weren't going. The intention of sending these men out here was not to sit back and say something can't be done. The intent was to sit back here and find loopholes and angles so we could win and overcome the issue. Why do I say that? It's so important. Perspective and outlook is everything in life, in battles, in situations in your life. What perspective am I coming in? Am I coming in with the mindset of how to overcome something, or am I sitting back here at all about what force another person has or what difficulties are in front of me?
At this point, I want to take a step back real quick. And what it shows also too is that of course the Lord is a man of war, but sometimes we have people that are new to the truth. They ask the question, why is it so militant? Why is it so military? Why we have to operate? I didn't come to truth to join the military.
Mm-hmm.
And I get you may not come to truth to join the military, but the Lord is a man of war.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have to make your personality conform to what He wants.
Yep.
Too often we come here as individuals and we want the truth to conform to what we want. The Most High is showing, listen, you will conform to me. I will not conform to you. These 12 leaders should have conformed to what the Most High wanted. Now, Moses was a general, right?
Yes, he was.
Moses was a general. So, damn, the Most High picked the general.
And they were trained. These men were trained. It wasn't like these men weren't trained. Moses trained them. He trained the army of Egypt to overcome the army and troops of Ethiopia.
So my question is this. You don't think that they knew, being the heads, what Moses wanted?
They did.
But it's just they had their own opinion. I know Moses wants this, but at the same time, this is how I see it. And when you don't trade your opinion and your perspective for your head's perspective, it leaves situations for to be exposed when you go to battle. I'm not trying to say it's about man-pleasing, but if you don't adopt the mind of your head, when you go to battle, you will be exposed. Because the Most High was flowing through the elders. And He was flowing through them to flow to the people.
Yep.
That was it.
Perfect.
Right.
Anything else?
No, that was just one more verse in that Luke chapter 14.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "Oh, what king going to make war against another king?" Because that's what the Most High is preparing Israel to do. Sit it not down first and consulted whether he be able with 10,000 to meet him that cometh against him with 20,000.
Mm-hmm.
So the Most High wants you to look at your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
He wants you to identify your enemy. But two mindsets can come on you when you look at your enemy. Either he's too big, he's too much to handle. We don't have the numbers, or we're afraid. Or you can say, you know what? We could defeat these guys.
Yeah.
We could overcome these guys.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So either fear is gonna come upon you, or courage is gonna come upon you.
You know what's crazy? The funny thing it was they were supposed to give a report.
Right.
Not put their 2 cents in.
No.
You're supposed to drop a damn report. Why are you sitting back and telling me how you feel?
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, I think it's going to be really, really, really hard. Really, I can do this. That wasn't what Moses asked from him.
You know, when you come back, leaders coming back shaking their head this way, you know something wrong. Guy. You know what I'm saying? You know they shaking their head down, they shaking like this. That don't look good, man. That ain't the right spirit you want on the people.
You're supposed to sit back and get this report to Moses.
That's it. Keep it
Give
simple.
this information to Moses and let Moses digest it and receive it how he's going to receive it.
Right.
He's sitting back here snitching to the people. Hey, y'all, we can't do it, y'all. It's too much, y'all.
Yeah.
I know I dropped this report to Moses, but guess what? Listen how it goes down, It was all out of order,
Golly.
Read on. Where we at?
Verse
What
20.
you going to say, nigga?
I'm sorry. What it also showed was that the salute report was for you to be the most effective and the most efficient, so it's less wasted out man hours, less wasted resources,
Mm-hmm.
to be the most effective and efficient at handling the process. So it's you don't take the brunt of the impact of the battle, and you don't take the brunt of the impact of the battle and the resources it takes to follow through with the battle, so that your people are less effective as much as possible. That's
Yes,
word, right?
because the decision was already made to take it. It wasn't like they were sending back here and sending them out here to see if we should take it or not. That wasn't why they were sent out. They were sent out because the decree was made, we taking them. We're going to go from the south. See how we going to break them from the south. The decision was made to do it already. All this other repeating had nothing to do with it. Let's keep going. So where we at? Verse 18, right?
No. Numbers chapter 13 and verse 20 reads, "And what the land is, whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood therein or not, and be ye of good courage, and bring of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the time of the first ripe grapes."
The first ripe grapes. How do you know that? Because they just had a Passover before they left Sinai. Remember that? They had the Passover. Then they waited one more month for that second Passover, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they did that to sit back here because there was some cats who touched some dead bodies, so they couldn't sit back here and proceed.
Yeah.
They had to wait 2 months before they shipped it out, but it was still during the harvest season. not harvest, but it was the land was growing. It was the first ripeness. Yeah, spring. Yeah. So there was in the beginning of spring. It was plenty of time. It was the time to get and acquire the fruits. Point is this: He said, "Be of good courage, because it's going to happen. Go out here and get this land and recon it, so we know how to go break it." That was it. Read on.
Verse 21, Numbers chapter 13 and verse 21 reads, "So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Zin unto Rahab, as men come to Hamath, and they ascended by the south, and came unto Hebron."
Hebron, if I'm not mistaken, is eventually the land that Judah took over. So it was the southern part of Israel or Hebron, okay, or Canaan. Okay, read on.
Come. "And came unto Hebron, where Ahiman, Shishai, and Talmai, the children of Anak, were. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt."
So obviously they're saying this country, Hebron, was even older than certain older spots in Egypt. This was an ancient city, an ancient town, and the children of Anak were giants. The Anakims were giants. So they're sitting back here. And the funny thing is this: they go and see the giants, which is the biggest of the entire crew. The whole country wasn't giants. It was that one. And the Most High had them see those giants in that south to test their what?
Faith.
Their faith and courage. This entire process was a lesson for Israel. It didn't matter how big they were. It didn't matter how insurmountable the challenge is. The Most High was going to be there for you. That's why it says, "Be of good courage."
But in order to have that mindset that's proper, the question is, am I holding on to all the victories that Christ and the Most High gave me previously?
Mm-hmm.
Because if they held on to we crossed the river, we crossed the Red Sea. If they held on to all how the Most High plagued Egypt, if they held on how the Most High destroyed Pharaoh, if they held on to
how we took over the Amalekites,
if they held on to all these victories, then this would be just another circumstance. But it shows that I'm not holding on to all the spiritual events in my life.
which means this, and I want you to keep going that angle.
Yeah.
I just want to focus on the fact that once the Most High shows you He's with you, do you make that part of your DNA? Do you make that part of you? Do you make that victory yours? Or do I sit back here, even when I see other people that do things successfully and do things the right way, do I sit back and use that formula and make that formula mine? And say, you know what, I've seen this brother do this. That's why I'm going to hold on to this. I saw it work. I saw when this brother or this sister did X, Y, Z, and they held on to that concept or that way of thinking, Most High sent that blessing. What's so important, Most High says, "Choose ye this day life or death." He says that in Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 15. I say that often because while you're around all this body of Israel, when you're around in a school or a body of Israelites, what you end up seeing is you see positive examples and you see a lot of mistakes being made. More mistakes than successes. Am I right or wrong? You see a lot of brothers and sisters making mistakes and failing and falling over, stumbling and making mistakes and getting back up. You see it constantly. But you'll see other people do things the right way, and there are success stories. The question is this: when I see success, when I see people do things the right way, do I hold on to those concepts? Do I hold on to those strategies? And do I fight my butt off to make those strategies become my strategies, become my belief system? This is what is necessary to do what Dawiyan says. You can sit back here and look at the individual battles that you win, and you can look at the nationalistic battles that we win, or the school accomplishments that we win. And you couple all the school accomplishments, the national accomplishments, and your personal accomplishments. You have to make all of those accomplishments yours in order to have enough fuel to overcome the next challenge.
Because this, and when you deal with a collegiate athletes and schools that have a tradition of winning, like let's say your Notre Dame, let's say the city of Boston, because they have had so many championships, that mentality keeps rolling over to the next generation. Because they create. Esau's good at this. They say Boston, city of champions. Notre Dame, we're champions. They create a culture of winning. And guess what? They might be new students. They never won those championships, but they believe in the winning culture of the city. But they believe in the winning culture of the program. So what happens? They end up being winners themselves when it comes to their personal challenge in the sports arena.
If they pattern the same winning formula.
Mm-hmm.
This is still about patterning yourself off of the successes that you've seen in your life and the successes that you've seen in the people that have mentored you or the leadership that has mentored you. This is what you use to catapult you through the next battle. It isn't like we didn't sit back here and fight a battle before we went into this battle. We overcame the Amalekites. When we fought them, now we were supplied with armor.
Yep.
When we sit back here and overcame the Egyptian army with the sea crashing on them, all of those swords and weaponry came up out of the sea to the front of the shore.
It floated right there.
So now we had all the weaponry, we had all the swords we needed. We took out Amalek. Now we had our shields. So now the Most High, if I can see it positively, I'm seeing the Most High is preparing us each step of the way for the next battle.
So we shouldn't always require a sign to motivate us towards the next battle. It shouldn't always be a sign that we need.
The sign should be the victory.
Right.
The previous victory that we held on to is all you need to overcome the next battle. A lot of times we want a new success to catapult us through the new battle, when it's actually the previous success and how we function and carried ourselves to get ourselves from that previous success to the new success. What was the formula? How hard did you have to work? How meticulous were you? How detail oriented were you? How much did you have to sacrifice? All those elements of what you need to duplicate in the next arena.
Yep.
In order to sustain your potency, in order to sustain your strength, in order to see success down the line. So the Most High gave us everything we needed to be sustained and stable, leading up dealing with these Anakims, these giants in the south part of Canaan in Hebron, which was obviously an ancient group of people that were around before Zoan in Egypt. They were an ancient people with a reputation, obviously, of being warriors and killers.
But they weren't known for the Most High being there.
They weren't.
They weren't known for the Most High showing power, His presence with that people.
Exactly. So let's continue. We're in Numbers 13 and what? 23, right? Yeah.
God. Numbers chapter 13 and verse 23 reads, "And they came unto the brook of Eshcol, and cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes."
I will never forget that picture of cluster of grapes that you sent. A cluster of grapes is in the thousands. I've sent it, yeah. It was a big old cluster of grapes. It was in the thousands.
We called it the OG cluster.
It is. So that cluster is in the thousands. And we were able to sit back here and set up. And we brought one cluster of grapes. Read on.
God. "From thence a grape with one cluster of grapes. And they bare it between two upon a staff. And they brought of the pomegranates and of the figs. The place was called the brook Eshcol, because of the cluster of grapes, which the children of Israel cut down from thence."
So once again, that was the proof that Moses wanted to show the people. Why did Moses want that to be shown? To get the fruit that's out there?
To show an example of what they're fighting for.
Exactly. This is what we're getting. This is the incentive.
Right.
But when you know what the crazy thing is? When you're sitting back here and dealing in any new venture, any new battle, any new circumstance, you're going to see why it's worth fighting for, and you're going to see how difficult it's going to be. Most High's not going to sit back here and just make it some fairy tale scenario where all you're going to see is positive, all you're going to see is ease and comfort. you're going to see both sides. And it's important that the Most High allows you to see both sides, because as every man and woman that comes in this knowledge, you have to choose the strength. You have to choose the spiritual incentive over the cost of the physical or carnal price you're going to pay for what you're endeavoring. What's you going to say?
No, he showed you the work and the reward. And
Huh.
everything.
You're going to get it all. You have to see it all. You can't get, the Most High is not going to sit back here and just make it easy on you. You got to see the difficulties and the positive, and you got to choose the positive. Because now the Most High knows for sure that you're choosing Him. Because as you're realizing, as you're reading, everything was about, I got to show the Most High I love Him, and I choose Him. And I can't sit back here and go through life taking the easy play, taking the conservative play. But I got to choose the hard play for His sake. And when I do it, then He knows I'm with Him. And this was the expectation that He had for us. Going into Hebron. He didn't say worry about all this. Listen, in the beginning He said, listen, these Anakin's guys are here, but look at these grapes. It wasn't even about them Anakins.
Nope.
Right.
The Anakims. Listen, the people start giving reports about the Anakims. He said, man, go check this land out. How are we going to take it? Recon back. Show the people what's in stake for them. Let's keep going.
Come.
And it was non-GMO.
Yeah, now it was 9G more like a
The
mug.
best you
Yeah.
can get at.
Exactly.
With that.
Top notch, get the most, nothing less.
That is good wine for that.
It was nothing but the best. But let's keep going.
Numbers chapter 13 and verse 25.
It was the purple ones too, man. Them
Yeah.
juicy purple ones.
Numbers chapter 13, verse 25 reads, and they returned from searching of the land after 40 days.
So they took 40 days out there in recon. They took their time to get a proper description of what they're about to deal with. Read on.
Come. And they went and came to Moses and to Aaron and to all the congregation of the children of Israel unto the wilderness of Paran to Kadesh, and brought back word unto them and unto all the congregation, and shewed them the fruit of the land.
Mm-hmm.
And they told him and said, we came unto the land whither thou sentest us, and surely it flowed with milk and honey.
Milk and honey just means it's surely a bountiful and fruitful place to like lay roots and to establish yourself as a nation. It's nice. It's pretty. The fruits and vegetables are on point.
Gospel said this too. And being that it was an agricultural society, and their finances were all based on agriculture.
It was a total win.
Yeah, it's a complete. It's financial prosperity pretty much.
Yeah.
You're saying milk and honey. You're saying financial prosperity because that time period was based off of how many sheep, oxen, goats you have. Can they eat the grass good for them? How many plants can you plant? How bountiful can you sell them? Can you exchange them? Can you barter them?
Right. Honey bee pollen is a superfood. It's
Right.
classified as a superfood.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? With all kind of nutrients and minerals in it. And then you talk about milk. Milk, you can make cheese, you make butter, make yogurt. You can make all kind of items from milk.
Essentials.
Essentials, yeah.
So he's telling you you have what you need and you got
Whey,
delicacies.
Yeah.
protein.
That's
When
important.
he's telling you he's got everything. He gave you essentials and delicacy because honey was still like a delicacy, man. All that sweet stuff out, you can make all kind of stuff with honey. Point is, you have what you need and more.
It's created hunger in us.
Exactly. He said, listen, look at these damn grapes. I got a huge cluster for you.
Yeah, not
Let's go
hunger,
take it. Let's motivate. That should motivate you to want to go get it.
Man, even today a fig is $1 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
You go to any Whole Food store,
That's crazy, bro.
figs are expensive, man. One fig is $1.
That's crazy, man.
And then one pomegranate is $3 for one. And you have this growing all day. This you got this in abundance.
Don't it say it's in the scripture, right, where they had to take it took two people to carry one grape, right?
I just read it.
No, I just said a cluster. Let me see. But the cluster is big.
Yeah.
The cluster is a big dead cluster. Were you there in class when we showed the cluster of grapes?
Okay.
So it's two people to carry this big old cluster of grapes. It was a lot of grapes.
I
That
thought
was
it
what
was
it was.
one grape.
No.
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 Didn't we just come out of the wilderness?
You know, we're still in the wilderness.
Like we were in the process of coming out of it, right?
Yeah, but we're still in it. We left Sinai.
Right.
We left. We explained it earlier, but we left Sinai. We went into we were heading to Paran. We started going loco and complaining, and we wanted fish. We were talking about fish in Egypt.
Right.
Exactly. So then he killed a lot of us with the fire, and he sat back here, and the other ones he gave us the damn quails that got us sick.
You won't be crazy.
Right.
You know what's crazy is like you would think being in these garbage conditions of the wilderness,
That's what I'm.
you would want to bust your.
Right. It's like we should be motivated.
Yeah.
You would
But
think,
see, they were complaining about nothing stable, nothing consistent, no waters, no way to feed their animals. He said, okay, then if this is what you want, it's right there. Go
no.
get it. And you know what's funny? Don't forget, listen, they were in Sinai for 2 years. Oh, no, sorry. They had left Egypt and were away from Egypt for 2 years. And while they were in Sinai, everything was put together for them to immediately go to Canaan. There was not supposed to be any wasted time. So they had 40-day wait in Paran while they got intel. The next move was, let's go and finish it off. Let's finish the job. It wasn't meant to sit back here and burn and waste life. So we got that. We are in verse 27 now. Yeah.
And they told him and said,
I kind of want to go. We could actually finish this and then go back.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Let's go down. Let's keep reading.
Numbers chapter 13 and verse 27 from the top reads, and they told him and said, we came unto the land whither thou sentest us, and surely it floweth with milk and honey. And this is the fruit of it. Nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there.
And in other readings, we're going to read it in Josephus, the children of Anak were giants. They were huge. Read on.
God. Verse 29. And the Amalekites dwelled in the land of the south, and the Hittites, and the Jebusites.
And first of all, the Amalekites were the ones they already took out. They already took out a band of them earlier before they got to Sinai. They took out Amalek. Okay? So Amalek was in the south. Then you had the Hittites. Read on.
God. And the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea, and by the coast of Jordan. And Caleb stilled the people before Moses, and said, let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it.
So Caleb is like, listen, man, it's all good, Moses. We can do this. No, don't worry about it. It's ready for the taking. One guy said it initially. Read on.
God. But the men that went up with him said,
The only people, it was Joshua and Caleb didn't do it. The other 10 went bonkers. Read on.
we be not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we.
Horrible, bro.
And they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Israel, saying, the land through which we have gone to search it, it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. And all the people that we saw in it are men of a great stature.
You know what's crazy? Their perception was so messed up. He says, the land is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. They didn't realize that these murder hornets that were eating up the people or killing the people was the Most High turning the land against them because the Canaanites were living wicked. They sat back here and thought that since these murder hornets were killing people at a high rate, that was going to be the same thing that happened to them. Because when you sit back and read Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12, it talks about how the Most High gave the Canaanites an opportunity to repent. But their sacrifices and what the Canaanites did was so grievous to the Most High that he sat back here slowly, day by day, was cutting down their numbers. And the crazy thing is, they got all this intel and looked at it the totally wrong way. Oh man, they're big, they're giants, they dying, but we gonna die if we get in the land. They didn't realize they were dying because the Most High was destroying them and prepping them for our entrance. But when you're looking at things worst case scenario, when you don't have faith, when you practice in your life seeing the worst and the bad in things, you'll never fight for anything. That's also the lesson. I can't function in life looking at things worst case scenario. I can't function in life seeing the bad and how things aren't going to turn out. I have to sit back and look at life, how Most High's going to come through for me. Whatever the situation I'm going through, if I do things the right way, he's going to come through and bless me. It's all about outlook. That's what I was saying earlier.
Can I close this right here?
Yeah.
John 3:20.
Mm-hmm.
First John 3:20. It's like 1 John 3:20.
All right.
1 John chapter 3.
I got it.
Okay.
For if our heart condemn us, the Most High is greater than our heart.
This is that we always got to remember. The Most High really is. Listen, I'm not gonna lie, act like, oh, I don't think negative at all. I never have evil thoughts, and I never be negative and doubtful at times. But what neutralizes our doubt is remembering the Most High is greater than my heart. The Most High knows best. He knows better than I do. Why the Most High have me in the camp? Why am I here around these brothers? Why am I sitting here? Why the Most High give me this husband? Why did I sit here and why does the Most High have this level of work ethic that I'm having to yield myself to?
Or why would the Most High put me in this situation if I couldn't handle it?
Come on.
Why would the Most High put me around these brothers and sisters if I wasn't meant to be here?
I'm not good enough. Because what plagues Israel is the I'm not good enough demon. This is the reason why we leave and run from wars, battles. That's why we don't grow. I don't grow because I think, you know what, I don't deserve it, which might partially be true sometimes.
Well, but listen, you know,
sometimes it's
I've been sinning. Well, it's laziness, but I've been sinning this whole time up.
The whole time I haven't been practicing good spiritual mechanics. The whole time I've been rebelling. The whole time I've been kind of in the back of my mind very skeptical. And now the Most High has a blessing in front of me, and all I'm thinking about is that all that skepticism and touching negative and acting like I agree but I really don't. Now when there's a blessing in front of me, I can't get my mind out of that negative mode.
Yep.
Sir.
No, I had a scripture like pertaining to.
Can I finish this one point?
You gotta stay on this point.
I'm cool. Please.
You gotta stay on this point.
I'm about to
Then once he's done with that, then we'll come back to this point.
Read this point real quick. The top.
Okay, that was me.
1 John 3:20.
I got it,
Yeah.
sir. 1 John 3:20. For if our heart condemn us, the Most High is greater than our heart, and knoweth all things.
The Most High truly does know what you need. Because a lot of times you be like, Most High don't really be paying attention to what I need. Because my needs aren't fulfilled. I don't really have what I want, quote unquote, in my mind. We start wants are really needs. So we're like, the Most High really is not looking out. He's not really there. He's not really watching. So we go into self-preservation mode. I got to look out for me. I got to do all this reconnaissance in my mind. I got to do all this super thinking and super strategizing. I don't just have to trust.
Can I say this also? On your point. People think that, but because they don't realize that all the battles that they're going through is preparing them for what you want. It's preparing you for what you need. You have to sit back here and overcome the things that are in front of you. People can't see how waxing on, waxing off is going to prepare you to fight karate. It's the same concept. If you're going to go over some old school Karate Kid analogy, it's the same thing with the things we're going through in our battle. If I don't learn discipline, and as a sister, if I'm a young sister and don't know how to counsel and learn how to learn certain aspects from older sisters, how can I end up learning how to serve my husband? If I don't know how to be disciplined as a young man, and if I don't know how to sit back here and fight my battles as a young man, how can I sit back here and lead my wife? A lot of young men want wives and want ribs, but you know what? What have you showed that you can sit back and control your thoughts and maintain your spirit? Because if you can maintain your spirit, now you can sit back here and give that sister something spiritually that she can hold on to. But I'm so focused on the reward, but I want to disannul the challenges that are in front of me. I don't realize the challenges in front of me are preparing me for what I'm looking for.
That's why I burn it upon my lust. because I already prepared myself for this blessing. So it's just about what I want. When I get it, what I do, I consume the blessing.
Good.
All my schisms, all my flaws, all the counsels I didn't lock into, all my slothfulness, all my laziness, all my toxicity ends up burning up the blessing the Most High wanted me to have in the first place.
Exactly.
Then
Now,
we live in, I hate myself.
I'm angry at the Most High too, and I'm also angry at the Most High because He didn't give me what I wanted, but I didn't give Him what He needed for me to justify, for Him to justify giving me the blessing I want. It's a big circle. You got to sit back here and give Him what He wants spiritually if you expect the physical blessing.
He prepared us.
That's the point.
But yeah. This is the problem. We don't like the preparation process.
Okay.
New brother comes in. I gotta wear a uniform. What? I can't be sagging no more. Listen, I'm preparing you to deal with business, bro.
Yeah.
You can't be sagging in front of clients. Okay. Oh, I gotta speak up. With my diaphragm. Yeah, you can't talk real soft, but no one's gonna respect you talking all soft like this. Speak with your diaphragm. I'm gonna be on time. Well, I gotta be on time all the time. Because as a camp, we have things to do, places to be, and we have opportunities where we have to be on time or early for. He's preparing you to be a part of something great.
Yep. But you know what the crazy thing is? But I'll sure in hell be making my rib do all kind of things.
You better be on point, baby.
You better be in order.
I'm the man.
What Gatorade in your mouth? You better be in order.
I'm the man.
You better change and lock in.
Shit.
Serve me.
Shit.
Serve me, man.
Adam came first.
Listen,
then Eve came. Okay,
hilarious.
that's true. Adam was first.
That was first.
I do believe.
Listen, I'm not gonna name brothers, but back in the day at a school that's not here, brothers would sit back here and play "This Is a Man's World" by James Brown at the house before class started. I guess with the thought that if I play "This Is a Man's World," the woman would say, "Oh, I have to be in order and serve my husband."
James Brown put me in order.
James Brown said it.
Yes.
James Brown said it, and now the scriptures are going to come afterwards to show them that you got to lock into me. Serve me now. That's the point. What people don't understand is that you're going to have to change and serve and adjust before the Most High gives you what you want, because you're going to have to teach that person things that you overcame in yourself. Okay. And all these battles and these difficulties that are in front of us justify the blessing that we get down the line. Yes.
I made this point too. And so, being that the Most High is preparing us, for example, like for years, I know Shashawan would drop ideas about we're going to do a car lot, we're going to do a grass cutting business. We're gonna do supplementary businesses so that we can go ahead. The complaint was at the time, which I understood the complaint. I truly understood it. There's not enough to go around. There's not enough vittles for the men to be sustained, right? So he had all these processes, and he would get the license to go to the auction out. He go through all the through all the processes. Like you're supposed to be talking shit like, oh, we should do this. That made me some time of that.
You didn't have to put yourself under the bus like that. You didn't have to throw yourself.
Hey, it's pressure to keep working on myself, man.
Yeah.
It's pressure to keep working. I know I'm better now.
It's good pressure though.
I try to keep pressure on myself so I don't get lazy at it.
Yeah.
But the point is, I always see Shashawan go through processes, go through research, go through details. He would make phone calls to different people across the country, get different oils. That everything's written down in order. All we had to do is press the start button. Just press start.
Yeah.
But it would never happen. But you know what that did? That prepares when the brother finds out the opportunity from being denied so many times.
Yeah.
When I get my shot, I'm not letting nothing stop me.
That's facts.
That's how Israel should be when we're trying to get to our promised land. We've been denied in Egypt. We've been getting our asses kicked by not scorpions, but by whips. We've been sitting here.
Fire from heaven is burning people.
We were watching fire from heaven. We had to walk through water. We had to walk through water, thinking we might drown. You know what? I'm gonna bust my ass to get my own land. So I'm not gonna live like that no more.
Yeah.
You would think after being in so many difficult circumstances and having to deal with so much impending doom, that you know what? I gotta give everything I got. It's my only opportunity to get my blessing.
Yep.
Why didn't we take that mindset?
And the lesson was, I'm sorry.
We didn't take that mindset because secretly we always have this conversation in my mind that I still have a sympathy for the weakness in my past.
Yeah.
We really think elders are overboard. We really think the Most High is overboard. We really think what we're going through is unnecessary. And as long as you have that opinion, you're leaving air or passage or space for all those weak thoughts.
And that fear to come in and overtake you.
God.
All facts. Let's keep going. We're going to get ready to go to the Josephus too, because right after the end of this chapter, we're going to run through the Josephus to kind of give a little more clarity to what the other recon was. It wasn't just it was giants. It wasn't just that it was more to it. It was more of a negativity that was fed to the people to create fear and doubt. Continue.
I got a scripture that goes what you just said.
What did I just say?
Based off
That's
of
a lot of things.
Well, based off of the fear part, how they were fearful of the people in the land.
Okay.
It say Proverbs 3:25. It say, "Be not afraid."
Oh, we gotta make sure we get to it.
Okay.
Yeah, speak a little.
Proverbs chapter 3 and what?
Verse 25.
Listen. Until I learn, listen. I'm gonna say this is my Wallace verse. I'm messing with you. I haven't read it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I ain't listen. When y'all keep providing sharp answers, I'm with it. I'll say it's mine when I trust it. No, when I take it from you, I'm messing with you. I wouldn't do that.
That's cloud.
Proverbs 3:25.
Yeah, it just say, "Be not afraid of sudden fear."
There you go. Read on.
Neither of the desolation of the wicked when it comes.
So what it's showing you is that sudden fear is going to hit anybody. Everybody's going to initially think this is too hard, this is unescapable, this is too much.
26.
Yeah.
26.
Yep.
For the Lord shall be thy confidence and shall keep thy foot from being taken.
Exactly. So initially you're going to feel that fear. Every human being feels negative, feels fear, feels doubt. What he's saying is you can't trust the first impulse that hits you. Because that's how you most of the time is a negative spirit. Don't trust that first negative feeling that pops on you. Trust in the confidence that you have in the Most High based off of what? Where does that confidence come from? Every time you did things the right way, that's your confidence. And you got blessed, that's your confidence. I use all these moments that build confidence to prepare me for these bigger circumstances that will initially make you feel overwhelmed. It's the truth. But yes, that's a good one. That was money. Okay. Are we finishing that verse?
Yeah, come.
It shall keep thy foot from being taken. Yes.
That's less I'm gonna say.
No, you can.
But
We got all day, bro.
it says
Go on, until the second move.
it says the desolation of the wicked, right? This is the thing. We watch wicked people get stung out, and secretly we be like, that's gonna happen to me too. We be secretly thinking about that. Like Most High's killing Esau, he gonna kill me too. Most High is killing these nations, gonna get me too. We really don't trust in the relationship that we built with the Father now. If you're in a marriage with someone and you don't trust in your marriage, or you don't trust in the person that you're with, will the marriage be good?
Wow.
If you have a brother and y'all are fighting together, literally, y'all in a bar or something like that, or y'all working a site, and you don't trust this man's judgment, are y'all really going to be strong as far as overcome the circumstance? If you don't trust each other's judgment and viewpoint, y'all can't work together.
Wow.
So how can the Most High be with us properly if I don't trust Him when I'm dealing in a endeavor? That lack of trust, it comes from somewhere. It's a disease in Israel. It's in us. But the question is, are we nurturing that distrust? I think we nurture it. I think we talk to ourselves and have these conversations that we don't tell people about, we don't tell counselors about, we don't even study it. We don't even study about it. We just say, I'll keep it in my back pocket. You know what? But that card comes out when you least expect it. And now it detaches me from faith. We're really going to have to start, and this is I'm putting myself on blast also. We're really going to have to start, when we make our confessions to our counselors, connect your confession to how it affects your faith. Because we'll say, my resume is getting ordered, I need to get my car fixed, I'm behind on some bills. But we don't ever say how you being behind your bills makes you feel uncomfortable about being in the camp. Yeah. You don't ever say how you don't have a vehicle makes you feel like the Most High is not with you because
I feel less of a man.
Everybody else got a vehicle, but I don't, and I don't want to go no dates out because I ain't got no car. I got to borrow a car from my brother, or I just don't feel good about me because I don't feel like a real man without this certain item. We don't really tell brothers how our complaints or problems connect to how it affects our faith. We don't be honest enough to do that.
Mhm.
But if we're not honest, it's still going to affect us in the battle. That's what the scripture's showing. Let's see, we're moving.
No, we should, it's your fault. We got to go up now. We're going to verse 19 down. We're going to read Proverbs chapter 3, verse 19 down. See, my Wallace, I'm giving credit to my Wallace, man. He opened the door for us, man. So Proverbs chapter 3, verse 19.
I got it.
You might as well go there with it.
Proverbs chapter 3, verse 19. The Lord by wisdom hath founded the earth. By understanding hath he established the heavens.
Okay, read on.
By his knowledge the depths are broken up,
Mm-hmm.
and the clouds drop down the dew.
Mm-hmm.
My son, let not them depart from thine eyes.
He says, don't let wisdom depart from your eyes. Don't let wisdom depart from how you do things. That means we're all, what is wisdom again? What's the definition of wisdom? The correct application of knowledge. So we have to, in every endeavor, pursue to do things the correct way, the way the Most High would do things. So doing everything decently in order is how our eyes should be fixated on things permanently. Read on.
Verse, you want
No, keep reading down. Mm-hmm.
Keep reading down. All right. So Proverbs chapter 3, verse, where I left off.
21.
21. Yeah. My son, let not them depart from thine eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion.
So keep sound wisdom, keep discretion. But why are we supposed to keep wisdom and discretion? Read on.
So shall they be life unto thy soul and grace to thy neck.
It's grace to your soul, grace to your neck, life to your spirit. When you do things the right way, when you hold on to the proper routines, that is what stabilizes you. Read on.
It says, verse 23, then shalt thou walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble.
If you want stability, you need to walk and to hold wisdom and hold on to it on a daily basis. If Israel in Egypt would have held on to all those spiritual victories, all these spiritual concepts, we wouldn't have stumbled with the idea that it was going to be hard and difficult down the line. You're stable, you're anchored when you learn how to do things the right way and trust in that. Read on.
Man, I just want to bring up the scripture when you on this point that you're bringing out.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 6.
I'll read it for you. Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 6. The power of the computer.
Mm-hmm.
I get there before most. Okay.
Yeah.
Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 6.
Because like we just read, like you're bringing out how what the benefits of holding on to wisdom is. What's the benefit of holding on to wisdom and discretion? Right? He said you should put it upon your neck. It should be confidence upon your neck, right?
Yep.
And you said it'll keep your foot from being taken.
Yep.
Read that right there.
Wherefore a lion out of the forest shall slay them.
It says, so where's the lion come from? Because we know the scripture says that a slothful man says a lion where? It's a lion in it's a lion in the city.
Yeah.
It's a lion outside.
It's danger.
It's danger. And so where does the danger come from? Go ahead.
And a wolf of the evenings.
Man, I can't go out in the daytime because there's a lion outside in the daytime. I can't go out at night because there's a wolf outside at night.
There's a wolf out there.
It's always some killing animal. That's a manslayer that's always outside waiting for me.
Yeah.
There's always this presence of danger always impending upon me everywhere I go.
Mm-hmm.
But he's asking a question though. He said, where is this danger coming from? But read on.
A wolf of the evening shall spoil them.
Go ahead.
A leopard.
He said, I can't go outside because there's a what?
A leopard.
Another killing animal is out there. Go ahead.
Shall watch over their city.
It says there's always trouble.
Yep.
So where does this constant trouble and danger come from? Read on.
Everyone that goeth out thence shall be torn in pieces.
Why? Read on.
Because their transgressions.
Because what?
Because their transgressions.
So it says that there's always danger waiting. There's always some impending doom waiting for people that are full of what?
Transgressions.
So if I'm going to be confident, then my confidence is in the fact that I'm doing things the right way.
Exactly.
Which is what wisdom is. Wisdom is the correct application of knowledge. He says it shall be thy confidence and it shall keep thy foot from being taken.
And you know what you're also saying is whether you're righteous or wicked, there's lions out here in the forest in the daytime.
They're there anyway.
There are wolves out here at night. Listen, you can get robbed, you can get shot at, you can get murdered any time of the day, bro.
Yep.
You can get carjacked, you can get taken advantage of.
Popo.
There's so much negative around you to get you. The difference between one person versus another person is one person is living right, and that's your stability.
And that's your confidence.
And that's your confidence. The other person is living suspect as hell, and they're sitting back here and they're panicking.
Yep.
And they're walking like Harrison Ford frantic. They're afraid. They're nervous.
Yeah.
They're sitting back here and they're paranoid.
Vulnerable.
They're paranoid and they're vulnerable because they're not living right. So, you know, it kind of goes into play when they had the opportunity to go to Egypt, not Egypt, but go to Canaan and get this land. What was part of the reason why they were so afraid? Because they were living negative.
Yep.
Their outlook was
their
negative.
mentality was negative.
Don't forget from last week, the people that wanted to kill Moses, fire came down from heaven and killed him. But the rest of the people, the rest of Israel the rest of the men, there was a lot of men that were crying in their tents. I don't know if y'all was there, remember that part. They were crying. Grown-ass men, yeah, I want Egypt! I want my fried fish from Egypt! They was crying and hollering, huh? Now you got to man up, and you got to have real faith and real positive experiences in Christ to remind yourself we can take these Anakims out. We can take these giants out. You know why? Because I made these changes. I'm following the law.
I'm doing things
the right way. We can do it. These guys, they're straight panic and fear because they weren't living right. And if you're not living right, it's very difficult to be confident enough to achieve the great things the Most High has provided for us to achieve.
And it's hard to have faith in the Most High when you're not living right.
Exactly. That was perfect verse. Because there's lions and wolves and leopards, oh my,
Right.
all around there looking at us, trying to get us. Okay? So now we go back to Proverbs. That was perfect. Proverbs chapter 3.
Yeah, we're in Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 26.
No, I want to go, no. 22. 23.
It says, then shalt thou walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble.
Your foot's not going to stumble when you're sitting back here and sustaining and holding on to the right way of doing things. Read on.
24. When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid.
When you lay your head down, you're not going to stress. Because it talks about, if I'm not mistaken in the Apocrypha, about the travail of a person and how when that king lays his head down, he's stressed about the pressure. And I think it's 40. I think it's Ecclesiastes 40. When you lay your head down and all the stresses and travails of life.
From him that wears purple to him that wears linen.
Exactly. It's actually chapter 40 in Ecclesiastes. And that travail comes from not trusting the Most High is with you. It's that fear that it's chapter 40, verse 1 down. One to like verse 7 or 8. But it's that fear of death. When a man lays his head down, the fear of being overcome and conquered. Yeah.
Changes knowledge.
It changes continence, it's thinking. But it shouldn't be that way if you're living the right way and you're locking into the Heavenly Father.
Yeah, verse 1 through 7.
So it shows you that there's peace of mind when you lie down, when you're doing things the right way. It doesn't matter what obstacle is in front of you. If you're living right, you're not deviating and breaking the law, there's a confidence and a power that comes from that. But when you're sloppy, you're inconsistent, and you're not changing, there's no confidence and power that comes and emanates off of you. Okay? Let's continue in Proverbs.
Proverbs chapter 3, verse 24. When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet.
Your sleep's going to be sweet when you're living the right way. Right. When you're checking all those spiritual boxes, so to speak. When you're sitting back here and working on what's inside of you, you don't got to panic and stress and make reactionary moves when you're doing things the right way. Read on.
Be not afraid of sudden fear.
You're not going to be afraid of sudden fear when you're living right. Now, you see how that verse makes so much more sense now? There might be sudden fear, but you've been living right, so there's nothing to stress about.
You don't get extreme or get anxiety attacks.
Exactly. When you're completely confident in your works and the level of your works and the output of your dedication, there's nothing to stress. Fear ain't going to be there. For long stretches of time, you might initially feel that fear, but the fact that you're doing right and how clean hands maketh a man stronger and stronger, that should get you to overcome that initial fear that pops on you. You know what's funny? We got that letter last week. You know what hit? Initial fear.
I got a letter from the government the other day. Opened and read it.
Fear hit. Exactly. But when that fear hit, I was like, oh, we ain't doing nothing wrong. We gonna be all right. This is most high. This is nothing.
Yeah.
But you know what? When I started reading them letters and I'm reading them words on that piece of paper
and numbers,
I was like, damn, this is not cool. But when you're living right, you're like, okay, do you do anything with? No, we do all right. Most high help me with this. So that initial fear is gonna hit. But the fact that you're doing right gives you the comfort to know ain't nothing to stress about. And this is why Israel lost their damn mind when they thought they got to fight giants to get to the kingdom. Because they was living wrong, they was negative, and they didn't feel confident about making a move like this because they weren't living right. They just were fresh. They were 40 days out of being crazy and rebelling against the Heavenly Father and wishing to go back to Egypt. You 40 days fresh out of being negative, you think you're going to be positive and confident with the new battle? No. That's why they tripped and they panicked. Okay, let's keep going in Proverbs 3.
Verse 26. It says, for the Lord shall be thy confidence and shall keep thy foot from being taken.
Exactly. That's what you use. The Most High is going to keep your foot from being taken because you made wisdom a priority. You made changing and serving the Most High a priority. And that gives you peace of mind because of it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But that was good. So now we're going to sit back here and go back to Numbers chapter 13 and verse
32.
Yeah.
Numbers chapter 13, verse 32 reads, and they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Israel, saying, the land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. And all the people that we saw in it are men of a great stature.
So he's saying the people are large and they're big, and that the land was actually sitting back here and attacking the people living there. Now, if I was confident in the Most High, I would look at that and say, man, the Most High is with us. Because like I said, in Wisdom of Solomon 12, it talks about how the Most High sent hornets to punish the people. So if the Most High was on our side, but because we were full of guilt and negative, we couldn't see it that way. Read on.
Okay. Verse 33. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. And so we were in their sight.
Grasshoppers, so it was like 15 feet tall, bro, 20 feet tall. Israel was still like 6 feet. Come on, man. How big were they? Maybe 9.
Yeah, they were big. The Most High said, "Hey, it can get done."
Exactly.
We were sitting here really.
With grasshoppers, though, man, it was like that out here. It was like feet 5 foot 4 against some regular people and stuff.
We exaggerate negative.
you know, we exaggerate negative, and we make excuses when it comes to change.
Why we quit? We make excuses while we quit.
Yeah.
And justifications.
Here's an opportunity to change your lifestyle and your living arrangements and your living condition. You have an opportunity to change your living condition right here. And what do? You make excuses for it. Yeah, because it's too difficult.
You know the most I realize? I can't do nothing to make them happy. You complain about your living condition. Here's a solution to get out of your living condition, and you don't change.
And you make excuses.
Doesn't that sound like Israel every single time? How we're in counsel about why people's life is so messed up, and then we give solutions and they don't do them.
I gotta sit down. You gotta study. You gotta counsel.
But you don't do it. You don't do it, but you say exactly. But I'm stressed about my condition. I'm stressed about how my life sucks. So you get an answer about how to unsuck your life, and you don't want to do it. So that must mean you want to have a sucky life. But listen, I'm painting the picture. But this is what happened in Egypt. Egypt, they're like, oh, I hate the desert. The desert sucks. I hate there's no water in the desert.
The waters of Murder.
Well, here's this land over here in Canaan that's full of milk and honey. Opposites are there. I'm okay with the desert. Like, well, what are you talking about? You just complain about the damn desert. Now you cool being in the desert?
Yeah, it ain't that bad.
It ain't that bad, but you want to kill me a week ago?
That's too hard.
But that, it explains the condition of our people. We hate where we're at, but we don't want to change enough to get where we need to be.
We want it easy.
So we're in this ultimate stalemate of life.
No, man.
I hate my condition. I say I want more. Or I say I want more, but then when you're shown what it takes to get more, you tell yourself it's too hard to do that. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's difficult.
We do it every day, man.
That's the point. But the option's there.
Relationships.
So, but what do we end up doing? We end up staying in purgatory. Because purgatory is easier. Yeah, but that's easier than change. But we complain about where we're at still. That's when the Most High said, man, forget these dudes. I can't do nothing with you. You're not satisfied where you're at, but you don't want to put the work in to get to where you need to be. Then stay your ass there and wither away. But this is us all the time.
All the time.
God.
We sometimes we read it and we disconnect. Like we do this every single day.
Yes.
Relationship, jobs.
Yeah. I want to get a new job. Okay, then go back to school. I don't got enough money. They ain't got enough money, and you see Esau's the devil that the Bible speaks of. Okay, here we go about the devil that the Bible speaks of.
I got high blood pressure. Well, eat this.
Oh no, I can't get no Popeyes. They cut off the Popeyes, man.
Right.
No Popeyes
on Tuesday. No biscuits.
It's a good deal, though.
Yeah,
what's that?
Yeah.
Healthy food too expensive.
I know you got to work out. What? I ain't got no time to work out. Okay, then you don't want to change then. You can't walk the neighborhood. You can't walk. Come on, bro. You can't sit and do push into the house. I'm guilty about that too. But everybody talk about what they want to do, what they deserve, what they feel they should do, but you don't want to sit back and lose to get nothing.
Straight.
And this is the point.
Just want to bring up one verse in this Josephus. It's
we might as well go there.
No, I want to read the whole thing. Yeah,
we don't have we done. Listen, let's do it. Let's let this go and go to Josephus.
Hold on, this was just this one because you might want to go back and finish that too.
No, we're gonna go back later. Let's do it. Let's do it.
All
let's do it. Let's go to Antiquities of the Jews.
Antiquities of the Jews, Book 3, Chapter 14. And
let's start at 1.
Might as well start at 1.
That's what I'm saying. That's
what
it's there for.
It's
That's what it's there for.
We might as well start at 1.
Yeah.
Because it gets good, man.
Listen, we're going to go from 1. We're going to ride out for like 3 paragraphs, man. He's not reading that. Somebody else got to read it. Okay. Let's go.
All right. We stopped at 30 for my 1?
Yeah, we're at 30. Well, we stopped at like 32.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it's practically done.
Yeah.
Eliashai, Shal Shapatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yahweh.
Eliashai, Shal Shapatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal, Amajah, Rup, Yahweh Hashem Yashab Rakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashab Rakatah.
That's
horrible.
What is it again?
We're in Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, Book 3, Chapter 14, Paragraph 1. So you got the blue one, it's page 99.
We just getting started.
Yes.
2 o'clock.
No,
This is on Baltimore. This is on Dick here. Let's do it. Oh, we gotta wait. I'm sorry. We gotta wait for the books to get passed up. Thank you, Nathaniel. Just so y'all know, there is a when you get the Eastward LT, there is a Josephus on there too. Eastward has it.
That's on Eastward on the phone?
On the app Eastward?
Mm-hmm. I'll figure it out later. We'll deal with it later. We'll deal with that. Okay, let's get that. Let's get it. Let's get it.
The Antiquities of the Jews, Book 3, Chapter 4, Paragraph 1. When Moses had led the Hebrews away from thence to a place called Paran, which was near to the borders of the Canaanites, and a place difficult to be continued in, he gathered the multitude together in a congregation, and standing in the midst of them, he said, of the two things that the Most High determined to bestow upon us, liberty and the possession of a happy country, the one of them ye already are partakers of.
Which is the liberty, because he just freed you from your enemies.
Exactly.
By the gift of the Most High, and the other you will quickly obtain.
Well, listen, he's the Most High was prepping their minds for the slam dunk, man. It was an alley-oop.
Yep.
He said, I gave you freedom, and you're going to quickly get this kingdom. It was 2 years.
Yep.
It's yours. Only thing that took time was the structuring of the cities and how, the structuring of the government that we were going to go into before we get into the land.
It was necessary.
Because you know, you have to take time to structure a government before you jump into a country. There's going to be anarchy if you don't do it.
Yep.
So what was done was the right thing. Structure the government first, then we go. It wasn't a long time out there. This reminds me of Ecclesiastes 6, where it says when you start applying wisdom, it doesn't take a long time before you see the fruits of your work. So let's keep going. I'm sorry.
No, that's what it's going to say.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Once again, we're in Antiquity to the Jews, Josephus, Book 3, Chapter 14, Paragraph 1 in the middle.
For we now have our abode near the borders of the Canaanites, and nothing can hinder the acquisition of it.
So the recon wasn't to see if we can do it. The recon was to see how we're going to do it.
Yep.
It was already done. He says nothing is going to stop the acquisition of the land of Canaan. It's done. Let's just find out how we're going to break this country.
You know, it's the Most High guaranteed it already.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. The purpose of the recon wasn't to say, oh, we can't do this shit. It's too much. It was already done. It was already prepared. And he was talking to the people in that mind. That was the spirit they were supposed to embrace. How it's going to get done, not if.
True.
So when you're sitting back here trying to fight your battles, you shouldn't be going into a battle seeing if I can do something. It's how it's going to get done. We have to mature in our mindset. But that confidence that Moses had was predicated off of the good works he had consistently dedicated himself to. That's how he felt so comfortable and so confident in his communication to the people. Let's keep going.
Now, when we now at last are fallen upon it, I say, not only no king nor city, but neither the whole race of mankind, if they were all gathered together, could do it. Let us therefore prepare ourselves for the work.
Now, this
Oh,
is the part right here. Yeah.
But he says, I say, not only no king nor city, but neither the whole race of mankind, if they were gathered all together, could do it. Nobody could stop us. The whole race of nations. We're about the 18 nations. He said, I don't give a damn how many people are coming at you. Nobody can stop us. Moses told them this, and they still were tripping. Keep going now.
No, that's excellent. Go ahead.
Let us therefore prepare ourselves for the work.
And this is where you lose people.
All the time, brother.
This is where people fall off the map.
Yep.
This is when the spirit of people is not so courageous.
Yep.
It's when you start to tell them to prepare themselves and show them what's necessary to engage a battle that's gonna and the outcome is gonna be a great reward on the other side. Everybody knows that there's no reward without any kind of risk.
That's not true. People in fairy tale land
Right.
tell themselves they can get great things without working.
Exactly.
You see it on the internet every day.
Yep.
Yeah.
People on the internet always talking about getting goals and attaining things without really putting the work in and losing. That happens all the time.
Yep.
That's the dream. Because people don't think, you know people think work is just showing up to do something physically and going home.
Yep.
That's not work. What's work? Changing the real difficult things in you is work. It's how people view work. Listen, what the work Moses was saying is fight what's inside of you. It wasn't like there was a special 5-finger death touch that was going to kill these giants out like in Kill Bill.
Right.
They said this. He was dead. 5 steps, he was dead. That wasn't what he was talking about. That wasn't a karate move that was going to teach you. Whatever you knew in war, you had to use it.
Yeah, you knew.
Yeah.
Whatever you had, you had. So what was going to get you there? The willingness to fight what was inside of you was going to get you where you needed to be.
Because that when you fight what's inside of you, now you have the assistance of the Most High at your disposal.
Exactly. So that's the work is inwardly breaking, inwardly fixing these deficiencies that's keeping me from having a clear what? Mind and perspective. That's 80% of the battle.
Yep.
Can I go to my battle with a clear mind? Because if you're afraid, what ends up happening? You're hesitating, you're reacting slow, you're moving slow, and you're dead anyway. You got to be free-flowing, no doubt, no fear, to maximize your opportunities. Exactly.
You create openings.
Exactly. When you hesitate, when it's all action, all move, all fight, you have an opportunity to get openings yourself.
You give them no time to react.
Exactly.
Counterattack.
And that's the point. But this is how we deal in our own battles. But all these battles that we face are handcrafted to expose what we're not good at. So you have to break it to succeed in whatever situation is in front of you. I'm sorry, this is perfect. Let's keep going. So let's go to work. Now everybody want to sit back here. I don't know about that.
Exactly.
They get their head scratched.
Yeah. Because that work part is where you lose people.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's too difficult. It's too much.
It's too inconvenient.
It's too inconvenient. Go ahead.
And everybody wants to sit back here and say that we're like manufacturing these angles and it's always about sacrifice and sacrifice. The Bible tells you these things. If you got half a brain, you can see it.
It's hard to see what you don't accept. That.
There you go. Well, that's what you got to put that in the statement.
Yeah.
It's hard to see what you don't accept. Now we got. You got to put the quotations like instead of Aristotle.
Yeah, book of quotes.
Yes, but continue.
That's wisdom.
That's wisdom like a mug right there, bro. Yes, read on.
For the Canaanites will not resign up their land to us without fighting.
They ain't gonna just walk out and say, hey, y'all take it, G. Y'all ain't got to do that. Y'all got it, B. We didn't have this for 1,000 years before Zoar in Egypt. But it's cool. Y'all can take it now.
Yeah, we just gonna give it up.
That's what I'm saying. He said the damn land of Anakim, these people were before some ancient cities in Egypt. And we're gonna just give it up like this? He said they gonna have to fight. They're gonna fight for it.
That's why they had walled cities. They had walled cities for a reason.
That's my point.
They didn't want you in there. That's why they had high walls. They don't want you in there. You know what I'm saying? That's common sense. But it also it's showing something greater too. As we read these stories, it's showing that any time you want to change a condition, in order to change a condition, it comes with a fight.
And there is an opposing force that doesn't want you to have what you're trying to get.
Right.
That's the point. There's always an opposing force that's provided that you have to overcome to obtain the victory. That's the perfect verse. He is a Lord. He's a man of war. Don't forget, that was a song. Exodus 15:3, that whole chapter was a sonnet that Moses sang right after they took over. They wiped out, if I'm not mistaken, the Amalekites. It was either Amalekites or it was Amalekites. I think it was Amalekites or they just washed up. No, it wasn't Amalekites. It was the Mosai took over and washed out the Egyptians and pushed them up on the shore. And after they crossed over the Red Sea is when they made that song. That's what it was. Point is this: he is a man of war. He's a man of conflict, and he wants to see how we handle the conflict that's in our lives. Let's continue.
But it must be wrested from them by the great struggles in war.
Oh my goodness! Listen, you have to take what's yours. You have to take your blessings. First Maccabees 6:27 says what? You have to manfully change your life. Go there real quick. First Maccabees 6:27.
First Maccabees 6 and verse 27. Ready?
Yep.
Wherefore, if thou dost not prevent them quickly.
No, it's Second Maccabees 6:27. My apologies. 2 Maccabees 6 and 27.
2 Maccabees chapter 6, verse 27. Wherefore now, manfully changing this life.
You have to manfully change your life. Now, whether I'm a man or a female, to manfully change your life means to take charge and take control of your what? Your thoughts, your impulses, your surroundings, your circumstances. Are you going to sit back here and take charge and not let your feelings and emotions dominate you, your impulses and your fears dominate you?
Oh, excuses?
Yes. This is the mindset that we're going to have to take on if you want to see success. Yes.
The 1828 definition of manfully, it says boldly, courageously, and honorably.
Exactly. So you have to boldly and courageously and honorably mean doing it the right way.
Right.
Change your life. Because you can't be a bold-ass beast and an animal trying to change. You have to sit back with honor and dignity, change your life, change your circumstances.
Has to be a willingness.
Yes.
Right there.
Willingness and a tenacity behind it. Because the thing is this, whatever negative is in you is not trying to leave either. Whether you're dealing with an outward physical person or it's negative in you. The negative in you doesn't want to leave. Listen, if I have bad dietary choices, whatever's in me still wants to eat like crap, and that desire is strong.
I had a stronger desire over the other.
You have to have a strong, and that's where the manfully changing your life aspect comes in. I have to sit back here and have a greater desire to break and change what's in me than that strong element in me that doesn't want to change. This, in the Most High, the way he explains it in Ezekiel is dealing with adamant versus flint. Flint is a strong metal, or not a metal, but a strong element. And flint is an adamant is a stronger element. So my desire to change has to be greater than my desire to be who I am. But the reality is, people don't want to accept that about themselves. And then they want to be sad and depressed and angry that life isn't working out the way that it is. If I have a constant, listen, I've noticed in Israel a lot. Israel has like study habit issues. That's a real significant issue with our people. Reading books is a problem. Listen, I've known brothers who have issues with who are just not dyslexic. I've seen brothers who couldn't really read words. You're at a significant disadvantage if you can't read. But your whole life and your salvation is predicated on reading. Shit.
It's a challenge.
Because you can't sit back and just be your whole life in the knowledge taking somebody. I'm gonna take your word for it, G. You in trouble. You do that. The point is this: he still hasn't given us something we can't handle.
I'm gonna say this: we had a brother that couldn't read before.
I know. That's what I was thinking about.
But what I did notice though, he couldn't read, but whatever you read to him, he would memorize it, and then he would cut you up with scriptures. The brother was cold with the Bible, but it was based off just memory because he couldn't actually read it. But whatever you read to him, he would implant it in his mind, and he wouldn't forget it. He was able to overcome his obstacles, but you still have to read.
But you gotta listen. That's cool and fine and dandy.
You still
but you gotta
read.
get off your ass and learn how to read some words out. You better go aardvark.
Right.
You better sit back and go from the damn beginning of the damn dictionary to ZZ zebra. You better figure it out.
Xylophone.
That's the word. That's the word. Xylophone. Aardvark to xylophone. You better sit back and get that damn dictionary like Malcolm did in the damn movie.
Xylophone's good.
I know. I'm just messing around.
He used to cut people up with scriptures.
Yeah, he did. But what happens when nobody's there to read to you? You got to learn how to read it for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But people learn how to make do for their circumstance, but they still have to move on to perfection.
And that's the point. The making do doesn't get you to the finish line. The make do is what you use until you can sit back here and keep adding things to yourself. People continue to tell themselves that how they are and how they were put together was good enough, and it's not.
Damn.
It's not.
That's true.
Whatever you got, whatever the Most High has blessed you with, gives you enough to get to the next step. But he's telling you, all these great things are waiting for you if you're willing to deal with the struggles of war. Everybody talks about the kingdom, the kingdom, the kingdom. That's all hype talk. Because the kingdom is about how many things am I changing in myself, how many things am I struggling through to overcome, to add more talents in myself so I can be justified to the kingdom. He still wants a war. He wants to see the struggle. The Most High is not giving you what you want just because you're a nice person. And because you salute and you show up in class and hope through osmosis you learn things. Because the sad thing is people come around Israel and they just listen to class and it doesn't stick to performance. Because I have to sit back here and go through stages. I first come into class and then I sit back here, you learn the laws. Phenomenal. And then once you get past the threshold of learning the laws, now the battle continues to rage on. How many more things am I willing to go to war within myself to justify, I guess, all the time and energy the Most High has invested into me? Most High invested 2 years of his life into sitting back here and developing Israel, and all he wanted in return is use what I taught you to overcome these damn giants. And we couldn't hack it. So, let's go back to the Josephus. So he says, the Canaanites will not resign up their land to us without fighting, but it must be wrested from them by a great struggle in war. Read on.
God. Let us then send spies who may take a view of the goodness of the land and what strength it is of. But above all things, let us be of one mind and let us honor the Most High.
The one mind is to honor the Most High, and the one mind is also, it can be done. Before, he was talking to the spies. Yep. When you go out there, be of one mind and know it can be done. Why go up there and doubt if it can be done or not? Or if it's possible? Go out here with the mindset it's going to be done.
So a lot of the results of people's living condition in their life and their circumstances is based upon their doubt.
Yep.
Or their inability to see the Most High in the right way.
Yep.
So my life is the way it is because I just can't look at the Most High the right way. And I walk in fear and I walk with doubt as if it can't be done. So I'm more likely to say it can't be done than it can be done.
Huh.
You know what I'm saying? And I just want to bring up one verse on this too. Ecclesiastes chapter 39 verse 26. Ecclesiastes chapter 39 verse 26.
Ecclesiastes 39 verse 36.
Because he just said in the Josephus, he said, let us then send spies who may take a view of the goodness of the land and what strength it is of, but he says, but above all things, let us be of one mind, right? Go ahead.
There's not 36.
I'm not 26.
Okay. Ecclesiastes 39 verse 26. The principal things for the whole use of man's life are water.
He said, what you need to live is what?
Are water.
Now, what do you need to do to get water? You got to dig water. You got to dig for water. You got to dig for a well.
Now, real quick, I had to bring that up. With Nagaha did say this. How deep do wells have to be dug?
It ranges somewhere between 200 feet, depending on the area. It could be up to 200 to 500 feet. 200
to 500 feet. If you're digging 6 feet, how you gonna feel?
6
Your
feet.
back's gonna be on fire.
Some are more shallow than others, but
I get your point. But if you want a well to be sustaining, you got to go at least 400 feet. How many man hours is 400 feet to dig up a hole? Can you imagine man hours it takes? How long would it take to dig up 6 feet?
How many calluses in your hands?
Oh. Because after you do it for a day, your fingers are on fire,
be
bro.
raw, but
and you got to go back the next
you
day.
got blisters on
You
your
can
hands.
put all the Neosporin you want. you can put all the antibiotics and the Neosporin. You can put gloves. It's gonna still hurt.
Still gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt, and you got to keep digging for 200 to 400 feet down just to have water for your family.
Some are over 1,000.
It's about 100 feet to 500 feet.
800, 100 to 800.
100 to 800 is these sheep in shows.
But yeah, you're right. Common household well, it's like somewhere between like 1 and like 5 or something like that.
But what if you in the wilderness?
Somewhere up to
You
like
digging
800
you
to
know
1,000.
what up?
800 to 1,000.
Right.
Maybe.
You working your
And,
butt
and
off.
anybody that digs know that you don't just dig
It's
dirt.
rough, man.
You got to go through rock.
Building a fence,
Yeah.
even digging them holes for the fence posts.
I didn't think about the rock
fire,
part.
man.
Right.
All this.
You got to dig a
It
rock
ain't like
out.
you in Pleasanton. And it's
Yeah.
all like flat land and it's soft land.
Nah, man, you're going to hit some rocks. Then you got to dig the rock out, move it out the way, and keep digging. But he said this is what it takes for life. He said the principal things for man's life is what?
Water.
Water,
So you got to dig for water. What else?
fire,
You got to cut wood to get firewood.
Yep.
That means you got to go get an axe and chop trees down.
Yep.
Everything to live requires work. Work.
You ever
And that's
seen
what-
nature shows?
That's what people don't understand. Everything that I need to sustain myself in life, there's some type of work attached to it. What else?
iron,
Iron. Where do you get iron from? You got to dig.
Earth,
Yeah. More digging. Read on.
and salt.
Where do you get salt from? You got
Earth.
salt comes from salt mines.
Yeah.
That guess where you have to go to get salt from? You got to dig it up.
Or if you want to see salt, it's
Right.
just a whole process.
Right.
It takes forever.
But most salt comes from a salt mine or a salt flat. Go ahead.
Flour of wheat,
Flour. So what do you got to do to get flour of wheat? You got to dig and plant. You got to plant seeds in order
Yeah.
to grow crops.
Mm-hmm.
Everything for you to survive is associated with some type of work. It's work related. Read on.
honey,
Where do you get honey from? And what's gonna happen when you try to get their
Man,
honey?
get stung, huh?
Danger. And then some people allergic.
Ain't no EpiPen.
A lot of swelling. There's a whole lot of swelling going on. Go ahead.
Bro.
milk,
Milk. Where do you get the milk from?
You man get kicked.
And you gotta raise those cows. You gotta raise them, establish an environment for them, feed them, take care of them. You up at 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning to do all this work out here.
If it don't get the proper
Yeah.
nutrition,
You know, you
throughout
get a
that
squirt.
process, you're not
You
gonna
get a
feel it.
squirt. You get a squirt like this. You got a whole bucket. You got to squirt and squirt and squirt. Yeah, you got double hand squirt. Try to speed it up.
before you even get there, though, you gotta raise it the right way. Eat it.
Right.
I
eat
know.
The right things.
They gotta eat the right things. The environment has to be
It
right.
could die before you
And,
get
and
there.
then and then and then you got to have like the pee catcher, the poop catcher. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can't.
You got to make sure there's no cross
You gotta
contamination.
clean the udders.
You got to clean the udders so they don't get no pus on them infected. He's showing you that in order to live, it takes work to live. People don't. They wonder why the Sword of Truth always pushing people to work. It's always work related. No, living is work related. To survive is work related.
Yes.
But we get blamed for pushing people to do their jobs in order to build something in the camp, to build something in life. Everybody just want to cut the white man up, and you know what I'm saying? Because that's easy to do.
Yep.
But you know what's not
They
easy
want
to
to be
do?
lazy and
They
cut the
wanna be
white man
lazy.
up.
Well, that's Esau's deception. Like, we got Amazon.
Yep.
Right? If I want it, I got HEB, I got Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
But you
They,
still,
they
in order,
create
right.
an environment where you, it's a slothfulness.
it's slothfulness. But you still got to go to work to get those things from Amazon, from Walmart. Go ahead.
and the blood of the grape.
And where do you get the blood of the grape from? You know, it's bees around grapes too. It's wasps around grapes too. They like grapes too.
She like
That's
that
true.
shit with a stinger.
Yeah, everything that's gonna sting you, and then it's still tedious. Go ahead.
And oil.
And where you get oil from? You still got to grow crops. Whether it's olive oil, grapeseed oil, you still gotta do some work to get the oil. Read on.
And clothing.
And clothes. Do you just get clothing? Is wool easy just to get?
Nope.
What does it take to get some wool?
You gotta raise it the right way. Then you gotta groom it.
You gotta groom it. You gotta shave it, and then you
Clean the wool.
clean the wool, separate it.
Yeah, you got the threshing. Well,
Yeah.
not threshing, but
You got it's a process.
yeah.
And then even with cotton, anybody should know cotton. We should know cotton. You know what I'm saying? Of all the shell, the deshelling of the cotton seed, the husk, taking the husk, separating the husk off of the cotton seed.
My uncle did that. He's still alive.
You know
He lived
what?
long enough to
I
do
would
it.
love to hear a story about it.
You see his hands on it.
Yeah.
They're like concrete.
We can't even crack a damn pistachio shell and be mad. Won't even eat a bag of pistachios because it's too hard to get to. sunflower seeds are too tedious,
I call it.
let alone some cotton seed. But this is what it takes to live. This is what it takes for you to eat. This is what it takes for you to survive. This is what it takes for you to clothe yourself. Everything requires work. And people and this is what's needed. But how do you look at it? How do you look at working, doing the work necessary to survive? Read on.
Okay. And it says, all these things are for the good, are for good to the godly.
And so you know what the godly says? The godly doesn't care how much digging they have to do. The godly don't care what type of stinging bees they have to deal with to get the honey. They don't care about the labor necessary that's involved in order to get the milk. They don't complain about it. The godly don't complain about what it takes to survive and what it takes to change my condition. Read on.
So to the sinners, they are turned into evil.
He said, but if I don't have the right mentality, all these things will be excuses. Getting water is too hard. Getting honey is too difficult. Getting milk is too difficult. Digging for iron is too difficult. Chopping wood is too difficult. If I don't have the right attitude and the right mentality, I won't do anything necessary to change my living condition. But it's all necessary for survival. That's what he's showing right here in Ecclesiastes 39. So when the Most High, when we're reading in the Josephus, and he's telling us everything you need to survive is in this land of Canaan. All you have to do is just be willing to go to war and put up a fight and to overcome your enemies, and all these things are waiting for you. The pomegranates are waiting for you. The milk is waiting for you. The honey is waiting for you. All these things are available to you if you're willing to put the work in. That's all I want to bring out right here based on the Josephus.
Listen, well, we got more Josephus now. We're gonna keep going.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, let's go
We're
back.
gonna read all the way down there.
Let that go.
The entire chapter. Once we keep going.
No, we're done. Let that go and go back to where we at in the Josephus.
The Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 14, in the end of paragraph 1.
Okay.
Oh, and it's up book 3. And it says, let us honor the Most High, who above all is our helper and assister.
Mm-hmm.
In paragraph 2. When Moses had said thus, the multitude requited him with marks of respect.
So, they honored him and they said, man, I respect Moses. I'm with you. We're down. So listen, they listened initially. Before the reports came back, they were down. They were all in, right? Read on.
And chose 12 spies of the most eminent men.
These were the top of the top. They were the cream of the crop of their tribes. These weren't some slouches. It's crazy.
Leaders, man.
Yeah, they were leaders. They were war. Listen. I don't know if y'all remember this, but when Joshua was separating himself from the rest of the pack, so to speak, how he separated himself was his valor in war against the Amalekites, and how on point he was against Amalek is why they chose him, or why he was chosen to be the understudy of Moses. So if these guys were top of the line, these guys were warriors. These were great men of their tribes. They were eminent men. Read on.
Who, passing over all the land of Canaan from the borders of Egypt, came to the city of Hamath and to Mount Lebanon, and having learned the nature of the land and of its inhabitants, they came home, having spent 40 days in the whole work. They also brought with them of the fruits which the land bare. They also showed them the excellency of these fruits, and gave an account of the great quantity of the good things that land afforded, which were motives to the multitude to go to war.
These were the reasons to justify fighting. And this is why Moses sat back here and set the spies up, so they can see all the goodness there to motivate them to push past their fear to go fight. Read on.
But then they terrified them again with the great difficulty there was in obtaining it.
But this is the challenge. Listen, for all the goodness all the good opportunities that are provided for us, it's equally difficult a difficult battle to attain the good that's waiting for you. Everybody has these caviar tastes. I always say caviar, because in the world that's what's top notch. We have caviar tastes, but we don't want to work caviar work ethic. Everybody wants top notch everything. But they don't want to put they don't want to put a high caliber, higher level work ethic to match the expectation of what you're trying to bring to the table. If brothers want to be a great teacher, then guess what? Say, if you're a young man, you want to be a teacher, say goodnight to the club. Forget the club, forget chasing tail, forget running the streets. There's only so much time in a day. Get yourself ready for studying, reading, learning, and paying attention to reading and learning every free time you got, because that's what it's going to take. Yes.
And making sure that I'm interjecting myself to be present in all councils.
Councils and work ethic, because people think it's just about getting information, but what they don't realize is information without sacrifice makes your classes shallow. It makes your information do this. The information comes out and it falls flat in his ass. Because if you don't have dedication and commitment behind the information, it doesn't hit the same way. It hits. It don't hit the same way. And those are facts. So you have to have the combination of tireless studying and tireless dedication, and then you'll get the caliber you're expecting if you want caliber. If you just want to be an information guy, then the information is good and there is a positivity in it, but it won't hit the same as the person who had to lose to tap into the power of the Most High in Christ. All I'm saying, back to the point, we were trying to get the greatest land on the earth, the Fertile Crescent, right?
Come.
That was the greatest land on earth. You didn't think we was going to have to fight a battle for that and have to lose? We have these expectations. We want to have a great family, right? You want to have a great relationship with your husband. Then guess how hard you got to work to maintain a great relationship with your husband. You want to be a great camp leader? Then guess what? You're going to sit back and lose your life. If you want to be a great wife and a mother, guess what? There's going to be no time for you. If it ain't your husband, it's going to be your children, or it's going to be working. There ain't going to be time for you. You're coming last if you want to make sure your family is completely set up. But everybody, a lot of times people want, or sisters want this great family, but they want to shine and look too. I've seen two different sets of sisters, and it's true, with kids. I've seen sisters whose kids look beautiful, cleaned up, not the snotty-nosed kid, they're dressing right, and you know what? And they're looking tired and beat up. Then I've seen sisters, all the makeup, all the look, but their kids is looking all raggedy. Raggedy, snotty-nosed. I'm not talking about how new your clothes are. It ain't about how new your clothes are. It's about the attention that mother put into that child. I've seen sisters look like $1 million, not a stain on them. But their kids is looking sloppy and dingy as hell. Now what kind of mother is that? That's a damn ostrich. But then you have a sister who's busting their tail, tired as hell, not enough time to get all their hair and nails done, but their kids look great. That's a good mother. Because that is the sacrifice you got to give up so that your children and your husband are taken care of. Even when you read Proverbs 31 and how the wife is sitting back here up before everybody else and goes to sleep after everybody sleeps, what does that mean? She's tired as hell. And all that time she's using is for the benefit of the household. She don't got time for nail day and spa day. You don't read about that in Proverbs 31. Everybody else is covered but her, and she's tired as hell. She's exhausted, but everything got done. Everybody else that she cares about got the best of her. And when it was time for her, there was no time for her. He's showing you that's what it takes to be great at being a wife. And that's what we'll always pull that to our women. Proverbs 31. Listen, we always want to pull Proverbs 31 to our women, but you know what? The Most High's like, what about you in Proverbs 31? Aren't you the Most High's wife?
This is them.
Not me. I'm a king. I'm a prince. All right, bro. The same thing in regards to the men. You got to sit back here and be tirelessly dedicated to the men and to serving him. And you come last. If I got men that I have to be there for, I got to go to sleep last. I got to get up early. That's what it takes if you want to be great at something. Because everybody says they want to be great at something, but most people don't want to put the work in to get it. So back to my point. Mo's like, for what you want, you're going to have to put in that type of work to get it. You don't get something for nothing.
This is 1.2.
Okay.
And on a point connected with that point, am I willing to put if I'm lacking, if I'm deficient, if I don't have these attributes, if I don't have these perspectives, if this is new, if this concept is new to me, then I have to interject myself into an environment where I can attain it. I have to. We're not expecting you to have all this understanding tomorrow. We're saying this is what the Most High requires for you to get your kingdom, for you to get your Jerusalem, for you to get your blessing. Now, are you going to interject yourself into an environment to attain these lessons? If I'm not even willing to interject myself into this type of experience, then I'm never going to get the opportunity to have these blessings. I'm going to look for shortcuts. That's what we do. We're famous for being masters of the shortcut. But the shortcut only leads to more depression and more sadness and more happiness because the shortcut is short-lived. The quick diet is short-lived. Without the lifestyle, the quick, I got half the rib, man, I got a rib, I ain't gonna put a spiritual, I'm gonna go ahead and just enjoy it. I'm gonna put a whole bunch of time into it. And then it breaks down anyway. Cut it, establish it in righteousness, or based on counsel, or based on my example and works to maintain and show the Spirit I'm for real. That it's not going to last. A lot of Israel lives in regret because things we pursue don't last. But the Most High is not unfair. He just saying if you go about it the right process, the right way, your blessings will last longer. They'll sustain longer.
No doubt. So, let's keep going.
Okay. It says that the rivers were so large and deep that they could not be passed over.
So it wasn't just that these damn giants. They were complaining about how long the rivers were to cross.
The river's a problem too.
It's the mountains. It's the rivers. It wasn't just these big people. There was always an excuse as to why I can't accomplish what the Most High said we can accomplish.
That's the Mississippi.
Israel is full of damn excuses. We're full of excuses. We be at moves. I be like that sometimes. Like, damn, it's too hard to break down. Right? We like, I don't know. We can do this today. Listen, this mattress ain't getting up here. I don't know. This big ass table. I don't know what we gonna do. Right? Listen, we might just leave this thing and get the hell out of here. Right? I thought that quite a few times. I was like, and I tell this shop, so I don't know how we gonna do this, bro. Listen, man, you have to show it to me. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm joking. It's funny, but it's the truth. That is all the truth. But what is the Most High saying? He's saying, listen, man. Our people, when we're afraid and we're telling ourselves we can't do it, we make excuses. The river's too long. It's too wide.
Listen, bro, I ain't lying.
What?
I was hoping when we went to Galveston, I was hoping that this is big. I don't know how many pounds it was. It was super large. I was like, "Where's Dawian? Where's Dawian?"
Oh, that big?
Yeah, no, it's something heavy.
That wasn't really that big. I went to Galveston.
No, it was
Stairs.
brother.
Stairs.
But there's stairs because it's a beach house, so you gotta go from the bottom to the top.
Yeah.
And
The house is on 16-foot pylons, concrete pillars.
So you was hoping that somebody else didn't call you.
No. I knew I had to do it, but what I was saying was you're hoping the client or the person says just put in the garage. That's what I'm hoping. I'm trying to sell her like it's like that kind of bit we just put in the garage. No, it's right there. We can get together. We can get it. She said,
Oh my God.
I'm like hoping.
We can get it. What do you mean we're gonna get it and put it here?
I'm gonna struggle to get in the garage, not upstairs. So I'm like, I'm hoping like you're hoping the Most High puts the spirit on her.
The Most High puts the spirit on it.
Put the spirit on her to say, yes, put in the garage. And I just worry about it next year, right? But she
needs the bed. Where she gonna sleep?
She wants this heavy item upstairs. So I found myself, I'm under. I was like, where's that? I'm under it. I'm under it like this. I have no technique. I'm just like this. holding it up. We're already tired. But the lesson I had to learn was, you know what? You listen. If the Most High requires you to do it, it can get. I thought I was gonna get up. I was like, so I'm not sure gonna get up here. But the Most
those
High,
questions hit a lot of times.
the Most High made a
Regular
way.
basis. Regular.
God, the Most High. It showed me that if you're in the situation, it can be done. You just have to figure it out. There's a way to get
Yeah.
through it.
And listen, that was the lesson I keep learning. There's only one time it couldn't be done, and we tore up a wall to try to get it done.
Yeah.
But other than that, it can be done. What's that?
One of the synonyms to supplanter is relieve, replace, or substitute.
Mm-hmm.
So that mindset is a Jacob mindset.
Wow.
Right? So we left Jacob and became Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So that means we also we left that supplanting that
Let me replace this method with my
I'm
method.
not going to relieve myself of that work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to try and substitute it or replace it with anything else. I'm going to give my maximum effort to everything.
Because what we like to do is, you said to receive or to what?
To relieve,
To relieve,
replace, or substitute.
So to replace or substitute means to deviate.
Yeah.
That's the spirit of a supplanter. The spirit of Jacob is to deviate. This is a hard ass path. How can I go do it easy? Why does it got to be this hard? Let's try an easier way to accomplish this goal. But this is where our mind reverted back to when we're in the middle of a battle. There's giants. You know what's crazy thing is I'm afraid about one thing. So I talk about every other thing that's going to be hard to justify not fighting the damn giants in the first place. So it's giants. This damn water path is damn too long, too wide. How we going to cross it? We can't make no boats out here, Moses. What we going to do? How we going to cross the waters? Read on.
And that the hills were so high they could not travel along.
So we couldn't go. Listen, how'd y'all get up there if the mountain was too damn high?
Right. But the people, the babies.
The babies, the animals. You didn't give a shit about no damn animals, Act. You just didn't want to do it. The hills were too high. The waters were too wide. Read on. There's excuses.
That the cities were strong with walls and their firm fortifications round about
It's
them.
fortifications.
Round about them. They told them also that they found at Hebron the posterity of the giants. Accordingly, these spies who had seen the land of Canaan, when they perceived that all these difficulties were greater there than they had met with since they came out of Egypt, they were affrighted.
Yep.
Affrighted at them themselves, and endeavored to affright the multitude also.
So it says those 12 top end guys, 10 of them were so scared that they were trying to make everybody else afraid with them. They were trying to spread that fear amongst the people because they didn't think they can do it. And what it's saying is all the battles, they don't look at it the right way. All the battles before they led Egypt weren't as great as this one. But that's how the Most High does all of our situations. You overcome smaller battles to eventually use those lessons to overcome the biggest battle there. He tells you that even in the New Testament where it says, being faithful with few things, you'll be ruler over many. When you handle the small things, you'll eventually be able to handle the larger things. But we look at, oh man, this is the hardest challenge ever. This can't be done. I can see how that can be done, but this can't be done. But they don't realize that they were crying and complaining the whole time.
Because there's two.
Yes.
And it also shows a major issue we have is that they were all bosses and they were strong guys, but there's a difference between relying on your own personal ability and then trusting the Most High.
Yep.
It shows that our own personal gifts and talents are not enough for the big battles.
Exactly.
The small battles, you might be able to use your wit, your conversation, your pizzazz, whatever, your arms, legs, abdomen, your charisma, your nature. You may be able to get by on your personal talents in your life, but you're gonna hit a wall where it has to be more than just you. And are you preparing yourself in your life every single day, or at least are you in the process of getting there? Not relying solely on your strengths. Are you trying to rely on your belief in the Father? Are you building that connection and that confidence with the Most High? Because your personal strength, cursed be the man that does what?
Trusted the man.
Trusts the man and maketh flesh is what?
His arm.
His arm. My arm's gonna get me. These arms are strong. I can do it. What happened to you doing it, Johnny? His arms ain't shit now.
Yeah.
They little arms now.
Baby arms.
They baby arms. You're gonna have to have big faith now. We just can't get comfortable and trust our talents and our looks.
Yeah,
We
that's
gotta
all facts.
focus on.
I like what you're saying because you're saying that it's trusting in yourself can only get you so far.
It's not enough.
It's not enough. You know, I want to get a scripture on that. Ecclesiastes in Apocrypha chapter 27, verse 4.
Ecclesiastes,
verse 5.
chapter 27 and verse 4.
4 and 5.
5.
5.
Verse 5.
5 and 6. Really. Yep.
The furnace proveth the potter's vessel.
Because you know what the Most High is going to do? For men that trust themselves or you trust your own ability, He's going to put your ability in a what?
Furnace.
In a furnace. He's going to show you what your thought process is made of, what your confidence is made of, what your faith is made of.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to put everything you do to the test. He says, for the what?
For the furnace proveth the potter's vessel.
It's gonna determine something. Fire determines something. It allows you to recognize the quality or the purity of an object. So it says the furnace shall declare the what? Or proveth the potter's vessel. Read on.
So the trial of man is in his reason.
And so the Most High is gonna put certain trials and certain tribulations in front of you to test your what?
Reasoning.
Your reasoning.
You got faulty reasoning.
Right. Your reason is your intention.
Yep.
Why do you do what you do? Do you really believe or you not believe? How far are you willing to go to change circumstances?
Yeah.
Do you say you believe, or this just lip talk? Because you know what's going to happen? The Most High is going to put you in a situation where He's going to determine whether your faith is real or not. That's why it says the trial of man, the battle is in your reasoning. But read on.
Verse 6. The fruit declareth if the tree hath been dressed.
And you know what's going to determine if your reasoning and your intentions have been sound and pure? He says you should be able to look at a man's what?
Fruit.
Fruits. The fruit will tell you whether this man has been putting confidence in himself or he's been putting confidence in the Most High.
Yep.
And that's why I say you know the tree by the what? By the fruit it bears. You'll know eventually where man has been putting their confidence, whether it's been in them or whether it's in the Most High. Because when a man only puts his confidence in himself, he only goes so far. But when a man puts his confidence in the Most High, there's no limit to his development. So he's showing you what will determine or decipher whether a person's faith is in their own flesh, their own strength, or whether it's in the Most High. You'll know by how far they're willing to go and what they're willing to endure to engage in battle or to overcome a circumstance. He said that's how you can tell. This person has been only trusting their own ability. Because look at what they're not willing to do. Look at what they're not willing to overcome. Look at what they're not willing to succumb to. So it's showing you that this person's is deficient in true faith in the Most High. Because there's limitations. Their fruit is small. The fruit is small. Their works are small. Their participation is small. Their involvement is small. Their giving, the level of giving is small. The level of sacrifice is small. All these things are small because they only believe in themselves. But the fruit is big to a person that believes in the Most High because it shows you that they've been investing in trusting the Most High the whole time. Read on.
So is the utterance of a conceit in the heart of a man.
And that's how you'll know. That's what'll let you determine where a man is at, where his faith is at. Is it in himself or is it in the Most High? Eventually you'll know. Verse 8.
Verse 8. If thou followest righteousness.
And that's how you know. The fruit will let you know whether a person has been following their own opinion or they've been actually following after righteousness. He said, if thou follow righteousness, go ahead.
Thou shalt obtain her.
It says they shall what?
Obtain her.
Read on.
And put her on as a glorious long robe.
And that's what that will be that person's glory, is the fact that I've been doing things the right way. I've been doing things the Most High's way. I haven't been doing things my way. You can't put on that glorious robe until you do things the right way. Until you execute your sacrifices with wisdom. Or you overcome your battles with wisdom and understanding. You don't get the reward that the Most High has to give you unless you do things the right way. And like Dawiyah brought out, you can't trust in yourself and expect a glorious reward. It doesn't happen. Because that tree will be deficient.
They were
The
bosses
fruit,
though.
the fruit will be deficient.
God.
Just wanted to bring that out.
No,
Right
I like you brought
Based-
it out. That was beautiful because it shows it's not just us making this opinion. It's not like an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't people think we're out here just experimenting with the Bible and just making up, trying to freestyle here. We're not. This is what
Making
the
up
Bible,
doctrines.
the Bible says these things. I didn't have that point that you brought up. That point was dope.
But go back to where we was at.
So, let's do paragraph 3.
The antiquity
Then
of
we're
the
going to
Jews.
jump to chapter 14 in Numbers.
The antiquity of the Jews. Chapter 14.
No, it's book 3.
Book 3, chapter 14.
Paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3.
Yes, sir.
So they supposed, from what they had heard, that it was impossible to get the possession of the country. And when the congregation was dissolved they, their wives and their children continued their lamentation, as if the Most High would not indeed assist them, but only promised them fair.
Exactly. It just shows you where a person's mind is at.
Wow.
It's just the trial of a man is in his reasoning.
You know, it's crazy things. They still want to blame the Most High that He let them down.
Oh,
That's what it's saying.
Yeah.
They're saying the Most High let us down. Not we didn't have the faith to go out there and fight our battle. They said, man, the Most High let us down. How many times do we fail, do things incorrectly, do things ass backwards, and get mad at the Most High that Most High let us down? We do it all the time. We want to blame the Most High for our shortcomings and our failures,
Lack of confidence.
or a lack of confidence, or a lack of execution and success, when it was our reason for not being successful. We're to blame for our misdeeds. But they sat back here and wanted to blame the Most High that He let them down. You built my confidence. You made me think I could do something, and now you took the kingdom from us. But you promised it to us.
Or you brought us here this far just to let us down.
Exactly. But you still got to go and fight. But it shows how religious we are. We want the Most High to sit back here and we don't got to do no work and we just get blessings. Because we're good little boys and children in the Most High in Christ. Little boys and girls in Christ. Because I'm good, I get to sit back and show up and get blessed. That's not how life goes. That's not how our relationship with the Most High goes. We don't.
They also again blamed Moses and made a clamor against him.
Again, bro. Wow.
And made a clamor against him. And
Somebody has to be the object
The
of
fall
contempt.
guy. The fall guy.
Somebody got to be the object of contempt now.
Listen, Moses was the
You're
fall guy.
the reason why my life is the way it is.
It was first the Most High, but then they didn't want to focus on that too much. It's Moses' fault. You let us out here in this wilderness. They were mutinous a week ago.
Wow.
Last week in a reading, they was mutinous. 40 days ago. 40 days before this, they wanted to kill Moses out. Now they want to kill him again. They want to kill him. They said, "You right, Moses. You right. We can do this, Moses." And then they tell us that they can't do it. Then it's Moses' fault again. It's maddening what Moses went through at.
You know, Israel always wants somebody to blame.
Oh man! But how crazy he felt that everybody wants to kill him every time things don't go the way they want it out. That is a really difficult spot to be in, being Moses.
You can barely take someone saying you said something you didn't.
And you know it's challenging? The fact that you know all that love is fake love. All the compliments they give you is fake. Because either they want a gun for your position or they want to kill you. Either they want to kill him or they want it to spot. Right after this, you read about Dathan and Korah.
Dathan and Korah.
Right after this.
Yeah.
Right after this, they want your spot. They want the number one spot, or they want you dead. Or they want you dead so they can't get the number one spot. Or they only like you when they're getting something out the deal.
That's a hard one. That goes back to that transaction.
It's just a film the whole thing is hard.
Yeah.
So they say, "Man, Shalom, Moses. You know who I'm trying to get you out? You know who wants your spot?"
You gotta maintain a pure outlook on everybody, because what people don't understand is every level or tier of whatever demographic you are in Israel, you have a equally equivalent battle for where you're at. And so if I have this battle from that, even if I'm a leader, I can't be hating the people. Most could be pulling the sword out.
It's so easy to. It would be so easy to say, "Your father, you're right. They should die. They should die. They deserve to die." That'd have been so much easier for him.
God.
Let's keep
Or
going.
hoping they fall in battle.
Yeah,
It would have been easy. If he was really a dirtbag, he could have been a dirtbag a long time ago.
that's my point. Well, let's keep going.
And made a clamor against him and his brother Aaron, the
Ah,
high priest. Accordingly, they passed that night very ill, and with contumelious language against them.
that means they was cussing him out. We're gonna look at contumelious. You know it's some negative. You know it's Israel. You know, brother. And just you're in the middle of the night and you hearing these niggas chatter, right? Contempt. Let me get the word.
It says
Contumely.
in 1828. It says haughtily, reproachful, contemptuous, insolent, rude, and sarcastic.
Oh, he talking.
Oh
It's a bad
man,
zone. Read that again. Please,
that's
one more
bad.
time.
You gotta slow it down. I gotta find
What
this
happened?
word.
It's,
That's horrible,
it's
bro.
haughtily reproachful, contemptuous, insolent, rude, and sarcastic. As a contumelious language.
It also says scornful and insulting.
Brother, they're insulting, they're sarcastic, clowning you.
Meaning,
I guess we ain't going to the promised land, huh, Moses?
Yeah.
I guess we fell a little short, huh, Moses? I guess we ain't. Listen, you might as well let's eat all these grapes now. We ain't never seen these grapes again.
I guess Egypt wasn't a bad idea.
Enjoy the cluster. Enjoy the cluster, y'all.
there's another definition. It says in the Webster dictionary, it says insolently abusive and humiliating.
Wow.
Ah, man. They were talking cash, you know what, man. Talking about Moses, saying he ain't shit. Saying you sit out here to die, man. We was better than Egypt. Let's go back and throw ourselves in the Egyptians and let's make it right. I'd rather take some damn fish than with this bullshit. You know they talk all kind of shit out. They laughing and talking about him. And it ain't like you can close the doors out. They're in the tabernacle. You in tents out. You in tents out. You can hear everything out. You can hear everything. And they getting bold and they talking loud.
I ain't there yet.
Oh, bro.
Remember what you said.
Oh man. And you get the loud Israelite. They talking nothing but shit. You got Judah right next to you. You closest to Judah. Moses was here. Judah was right there. You know Judah was talking shit. You know they was.
Al says, and Christ was that same spirit when he was when they were saying they were hitting them saying which way did the fist come from?
Yeah.
Save yourself. It's that element too.
That's what leadership has to deal with. Israel was afraid. Israel didn't want to fight their battle, but they want to blame Moses and clown him like it was his fault.
Just a scripture, what you
Man,
brought out too.
That's tough.
Now, yeah, right there.
Yes, sir.
Matthew chapter 26, verse
That's messed
52.
Come.
Just on what you said about Christ, how he was mocked and ridiculed the same way.
Matthew 26,
52.
verse 52. It says, Then said Yahushua unto him, Put up again thy sword
And this was Peter cutting that man's Malchus ear off.
His ear
Go
off.
ahead.
into his place.
He said, put your sword up. Don't worry about defending yourself. That's what he's saying when he says put your sword up. Meaning you don't have to defend yourself against the attacks of people that are going to blame you for pushing them to be better.
Yep.
You don't have to defend yourself. You know?
For all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword.
Go ahead.
Thinkest thou?
He says, don't you think? He's telling Peter, don't you think that what?
Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father,
Go ahead.
and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels?
A legion is between 2,000 to 5,000 troops.
Mm.
He says, don't you think I can pray to the Most High that he can give me anywhere between 12 legions, which is between 2,000 to 5,000 multiplied by 12? So anywhere between 24 to 60,000 troops. Angels, not just troops, but angels, angelic warriors. Read on.
But how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled, that thus it must be?
He says, this is the way it must be. So he says, I'm not going to change the fact that people are going to come at me with this insolence or this, what is that word you use?
Reproachfulness.
Reproachfulness. How they reproached him, they spit on him, they beat him. At any point in time, Christ could have called on the Most High and he could have changed the circumstance immediately with the help of angels being at his assistance at any point in time. But he never did. He never called on the Most High to bring down them angels. So he's showing you that he said this is what is required in order, and this is why Moses was known as one of the meekest men on the whole earth. It requires a level of meekness and humility to deal with Israel, to where you want to defend yourself, but you just choose not to. You hear all the talking, you hear all the back talking, the backbiting, the spiteful words, but you choose to stay defenseless. He said that's what's required, and that hasn't changed to this day. Just wanted to bring that up.
That's perfect, Doc. So, did we finish paragraph 3 yet? Sure.
And it says, and with contumelious language against them. But in the morning they ran to a congregation, intending to stone Moses and Aaron, and so to return back into Egypt.
They counseled to kill him and go and do a mutiny and go back to Egypt and throw themselves upon the Egyptians. That's amazing. We're going to hold this and go back in the scriptures. Go back to Numbers chapter 13 and 33, and we're going to read down.
Stop at 31, right?
Yeah.
32.
We stopped at 32. Next man, let's do Nathaniel. Let's get a couple before you got to head out. Mom Shabbat.
Nathaniel, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Lawaya, Ban Yahweh.
Nathaniel, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Lawaya, Ban Yashal. Imagine. Right? Yahweh Hashem Yashal Rakta.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Baktam.
Numbers what? Numbers 14, verse 33. We're going to read down as far as we can before y'all got to bounce.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it too.
Oh, fine.
I'm gonna say it too.
Let's go for it.
Numbers chapter 14, verse 33. It says, and your children shall wander.
No, 13 and 33.
Oh, 13 and 33. Numbers chapter 13, verse 33. It says, and there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants, and were in the sights of our sights on grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight.
So they looked at the giants and they were grasshoppers in their sight in comparison. Read on. Chapter 14.
Chapter 14. And all the congregation lifted up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night.
They wept, but they was also cussing out Moses. Read on.
It says, and the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron. And the whole congregation said unto them, would the Most High that we had died in the land of Egypt? Or would the Most High we have died in the wilderness?
He said, listen, man, we would have died in Egypt. We would have died. We're dying here in wilderness. What's the difference? They're trying to say, what's the difference in what they're going through now and what they were going through in Egypt? It was easier in Egypt than out here. Read on.
And wherefore hath the Most High brought us unto this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and our children should be prey? Were it no better for us to return to Egypt?
Mm-hmm. So once again, they're sitting back here trying to get to Egypt, murder Moses, and go back to Egypt. Read on.
It says, verse 4, and they said one to another, let us make a captain, and let us return into Egypt. And Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all this, and fell before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel.
What else can Moses and Aaron do? If they want to storm in to that tabernacle, they could. And there's nothing they can do about it. Read on.
Verse 6, and Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, which were of them that searched the land, rent their clothes. And they spake unto the company of the children of Israel, saying, the land which we passed through Israel.
Through what? Through
the land which we passed through to search it, it is exceeding good land. And the Most High delight in us.
If the Most High delights in us.
If the Most High delight in us. then he will bring us into this land and give it to us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Most High, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense is departed from them, and the Most High is with us. Fear them not.
And that was what it was about. They couldn't realize that the Most High was with them if they just changed their outlook. You have to change your outlook to even be able to receive the blessing. A lot of times we want blessings, but without changing the outlook. If they just would have changed their outlook, they would have saw it from the lens the Most High had set up for them. But too many times we see blessings, but we can't even recognize them as blessings because we can't get past our own doubt, our own fear, our own lust, our own negativity. Read on.
That's
What's that?
How does a person see it the Most High's way? How does a person see it? They have they're entered naturally a certain way.
Okay. Well, what you do is you read Romans chapter 10, if I'm not mistaken, and 14.
What is it? So what was your
Romans
question?
10.
The question was, how would it, because you say you gotta see the Most High's way, you gotta see the Lord's way, through His lens, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And the question I had was, how does a person see it the Most High's way if they naturally think a certain way? They naturally, it's the natural man, of course, but like I'm naturally
Given towards doubting and skepticism.
I'm just naturally given towards. This is naturally how it is. I've always been this way. I've always lived like this. I can't see it the Most High's way. What do you mean I gotta see the Most High's way? What are you talking about?
I got a scripture, but I'll look.
Let's go to Romans 10 and 14 and 15.
Romans chapter 10, verse 14. How then shall they call on him in whom they have not believed?
It's the same question. How do I call on the Most High if I've never believed in Him? Right? If I've never learned to believe in the Most High or cleave to the Most High, because we know faith, the beginning of faith is when you cleave to the Heavenly Father. How can I cleave to the Most High if I've never cleaved to Him before? If I've never believed in Him? Read on.
And how shall they believe in him of whom they have not heard?
And then how are you going to cleave to the Most High if you've never heard of the Most High? If you've never heard of these stories and examples of the Most High? Read on.
And how shall they hear without a preacher?
So, and how shall they hear the information so they can learn how to cleave to the Most High without a teacher? Read on.
And how shall they preach except they be sent?
Mm-hmm.
As it is written, how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace and bring glad tidings of good things.
So the solution goes back to having a teacher teach you. A teacher walk you through the hows. The crazy thing is this. What I've seen amongst Israel during my time is that students look at leadership one of two ways. The first way that men and sisters view leadership is that they look for weaknesses in them. And they look for weaknesses in leadership to justify why they don't need to change and why they need to stay living the same way. Then I see other people that deal with leadership and they decide to pull the greatest attributes from each leader or officer that they have to try to make their strengths become their strengths, their abilities to become their abilities. So it's how you look at leadership. It's how you look at teaching. I can sit back and say, if you look deep enough and hard enough, you can find flaws in anybody. You can find chinks in a person's armor if you look for it. But if I'm really about growth, I have to receive the teaching and see the power in it and look for the strongest attributes in the teachers around you to make you as well-rounded as you possibly can be. And that's how you do it. Because around serving the Most High, you're going to see positive examples and bad examples for your entire life. But what do you choose to hold on to? What are you looking for out of this experience? What are you trying to get out of this Israelite experience? If I'm trying to find a reason to say that Israel is flawed and they're suspect in their decision making, you're going to find a whole lot of that. If I'm sitting back here and looking for strength, and I'm trying to pull strength from a lot of different positive people, then you can find that here too. What are you trying to look for? That's how you tap into making yourself a better, well-rounded person. Because out of everybody here, everybody is strong in certain things and weak in certain things. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
So why don't we make the decision to focus on pulling from the strength of everybody around us to maximize me to the best of my ability? Unfortunately, most Israel is looking for a flaw so that they don't got to change, so that they're justified not to change. Which is why Paul teaches down the line that we're supposed to glory in the fact that we're blameless.
Right.
We're supposed to glory in the fact that our example doesn't justify you to do what you want to do. Because that's the power of example. But we're in an imperfect world, so I can't sit back here and use the fact that I see weakness around me to justify why I shouldn't pursue greatness. So to answer your question, Daliad, it's Most High has given me plenty of different caliber people around me. I have to choose to tap into the greatest caliber of the people around me to be the best I can be. So I'm not stuck in mediocrity for the rest of my life. Okay, you had something?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 22.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Chapter what's it? Right.
1 verse 22.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
1 Corinthians chapter 1 verse 22.
Mm-hmm.
For the Jews require a sign.
It says, and that's what our people, because how do you get them to believe in something they don't believe? They said the Jews require what?
A sign.
They always require a sign because we don't believe what's possible. Because you're asking them to believe in the Most High, you can't see the Most High. It says go to John 3:24 real quick. John 3:24.
Mm-hmm.
John 3 and verse 24. It says, for John was not
No, I'm sorry. It says, for the Most High is a spirit. Them that worship Him must worship Him in spirit. That's
4:24.
4. Is it 4 and 24?
I think so.
Yeah. Read that. Yeah, 4 and 24. I'm sorry, not 3.
John 4 and verse 24.
Read that.
The Most High is a spirit.
So how you gonna see a spirit? You can't see a spirit. So he's telling you that trying to get somebody to believe in the Most High is asking them to believe in the unseen. Is asking somebody to believe in what they can't see with their naked eyes. That's almost impossible to do. I'm trying to get you to see something that can't be seen with your eyes, and I'm trying to get you to believe in something that you don't know exists. Just because you can't see the Most High doesn't mean he's not real.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where our people are. That's why it says the Jews require what?
A sign.
They require a sign. He said the Most High is a spirit. Read on.
And they that worship Him must worship Him in spirit and in truth.
And he says, so the way if you're gonna worship the Most High, you got to worship the unknown. You got to worship the unseen. You got to worship something that's invisible to the naked eye. That's what we're asking people to do. We're asking people to believe in something they don't see every day. That's very difficult to do because you know what they can't see? They can see their problems. Yeah. They can see their bills. Yep. They can see pain. They can see discomfort. They can see tribulation. They can see all these things, but you're asking me to pray to a God that I can't see with my eyes? But that's why he said they require what?
A sign.
A sign. Another word for sign is a demonstration. And that word demonstration is second definition of demonstration. The highest degree of evidence. Certain proof exhibited or such proof as establishes a fact or proposition beyond the possibility of doubt, or as shows the contrary position to be absurd or impossible. So it says a fact is, or a demonstration or a sign that people need to see is what people need to believe in the Most High. It's the highest degree of proof. And that's why you got to worship the Most High in faith. Faith is knowing that the Most High exists without having the ability to see the Most High. Yep. But in order to get people to be persuaded, they need to see a demonstration. They need to see a sign. They need to see something that takes away their doubt or their foolishness or their absurdity. That's not real. I don't believe in that. Man, I don't buy that. Half the time in the truth, you got to convince people to see something they don't see. That's the hardest part of being in the truth. The rest, once you get believers, man, you could take over a city. Once you get a small amount of believers, you can overcome obstacles. You could change everything about your circumstance. You could change the culture of a camp once you get a small group of believers. This is where camps are born from. They're born from a small group of people that believe.
Yeah.
Think about how all the camps were started in the city outside of New York. It was just a small group of men or a house that had 2 men in it that believed. Or
Yeah.
one person with the Bible that understood the Bible and brought it to a whole neighborhood. Or brought the truth to a whole city. Or brought the truth to a whole state. It only started with just one person that believed.
Mm-hmm.
But it's showing you that's all it takes. It's just somebody to believe. But you got to be able to put it in action in order for people to be persuaded to take away the absurdity or the fact that they don't think it's of what they don't feel is impossible. That's why the scripture says that it is ordained that them that live of the gospel, of them that preach the gospel, must live of the gospel.
Yeah.
That means you have to practice what you preach in order to persuade people that don't believe. So that's why we got to be even that, like Award just brought out, we got to be even that much more blameless in the sight of people to get them to believe something they don't want to believe or they think is impossible. They don't believe in unity. They don't believe in faith. They don't believe that, we could actually overcome
Insurmountable odds.
all these, man, there's all kind of odds that be against us. But they need to see it.
No doubt.
And it only takes a few people to show it to them. And you know what it takes to show it to them? The believers.
A few dedicated.
A few dedicated believers can show, and that's what we're bringing out in Joshua. Only Joshua and Caleb brought back the from the spies' report. Out of all 12 leaders, only 2 of the leaders actually said we can do it. Out of 12.
Yep.
2 out of 12 said, you know what? It's possible. Of the other 10 leaders gave a negative report.
You can't get done.
We're like grasshoppers. They're giants. The walls are too high. The water's too deep. The rivers are too deep. So it just shows you what's possible. Somebody got to believe.
Got it.
That's what it takes. Just to
A
add
little
on.
faith can move mountains. A few amount of people that have faith can do great things. You don't got to have a bunch of people that can have faith. There's a small amount of faith to get a lot done.
Come.
Okay. So let's continue in not in Romans, but in Numbers. Yeah. Where are we at?
We're back in
14 and
7? No. Yeah. 7.
It's not here.
Oh, it's not. Oh.
let's get this one.
Number.
Yeah.
They gotta be there too.
No.
Okay, listen, the brothers who got to make the run, they got to make the run now. Listen, the Chelsea one's going to stay a little bit longer. What I need you to do is text me and let me know how it looks.
Gotcha.
Okay? Once y'all get there.
Yeah.
You want to hit the yellow too?
The big one.
They know what to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Do they have a form?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, let's go. Where we at now? No, I need another reader.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban, Shemaywan, Ban, Yashala.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yashal. Imagine, right? Yahweh Hashem Yahshabrakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
Right. Okay, so we're Numbers 14 and 7. No. We went down there a little further because he said it was not. It was not.
Yeah. He's going. It is.
Yeah. Hey, drive your car down. Yeah, sorry, drive your car so many more people come.
Can you get Desmond on?
Yeah, so he can. Yeah. All right, so where are we at? Let's get it.
Numbers chapter 14, verse 9. Only rebel not ye against the Most High.
The land is still for us. Just don't rebel. The opportunity's there. Read on.
Neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us.
Mm-hmm.
Their defense is departed from them, and the Most High is with us. Fear them not.
That was the spiritual answer. The other 10 guys was the carnal answer. Read on.
But all the congregation bade stone them with stones.
You know, when people don't want to hear something, when people don't want to hear strength, they want to remove you out of the equation.
Yeah.
When you're trying to show people strength and give people counsel, you're hated. And you're trying to show people strength in a better way, you're looked upon like the villain. All they said is, don't be afraid, you can get blessed. The Most High is with you. And they took that and said, we got to kill these guys. We got to stone them dead.
It's almost like
It's crazy,
the minute you start pushing somebody to be better or to overcome a situation, they want to fight to remain in their old way of thinking.
They don't want to change mentally. It's so true. We'd rather be lied. That's why you read in Isaiah where it says, prophesy unto me deceit. Tell me lies. I'd rather be lied to than be told the truth. Because when you tell people the truth about themselves, you end up being the villain. Continue.
Numbers chapter 14, verse 10. But all the congregation bade stone them with stones. And the glory of the Most High appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of Israel.
Because that's the only thing that kept them kind of right. They would see a sign out.
Yep.
A sign would be the only thing that would shake them out of their little head trip. Read on.
And the Most High said unto Moses, how long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me? For all the signs which I have showed among them.
Exactly. He says, man, I've been showing them signs from the beginning. How many more signs do they need to feel confident in the fact that the Most High is with them if they just cleave to Him? Read on.
I will smite them with the pestilence and disinherit them.
He says, I want to disinherit these son of a guns. I want to be done with them. I want to get rid of these badass kids.
Put you up for adoption.
I want to get done with these badass. I'm done with these badass kids, all right? But his disinheritance is killing them.
Yeah, get rid of them.
He wanted them dead. He wanted to kill them dead, all right? He said, I want to disinherit them. Read on.
And will make of thee a greater nation and mightier than they.
Wow, it's crazy, all right? That's what he wanted to do. That's what he shows the Most High as a man, all right? He gave him all these blessings and gifts, and he was still spat. They still spat on him. Read on.
Verse 13. And Moses said unto the Most High, then the Egyptians shall hear it.
The crazy thing is, don't forget, this is what makes Moses so meek and so potent at it. They were talking, they were clowning him last night and wanted to kill him in the daytime. And the Most High is still, Moses is still saying, Father, don't disinherit him. Don't disinherit him. Because if you disinherit him, the Egyptians are going to sit back and get word, and they're going to make you look bad. Read on.
And Moses said unto the Most High, then the Egyptians shall hear it, for thou broughtest up this people in thy might from among them, and they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land, for they have heard that thou, Lord, among this people, that thou, Lord, art seen face to face, and that thy cloud standeth over them, and that thou goest before them by daytime in a pillar of a cloud, and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if thou shalt kill all this people as one man, then the nations which have heard the fame of thee will speak, saying, because the Most High was not able to bring this people into the land which he sware unto them, therefore he has slain them in the wilderness.
Listen, Moses was still advocating for Israel, even though they didn't give him any reason to do so. Read on.
Verse 17. And now I beseech thee, let the power of my power be great, according as thou hast spoken, saying, the Most High is long suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation.
What is he saying in this verse? He's not saying they don't deserve to get stung, Well, he's deserving. You just can't quit on them completely. Don't disinherit them. They might need to get stoned for their actions, but don't give up completely on them. And this is how we have to be. Israel might vex the hell out of us, might push us to the brink of hatred. But even if you're pushed to the brink of hatred, you're not supposed to completely quit on your people. Completely quit on the idea that Israel is salvageable. This is what he's saying in the Most High. Read on.
Verse 19. Pardon, I beseech thee, the iniquity of this people, according unto the greatness of thy mercy. And as thou hast forgiven this people from Egypt even unto now. And the Most High said, I have pardoned according to thy word.
Listen, Moses counseled the Most High. And if Moses wasn't in the right spirit, listen, you know how great, what the greatness that Moses was, the mindset he was in that was so great to get him to be that counselor for the Most High. They were plotting to kill him all night.
Questions anger.
Hmm?
He questions anger.
He quenched it, but he must not even have let it got to him in the first place. Because he was able to sit back here and deal purely. I don't know how.
He didn't take it personal
from the beginning.
Yep.
Yes, I.
Yeah, I was gonna say that same thing. He didn't take it personal. It was about the truth. All he did was speak the truth.
Man, but how difficult that is, that is, man, that's a
how
hell
much
of a
more you believe in it. Regardless of emotion, regardless of whatever circumstances are, it's gonna be about the truth and what's best and right with the Most High.
And he's showing you that's the standard we all have to shoot for. That's the standard we all have to fight for. I can't listen. Israel needs to be corrected, like we even read in verse 18. But the Most High is of great mercy, but He's not going to forgive the guilty, or He's not going to clear the guilty. You still got to get punished for your conduct, but He's not going to let that punishment get to the point where He's going to look at them negative. He has to have the capacity to forgive. You correct, you let it go. You chastise, you let it go. You don't hold the grudges. That was what was being explained to the Most High. Read on.
Verse 21. But as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Most High, because all those men which have seen my glory and my miracles, which I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have tempted me now these 10 times, and have not hearkened unto my voice. Surely,
he counted how many times Israel tempted him. They tempted him 10 times. Golly. Read on.
Verse 23. Surely they shall not see the land which I swear unto their fathers.
Man.
Neither shall any of them that provoke me see it.
He said, the ones that sat back here and provoked me, the ones that were afraid, the ones that didn't want to fight their battles, they're never going to see their homeland. He said, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up on Israel. I'm not going to quit on the nation. But this generation does not deserve to get to the kingdom. Read on.
Verse 24. But my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him, and have followed me fully, him will I bring into the land whereinto he went, and his seed shall possess it. Now the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwelt in the valley. Tomorrow turn you and get you into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And the Most High spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, How long shall I bear with this evil congregation, which murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, As truly as I live, saith the Most High, as ye have spoken in mine ears, so will I do to you. Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you, according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me, doubtless ye shall not come into the land.
From 20 years old and up. What is he showing you about 20 years old? You're old enough to go to war, and also you're old enough to make decisions on your own and to be accountable for your decisions. Read on.
Verse 30. Doubtless ye shall not come into the land, concerning which I swear to make you dwell therein, save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun.
Caleb and Joshua are the only two that's going to cross over and see the new land. Read on.
But your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which ye have despised. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness.
We're going to hold this for now. We're going to jump to the Josephus real quick. Antiquity to the Jews. Tom, I'm going to need you. Antiquity to the Jews, book 3, chapter 14, paragraph 4. I think it was 4. Yes, it is 4.
Thahwan Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yashala.
Thawam Rachab, Shar Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yashala. Amajim, right? Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Bashem Yashabakta.
So we're Antiquity to the Jews, book 3, paragraph 14, paragraph 4. Chapter 14, paragraph 4.
One more time, book.
Okay. Antiquity to the Jews, book 3, chapter 14, paragraph 4.
Okay, book 3.
Yep. Chapter 14, paragraph 4.
Okay, chapter 14. Paragraph 4, correct?
Yep.
Alright, so Antiquity of the Jews, book 3, chapter 14, paragraph 4.
Yep. Let's do it.
But of the spies, there were Joshua, the son of Nun, and of the tribe of Ephraim, and Caleb of the tribe of Judah, that were afraid of the consequence, and came into the midst of them, and stilled the multitude, and desired them to be of good courage, and neither to condemn the Most High as having told them lies, nor to hearken to those who had affrighted them, by telling them what was not true concerning the Canaanites, but of those that encouraged them to hope for good success, and that they should gain possession of the happiness promised them, because neither the height of mountains nor the depths of rivers could hinder men of true courage from attempting them, especially while the Most High would take care of them beforehand, and be assistant to them. Let us then go, said they, against our enemies, and have no suspicion of ill success, trusting in the Most High to conduct us, and following those that are to be our leaders. Thus did these two exhort them, and endeavor to pacify the rage they were in. But Moses and Aaron fell on the ground, and besought the Most High, not for their own deliverance, but that he would put a stop to what the people were unwarily doing.
He says Moses understood that they didn't realize that they were pissing the Most High off, and the Most High was about to cut them off quick. Read on.
And would bring their minds to a quiet temper, which were now disordered by their present passion. The cloud also did not appear.
Did now.
The cloud also did now appear, and stood over the tabernacle, and declared to them the presence of the Most High
So yeah.
to be there.
So Moses was like, damn, the Most High's here. I'm trying to calm them down before the Most High comes down here and starts wrecking people. You know, I'm trying to sit back and calm them down. Listen, Moses wasn't worried about himself. He was worried about the fact that this negative is going to piss the Most High off and he's going to turn his back on him. So all the time Moses was going down in tears and Aaron was in tears, they weren't in fear of their life. They were in fear of their life. He says, man, they are pissing the Most High off and they don't know what they're about to do. Read on. Chapter 15.
Chapter 15, paragraph 1. Moses came now boldly to the multitude and informed them that the Most High was moved at their abuse of him.
So we read about what the Most High told them. And how the Most High told Moses that he wanted to sit back here and disinherit them. Okay, so now Moses explained to the multitude what the Most High told him. Read on.
And would inflict punishment upon them, not indeed such as they deserved for their sins, but such as parents inflict on their children, in order to their correction.
What he's saying is, the Most High didn't correct the people based on the magnitude of their disrespect. The Most High corrected the people based on them being children. Because if he was going to deal with them based on the magnitude of their sin, he would have just destroyed them all. But because he was correcting them like they were his children, he came with a less stiff of a penalty. Read on.
For he said that when he was in the tabernacle and was bewailing with tears that destruction which was coming upon them, the Most High put him in mind what things he had done for them, and what benefits they had received from him, and yet how ungrateful they had been to him, that just now they had been induced through the timorousness of the spies.
I mean the fearfulness of the spies. Read on.
Think that their words were truer than his own promise to them, and that on this account, though he would not indeed destroy them all, nor utterly exterminate their nation, which he
extirpate. Extirpate. I don't know what that is. That's what my word says. It says extirpate.
Utterly exterminate.
E-X-I-T.
I have exterminate.
I have extirpate. You see that?
Yeah, exactly.
Probably means the same thing.
Let's find out.
Extirpate means to pull or pluck up by the roots, to eradicate. In surgery, to cut off. So he says that he would not indeed destroy them all, nor utterly extirpate their nation, because that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to completely wipe them off of the face of the earth. Read on.
Which he had honored more than any other part of mankind.
He said he honored this nation more than all mankind. And they do this to me. He says, man, I want to wipe them off the face of the earth because of it. Read on.
Yet he would nor permit them to take possession of the land of Canaan, nor enjoy its happiness.
He's like, you're not going to find happiness until you make the Most High happy. That's the lesson. You're not going to sit back here and get what you want unless the Most High gets what he wants. Read on.
But would make them wander in the wilderness, and live without a fixed habitation, and without a city for 40 years together, as a punishment for this their transgression.
So he says they got to sit back here and be in the same spot for 40 years rotting away. But what happens to us when we don't change? It's the same circumstance. When we sit back here, I'm going to paint the picture. This is the battle of our people. The Most High provides solutions for us to change because our condition is uncomfortable or we don't like our condition. The Most High teaches us what we have to do to attain the blessing we want to get. But half the time, most of the time, Israel doesn't want to go through what it takes to get or to get the blessing. So therefore, since we reject wisdom or we reject knowledge, he rejects us, like we read in Hosea 4 and 6. But he rejects us by having us stay in a rut for the rest of our life, wither away, get bitter, and fade out. This is what happens to most of our people. Most of our people plateau because we don't want to keep changing and growing. There's a limit to how far we want to change. There's a limit to how hard we want to work. There is a limit to how much we want to dedicate. And because of it, he's not going to give you more unless you give him more. He says, I'm not going to give you happiness because you didn't make me happy. So what he's showing us is if we're not humble enough to keep giving more to him, then we're going to plateau in our spiritual life. We might gain more things in the flesh, but what good is having fleshly blessings if you're not matching and coupling them with spiritual peace of mind? It's not worth it.
You know, that's,
not for a spiritual man.
You know, the Most High won't let me reap the benefits if just on that verse, what you just said right there. Somebody get Ecclesiastes chapter. No, it might be Wisdom of Solomon. Hold on. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 11, chapter 3, verse 11.
Chapter 3, verse 11.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3, and verse 11. For whoso despises wisdom and nurture, he is miserable.
So the Most High is trying to raise up a generation to believe in him and to put the Most High as your strength. Put the Most High as your strength and put his words as the preeminent, dominant focal point of everything that you do in your life. That you include the Most High and you operate in faith in the Most High in everything you do in your life. Everything you touch, you do it in faith. And you do it with the most, being conscious of the Most High. That it's by the Most High that got me here. It's by the Most High that's going to get me through whatever I'm going through. Or if I'm going to overcome a battle, I can only do it by way of the Most High. So he said this is the Most High's grooming process that he's trying to develop all of us in. Go ahead.
And their hope is vain.
He said, but if I despise the wisdom and nurture of the Most High, he says he is what?
Miserable.
And what?
And their hope is vain.
Go ahead.
Their labors unfruitful.
Read on.
And their works unprofitable.
What he's talking about is the end result of it. He's not saying that you won't get blessed by doing things your way. You'll still get blessed by doing things your way, but you won't really reap the benefits at the end. How do we know this? Read on.
Their wives are...
Did he say that you will never get a wife? No, you'll get a wife. You'll get a helpmeet. But will the wife or the helpmeet really be a benefit? Read on.
Their wives are foolish.
It said you'll get a wife, but you'll get a what kind of wife?
Foolish.
So he's showing you that doing things your way doesn't mean it won't work. Like a Ward just said a minute ago, you can do things your way and it will work for you. You'll establish something, but you won't get what you're really asking for. You'll get a wife, but the wife will be what?
Foolish.
Or I get a husband because I'm pushing my way so bad and I want what I want so bad. So you'll get a husband because you wanted it real bad and you went out your way to go do it. He said, but you won't get what kind of husband? You'll get a foolish partner. Because you wanted what you wanted so bad. Read on.
And their children.
He didn't say that by doing things your way that you won't have children. You can do your things your way and you still will have children. But read on.
And their children wicked.
But he's showing you what is the end of the children.
Wicked.
So he's showing you the end result of what happens when you deny the Most High from doing things the right way and going about to set up your own righteousness. You still get what you want, but it won't benefit you in the way that you desire. Read on.
Their offspring is cursed.
So he's showing you that you can get blessed by doing things your way, but you end up getting blessed with what? With the curse. So doing things your way in the end won't work for you. While you're doing it, it may seem beneficial. I did things my way. I got a husband. I got a wife. I got kids. Yeah, you did things your way. But in the end, was it beneficial for you? No, it wasn't. So what the Most High is showing you is that it's better than to just operate in the capacity that he wants you to operate in. And this is what happened to the children of Israel in the wilderness in 40 years of the war that we're bringing out right now. real quick, go to Hebrews chapter 3 and start at verse 16. Hebrews chapter 3, verse 16 to verse 19.
Hebrews.
Yep, Hebrews chapter 3, verse 16 through 19.
Hebrews chapter 3 and verse 16. For some, when they had heard, did provoke, howbeit not all that came out of Egypt by Moses.
Yeah, I know.
Read that again.
Hebrews chapter 3 and verse 16. For some, when they had heard, did provoke.
Now you had Israelites. Remember, the children of Israel heard the Most High speak to them. Did they not? Remember, it was Mount Mount Sinai, right? Or Hebron, right? Well, it was Sinai, and it's another name for Mount Sinai as well. But it was in Mount Sinai. They actually heard the Most High speak, and they told Moses, "We don't want to ever hear the Most High speak.
Exactly.
We'll listen to you from now on." So they heard the voice of the Most High. Read on.
Howbeit, not all that came out of Egypt by Moses.
He says, but not. How is it that they all heard the Most High speak, but not everybody came out of the wilderness? If everybody heard the Most High speak, you would think that everybody would be saved. He's showing you though that just because everybody hear this book, don't mean everybody's going to take it for face value and change their life with it and do something with it. So he said everybody heard him, but not everybody came out. Why is that? Read on.
But with whom was he grieved 40 years?
He says, but certain individuals that heard his voice, he says he was grieved with that generation for how long?
40 years.
And that's what we're reading about in the Josephus, about all the ones that didn't make it versus the very few that did make it. And the new generation that the Most High had to bring up, which is the children of the unbelievers, to replace the original generation that failed in the wilderness. Read on.
Was it not with them that had sinned, whose carcasses fell in the wilderness?
Read on.
And to whom sware he that they should not enter into his rest?
He says, because of your rebellion, because you're doing things your way, I will make sure that you won't reap the benefits in the end of what I have to give you. Read on.
But to them that believe not, so we see that they could not enter in because of unbelief.
He says, why didn't all of them, all the children of Israel make it out of Egypt?
They could not enter in because of unbelief.
That word unbelief in the Greek, means unfaithfulness, faithless, want or faith, unbelief, or weakness of faith. It's showing you that the children of Israel that failed in the wilderness, fell dead in the wilderness, it says that there was a weakness of faith that they attributed to themselves. It was a faithlessness or a lack of faith that they possessed in order for them not to see the Most High in the purest state of mind, regardless of their condition. They couldn't see the Most High in the most purest possible way due to their circumstance. And for that reason, they felt their carcasses, their bodies had to fall in the wilderness, and they couldn't reap the benefits of what the Most High had to offer because their faith was weak, or they lacked faith. They lacked confidence in the Most High. They let the situation, they let the circumstance, they let the trials and tribulations. It was something that you brought out in the Josephus. They said, we're not going to let any mountain or any water, size of water, keep us from the benefits. Let me read it real quick. It's something you read in Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 15. It said it was in that they weren't gonna let no height of mountain. It said it was in we just read it. Hold on one second.
309, line 309.
309, was it 309? Yes.
Neither the height
Yeah, that's it right there. Read that right there. 309. It was chapter 14, paragraph 4. Start at verse sentence 308.
But of the spies.
But of the spies.
But of the spies, there were Joshua the son of Nun, of the tribe of Ephraim,
Go ahead.
and Caleb of the tribe of Judah,
Go ahead.
that were afraid of the consequences, and came into the midst of them, and stilled the multitude, and desired them to be of good courage.
It was only 2 men that believed. Everybody else didn't believe. Everybody else was weak in faith. He said it took 2 men to keep the people going, and to keep them confident, and to keep them encouraged. Read on.
And neither to condemn the Most High as having told them lies.
Now, this is the second part about it. When I'm weak in my faith, who do I blame?
Others.
I blame the Most High, and I blame other people. And by blaming others, it's essentially blaming the Most High, because he that despises not man, but who? The Most High. I'm still blaming the Most High by blaming people, because I'm blaming the Most High for putting these people in my life that's pushing me to overcome obstacles. So as I blame these individuals that the Most High got me around, that's pushing me to face these battles and these uncertainties, I'm still essentially blaming the Most High. So it took 2 men that believed to pacify the thoughts and to get them to look at the Most High the right way. Read on.
Nor to hearken to those who had affrighted them.
And don't listen to fear. Don't listen to people that's filling you up with what the ills of the camp are. You can't trust everybody. You can't go all the way in. You always got to keep your eyes open. You got people that will have their suspicions about the direction that the Most High is carrying the body in. He said you can't listen to those suspicions. If anybody's planting a seed of doubt, or a reason why for you not to believe in the Most High 100%, he said, don't listen to that. Don't be frightened by that. Read on.
By telling them what was not true concerning the Canaanites.
Read on.
But to those that encourage them.
He says you're supposed to listen to people that encourage you to what?
To hope for good success.
You always supposed to attach yourself to somebody that's telling you that when you serve the Most High, there's always hope. There's always an opportunity for victory. You can overcome any disadvantage. You can overcome any handicap. You can overcome any setback. You can overcome any tribulation or any pain or fear. You gotta constantly be fed with people that believe. You can listen to doubt, and you can die in the wilderness like our children did, like the previous generation did. Or you can listen to courage. You can listen to confidence. You got people that are mad because, which is stupid. You got people that's mad because we're always pushing people to strive for better. You got people that are making comments on Facebook. You got people that are making comments on Instagram. You got people that are making comments on whatever social platform that they have, that they're mad about the fact that how come y'all keep pushing people for more? Do you have an alternative motive? Are you doing it to try to get people's money? Shit, we don't even do no tights class. We don't pass no plate around. We don't ask for no tights. If you give it, good. We don't demand it. We don't put what do people think we're doing here? But you know what? It's their own ill suspicions that's causing them to reject or deny or dislike the direction that the camp is going. Because you know what we're doing with individuals? We're pushing people to tell them that it is possible to serve the Most High without fear and not have a certain comfort level. and you're not you're not necessarily going to always operate at your own pace. And the pace that we push men and we push sisters is uncomfortable. And because we push sisters and brothers to uncomfortable paces, that's uncomfortable to their particular pace, then there's always something. We're always blamed about something because we're always demanding more from people, and by that alone, there's always something negative that can be said. But this is what Joshua and Caleb is telling the people. You listen to people that's going to tell you what's possible. You don't listen to people to tell you what's impossible or to tell you what can't be done. You only listen to people to tell you what you should be doing, even if it goes against your pace and your comfort level, because you're still doing it in faith. Read on.
And that they should gain possession of the happiness promised them, because neither the height of mountains.
Now this is where you get them damn 60, 70 songs. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough to keep me from getting to you, babe. They singing that to women. You singing about a damn woman. You know who you should be singing that song to? The Most High. Because that song should be dedicated to the Most High. That no matter what mountain is in front of me, we can overcome it. No matter where we come from, our circumstance, it can be better. As long as you got faith. This is what we should be listening to. Not somebody telling you that don't trust the camp. Don't go all in with the camp. Don't buy into the program. Be careful. Yeah, they make their flaws. They have flaws. They're men. Be careful who you can't trust. You got to take care of yourself. Like the one says, the damn smoke get me. The man says. But read on.
Because neither the height of mountains.
It says because neither the height of mountains. Read on.
Nor the depth of rivers.
Or nor the depth of rivers, meaning what? No matter how uncomfortable the journey is, because the journey in trusting in the Most High is uncomfortable. You got sisters that are uncomfortable because they're being pushed to a particular pace, or they're being demanded from their husbands to do things that are not comfortable. We got brothers that are complaining because they're being demands are put on them to do things that are uncomfortable. But he's showing you that in order to achieve anything with the Most High, the journey will be uncomfortable, but you got to look at the reward in the end. What did the Most High promise us? What happiness as a body of believers did he promise us? He promised us a kingdom. But you still got to go to work to get it. Read on.
Could hinder men of true courage.
He says could hinder men of what?
True courage.
It takes true courage to serve the Most High. That means I have to have the state of mind and the capacity to be uncomfortable and to be pushed past my beliefs or my desired wants or my feelings and my emotions and be pushed to something greater in order for the Most High to show himself to me. In order for the Most High to reveal himself to me. In order for the Most High to give me a sign to show me that I am going the right way. I am doing the right thing. You gotta keep pushing yourself and allow yourself to be pushed until the Most High shows up. Because that's what he did with the children of Israel in the pillar of fire. In the pillar of the cloud. He showed them that you have my presence as long as you have this mentality. You have my presence. And that's what everybody should be fighting for. Every man, woman, and child should be fighting to gain the presence of the Most High at their side. But in order to get the Most High's presence by your side, you have to believe. And what that means is you have to believe in what you can't see and what you don't always understand. And you have to be motivated and encouraged by individuals and leaders that are going to push you past your level of faith. Read on.
From attempting them, especially while the Most High would take care of them beforehand and be assistant to them.
And this is the issue. The Most High already told the children of Israel the rewards that they had in store if they believed. So the danger for us is the same danger that the Israelites had in the wilderness. The spirit of unbelief fell upon them. And because they had the spirit of unbelief, they hardened their hearts. Now go back to Hebrews chapter 3 and jump up to verse 8.
Hebrews chapter 3 and verse 8. Harden not your hearts as in the provocation in the day of temptation in the wilderness.
Go ahead.
When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my works 40 years.
You know what it means to have a hard heart? You stop believing and you start complaining. When you start complaining, those complaints are coming from a hardened heart. Those complaints are coming from resistance. Those complaints are coming from doubt. Those apprehensions are coming from, I don't know how this is going to work out. I'm not sure. I'm uncertain. Why do I have to do it your way? There's other ways. Why does it have to be your way, Moses? Why can't it be my way? Why can't I do both? But when I start hardening my heart, I start complaining and I start having disputings. I start groaning. I start murmuring. I start talking smack. I start running my mouth. I start developing an opinion about how things are done. All these things come from when somebody's heart starts to get hardened. Now you got something to say. Read on.
Wherefore I was grieved with that generation.
And he says, because of these hard hearts, or these opinionated people, resistance, rebellious people that don't want to follow, he says, I was grieved at that generation. Read on.
And said, they do always err in their heart.
He says, where does their error come from? The error comes from where?
Their heart.
Rebellion starts where?
Their heart.
Disobedience starts where?
Their heart.
Murmuring and disputing starts where?
Their heart.
Lack of faith starts where?
Their heart.
Lack of trust starts where?
Their heart.
Complaint starts where?
Their heart.
Everything starts where?
Their heart.
Everything starts in the mind. And out of all the men that the Most High sent out as spies to view what's possible, only 2 men had the right heart or the right mind.
Even though Moses said, I want you to all be in one mind.
He did say that.
Moses said,
he
need y'all
did say that.
all to be in one mind.
I forgot he
before
said
we go
that.
out here.
Yep.
He warned them, he got them all prepped, huh? He
Man.
said, be of one mind. It was
Matter
in the
of fact,
first paragraph.
It was in the first. It was in paragraph 1 of the
the last sentence of the first paragraph.
Yep. It's
let us be of one mind, and let us honor the Most High, who above all is our helper and assister.
Man, paragraph 1.
I know.
Sentence 302. He said, that's right, he did say, let it be of the same mind. He wanted everybody in the same mind.
And he said earlier, we're going to go win this. It's already won. Just be ready for a fight and come over and turn over.
You know what? So every camp should be how? In the same mind.
Yep.
Every camp should have the same mind. Have the same thought process. With the same level of zeal and the same level of belief. The same level of focus and the same level of commitment. Then you can see the rewards of the Most High starting to bestow, and he starts to reveal himself to us as a body. This is just a camp is just a microcosm of the wilderness, the journey in the wilderness.
It's a congregation.
That's all it is. It's a smaller form of the journey in the wilderness, just on repeat in a smaller faction.
Whether you did it on the camp in San Antonio or you did it on the camp at any other school around the nation, if the entire camp or the school is not in the same mind, you're not going to get things accomplished.
Nope.
You're not going to get what you need accomplished. It is what it is. Whatever caliber of work that school puts together, you're only going to see the results of that caliber of work if everybody is united.
Okay. You can only reap the real benefits of the body when everybody's on the same page. The beauty about San Antonio, which I can say this, I've been there for a while, is that we've seen time frames of what the Most High has shown what's possible in San Antonio with a handful of believers at different stages.
Yeah.
So much and so often with such intensity that it's hard to remove those testimonies and those times when only a handful of men was changing the dynamic and the structure of an entire city, where their impact can be felt around the whole city. That's true.
All facts.
You know, there's so many situations where everybody in the city knew who you was. Oh, y'all them brothers with the beards. Y'all the brothers with the braids. Y'all the brothers with the afros. Y'all the brothers with the ponytails. Y'all the brothers with the fringes. Y'all the brothers with the studs. Y'all the brothers with the Bibles open all the time. Every conversation was biblical. Everybody knew to come to you. People would send other people to you because they knew you had answers to their problems.
Mm-hmm.
Your phone would blow up all day. And then they come to, they be like, man, y'all, what church y'all go to? How many times you would hear that?
All the time.
Man, what church y'all go to? Well, who's y'all pastor? Who's your pastor? I bet y'all come from a big church. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised if we 5 people in class. I bet y'all come from a huge congregation. You know, because you were able to see miracles being done, and we don't even have time to go down and break. I know Kyle Cobb, is great for having that memory.
Paint no stories.
And paint those stories and having the memory and the details behind all the events that brought about great success in San Antonio.
This is why it's so important that you listen to that. You might not get a bunch of verses, but the lessons, I'm telling you what, the lessons of our successes back in those days is what was used to fuel the resurrection again here.
And propel us forward.
And listen, those lessons and those reminders of what we did right to get blessed are what we hold on to as the principle or foundation now.
Yep.
When you're building your home, your spiritual home, you have to build upon the foundation of what works, what actually works. Not a bunch of hearsay saying, a bunch of jibber jabber. What actually works and what gets results. What type of conduct gets results. And this is why it's so important that you're supposed to follow sound doctrine.
Yep.
Not doctrine that people make up as they go along. What's tried and true, what's proven to work. Yes, sir.
In my experience, it was just knowing that if in the camp setting there was a council or there was a direction that you were heading in, whether it's camp or home, there's a direction that the head wants you to go to. And in the fact of belief in unity, your mindset was to just go through it, go through the motions. Whatever is being asked, whatever is needed as a body, as a unit, together, that's where we're going. And that always paid off.
Right. Because you didn't necessarily see right off the bat where the Most High was taking. Didn't make sense, bro. You just asked to do it. And you would get to understand it later. And a lot of times that's what it has to be. You have to just go through it and submit yourself to it in order for you to see the benefits later. Why do I have to do this? This doesn't make sense. Well, you haven't done it yet. You haven't submitted yourself to it. You're not going to know what sense does it make until you go through it. Until after the fact. And a lot of things is that way. You don't get to understand until the scripture says, it says here, seeing the end of their conversation. What is the, okay, let me get to the point of what's going to happen if I decide to change, if I decide to give myself 1,000% to my husband, if I give myself 1,000% to the body, to the camp. What is going to be the real benefit? You're never going to know until you do it. You're never going to see it until you actually submit yourself to it all the way. And then when you do, and you get a taste of it, and then you see how the Most High rewards, then you become addicted to that. You become addicted to having the presence of the Most High with you at all times. You don't want to mess that up.
And that's why when you read Proverbs 3, it said when you have that presence, when you have that wisdom and that presence, that application, listen, the wisdom is that application, the knowledge and the application coming together.
Yep.
When you're applying the knowledge, you're applying it and it works out for you, you can go to sleep at peace.
Yep.
You're at peace knowing that the Most High's got your back and He's looking after you. Right? And that peace of mind is everything.
It's everything. But that peace of mind only comes to those that have challenged themselves in faith. They've challenged themselves in circumstances where the odds was against them, and they were made uncomfortable.
And you had to cleave.
And they had to stick to the word of the Most High. Mm-hmm. Then you get to see that. Then you get to understand that. Even so much to the point where if your car get repossessed, you laugh about it.
Yep.
Even if your home gets foreclosed on, you laugh about it. Even if your woman leaves, you laugh about it. And people think you crazy. It ain't just women leaving. We've seen husbands leaving, sisters stay.
Yep. All facts.
And you're able to laugh at adversity. How solid and how tempered must you be in faith to laugh when circumstances don't go your way, or they go contrary to you? But it's all possible.
That's what the scripture says about finding joy in a multitude of temptations.
God.
It tells us that we're having to live the book.
God. No, that was it. I just wanted to bring that point back out because we was reading that in Hebrews chapter 3, verse 8 of what the issue the Most High had with the children of Israel in the wilderness.
That was part of the actual reading, but
you hit
it perfect. No, you did it perfect.
Yeah,
sure. Everything will be okay.
Yeah,
everything will be all right.
Let that go.
Because when this time is going, shoot, hey, we're gonna look up. It's gonna be full.
Well, I got some more in Hebrews, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, that whole chapter 3 is part of the reading.
It's part of the reading. Yeah, but my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm serious, for real. Okay, so let's continue. Did you how far did you go in Josephus when it was chapter 15? Did you finish all that?
No, we didn't finish all of 15. We stopped and I kind of went back up because it was something that we read I want to emphasize on back in 14.
Okay, you talked about the timorousness of the spies, right? And it says to think that the words were truer than his own promise to them, that on this account, though he would not indeed destroy them all. Okay, we read the most majority of this. Finish. This says nor utterly extirpate. Read that. Nor utterly extirpate
Or exterminate.
or exterminate their nation.
What sentence was it in?
It's
Well, you don't have to go
nor
down.
utterly.
So it's paragraph 1. It's paragraph
I
1.
found it. 313
Yeah.
Okay.
in the blue book.
Yeah.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 3, chapter 15, paragraph 1, verse 313. It is Antiquities of the Jews, book 3, chapter 15, paragraph 1, verse 313.
Line 313.
Oh, line 313.
Don't forget, this entire reading, we're going from chapter 14 and we're doing some chapter 15. Okay? So keep going.
And that on this account, though he would not indeed destroy them all, nor utterly exterminate their nation, which he had honored more than any other part of mankind, yet he would nor permit them to take possession of the land of Canaan, nor enjoy its happiness.
And that was when I talked about how if you don't get the Most High what he wants, you're not getting your happiness.
Yep.
Read on.
But would make them wander in the wilderness and live without a fixed habitation.
So listen, what he lets you do is you wander in the wilderness of your own negativity. You're pining away. Like we read about many weeks ago in Ezekiel about how the Most High doesn't take pleasure in you pining away.
Right.
But you will pine away. Pine needs to wither away. You're going to wither away in your own negative. If you don't change, you will wither away in your own negative and just fall apart. That is the consequence. You know why? Because the Most High can't just keep killing generation after generation after generation. A lot of times we're looking for this thunderbolt out of the sky to come destroy us and wipe us out because we were sinning. What the Most High ends up doing is you just wither away in sin and dry out spiritually. And that's your punishment. Is that you spiritually dry out because you don't want to change.
Or I die with my thought process.
Yeah, I die with levels of insanity in me. And the crazy thing is, I don't know about you, but as you get older, you start to deteriorate more mentally and spiritually.
Yeah.
It gets harder to fight yourself. If you don't get into the habit of staying on top of yourself in your 20s or your teens in your 20s, good luck in your 50s. I'm telling you, I see with my own eyes, good luck changing and staying on top of your discipline. You can't control your thoughts at 20. You ain't controlling your thoughts in your 50s or your 40s or your late 30s. But that's part of how the Most High allows you to pine away and wither away. If you ain't never controlled yourself in your youth, you gonna sit back here and control yourself in your old age? It's not gonna happen. So he's saying, listen, I'm not gonna give you what you want, and you're just gonna dry out because there's gonna be this constant scenario where I don't give, I'm not budging, I hope the best of you, I hope the best for you, but I'm not giving you what you want. Let's go here. We're gonna go to Ezekiel. We read it, I think, on Monday.
That pining away is Ezekiel 33.
Yeah, that's where I want it.
Ezekiel 33 and verse. Yeah. Ezekiel chapter 33 verse 10.
Let me see. Yes, 33 and 10. Ezekiel 33 and 10.
Ezekiel chapter 33 and verse 10. Therefore, O thou son of man, speak unto the house of Israel. Thus ye speak, saying, if our transgressions and our sins be upon us, and we pine away in them, how should we then live?
So listen, the people are saying, Father, these sins we haven't overcome in ourselves. We keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. How are we going to live and grow spiritually if we keep getting wrapped up into the same battles that we can't overcome over and over again? Read on. And we're going to find out if the answer is, oh, your sins are clean through the blood of the Lamb. You're going to see if that's the Most High's answer. Read on.
Say unto them, as I live, saith the Most High, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked.
He said, listen, I'm not happy to see you pine away in your wickedness or your negative and you fade out and die. But he's not giving you an out. We want an out. We want the blood of the Lamb to come here and save us from change. Even when you're reading the scriptures where it says that there's going to come a time where you're not going to sit back here and have to teach the next person about to learn the Lord of Most High. When's that going to happen? Has that happened yet? Hell no. That happens after the bombs drop and after everybody's dead. But now you're going to be on the hook for your conduct. And he's saying, listen, I don't find pleasure in a person withering away and fading out. Read on.
But that the wicked turn from his evil way.
But the wicked just said, Father, I keep making the same mistake. How am I going to live? He said the way you're going to live is by changing. You still got to repent. If you want to see results, you got to change your thinking, your decision making, and your conduct. And there's no getting around it. Read on.
Turn ye from your evil ways. For why will ye die, O house of Israel?
He's like, why do you want to sit back here and destroy yourself? I'm going to let you destroy yourself if that's what you want. I'm going to let you fade away into spiritual mediocrity. If that's what you want, cool. You'll just be spiritually dead and you just go pursue your life. But that's not what I expect from you. That's not what I want from you.
And that's a slow death.
I know.
That pine away means to rot or to vanish or to dwindle.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that the Most High is going to take you out right away.
No. He said 40 years.
That means I will decay, and I'll decay slowly with my thought process.
Can you imagine? He says, once the Most High said, man, you're not going to make it. They lived 40 years and faded out. In the wilderness, they were in the wilderness for 40 years after the Most High made the decree, and they faded out for 40 years. In the wilderness, and what's difficult about that is there's no hope. There's no opportunity for spiritual growth. The scripture says we're prisoners of what? Hope. We're prisoners of hope. So our battle every day is to fight in hopes that if we fight, there is greater force. Well, the Most High says, like, in your sins, there is no hope in your sins. There is no hope for you unless you change. There's no hope for you unless you take these scriptures and apply them and improve what's inside of you. So your life will consistently be what it is until you use these scriptures to motivate you to break what's inside of you. Results come when you change. So the Most High, listen, I know you're giving me a sad story. I don't want to see you fall. I don't want to see you pine away. But if you're not going to change, you will pine away.
You said earlier, there be no clearing of the guilty.
Con, you got to feel what you're going to feel, but he'll give you a chance if you change.
You know what that means? That means your opinion is expensive, and you gotta ask yourself, how much does your opinion cost? Does it cost 40 years of decay, or is it that valuable? Because that's showing you what it will be, what it will quantify. He's just showing you that expensive. Me holding on to my opinion
and not changing,
it will cost me a lot.
And what I'm losing is time. I'm losing so much time because of my opinion. Okay, let's go back to the Josephus. And 40 years, they're gonna be in a fixed. They can wander in the wilderness and live in a fixed habitation. Read on.
And without a city for 40 years together, as a punishment for this their transgression.
Okay.
But that he had promised to give that land to our children, and that he would make them the possessors of those good things which, by your ungoverned passions, you have deprived yourself of.
What he's saying is this. He says, y'all was complaining about the well-being of your children and your family. And you know what? I'm not going to destroy them. I'll give them a chance. This is after Moses talked him off the cliff. Moses, he was trying to kill everybody. Moses says, no. Just deal with the perpetrators. He said, fine. I'll deal with the perpetrators, and all I'll do is I'll make sure they don't live. The children have a chance to earn themselves back to me. Hopefully they'll see what their fathers and mothers went through and decide to change from their actions. Read on.
When Moses had discoursed thus to them according to the direction of the Most High, the multitude grieved and were in afflictions, and entreated Moses to procure their reconciliation to the Most High.
You know what's crazy? Israel doesn't appreciate nothing, and when you give them something for their growth, they don't want it. But they don't want the idea that I'm not going to grow because I don't take what's being given to me as a lesson. I don't want to take counsel to improve me. But then when I'm told that because I don't want to take counsel to improve me, that means I'm going to perpetually lose spiritually for the rest of my life, they don't want to hear that news either.
Neither one.
But this is what happens when you don't want to change. People want blessings without putting the work in. And then they feel bad that they're not going to get rewarded for not putting the work in. Now they say, Moses, pray to the Most High. Maybe you can reconcile us back. Maybe he'll take it back if you talk to him. It's too late. The decree's done. Moses kept him from killing you completely off the earth. Yeah, he did what he could. If it was up to the Most High, there'd be no Israelites on the earth now. Read on.
And to permit them no longer to wander in the wilderness.
So please don't keep us in the wilderness forever. Please don't keep us in the wilderness. I don't want to be here. You didn't want to be here, but you didn't want to change. That's our people. You don't want to change, but you don't want to change your condition, but you don't want to be in your condition either. It's this constant circular, stressful, insane situation. I don't want to do what it takes to change, but I hate my condition too. Listen, I think in all of us, there's a little bit of that in all of us.
Only thing you waste is time.
That's the point. There's a little bit of that in all of us, whether it's diet, our spiritual growth. Mm-hmm. If it's diet, I don't want to eat and work out the right way to see results, but I'm sad about my condition. Finances. Right. I don't want to sit back here.
Live by a budget.
Exactly. I don't want to stop eating out. I don't want to discipline myself. I don't want to work harder and work smarter to get out of my rut, but I want to be out of my rut. Everybody has the same circumstance. I want a husband, but I don't want to sit back here and learn the elements I need to be a good wife. But I want a husband that's going to respect me and give me all these blessings and be there for me, but I don't want to show myself to be respectable. And I'm upset that that's not happening in my life.
Or I want an honest husband, but I'm a dishonest sister.
That's my point. Or I am a spiritually inconsistent husband, but I want my wife to serve me with 100% and be in order.
Yeah.
I want to be inconsistent and not be stable mentally, but I want an on-point rib. Our expectations do not add up to the necessary work ethic it takes to get these things. And we're sad that we're there. Let's continue.
But to bestow cities upon them. But he replied that the Most High would not admit of any such trial, for that the Most High was not moved in this determination from any human levity or anger.
I want to read this again.
Where you want to start?
I'm gonna yell out this whole damn paragraph, man. Yella, 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 yella. A whole lot of yella. Okay, read this again.
All right, chapter 2 from the top.
Now I'm gonna say it again for everybody in TV land. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book 3, chapter 15, paragraph 2, and start off where it says Moses to procure the reconciliation to the Most High. Let's read the top. Let's read it from the top.
Okay.
What the hell? I mean, that's like one half a line from the top.
When Moses had discoursed thus to them, according to the direction of the Most High, the multitude grieved and were in affliction.
They were conflicted because they were too scared to fight their battle. And they hated their condition too. And they didn't want to fight their battle, but they didn't want to be in where they was at in their life. That is Israel in a nutshell. Read on.
And entreated Moses to procure their reconciliation to the Most High, and to permit them no longer to wander in the wilderness.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? They didn't say, let's go fight these Canaanites. They didn't say, no, Father, you're right. Let's fight these Canaanites. We were wrong. They didn't say that. They said, find me another place to live. And get me out of get me out of the wilderness. I'm still not going to fight my battle and fight this big ass pink elephant in the room and face the real issue.
So we just don't want to be held also accountable for our negative outlook.
Yes, but we want to get out of the condition that our negative outlook produces in us. There is a result that we have for our negative outlook that we hate, but we don't want to fix negative outlook to change our outcome in our surroundings. So it's this constant cycle of unhappiness, anger, and anxiety that comes in us because we want to change, we talk about change, but we never change. We wanted out of the wilderness, but we didn't want to go through what the Most High prescribed for us to get out of the wilderness.
You know, the exit is that way.
Yeah, we don't want to go that way.
Yeah.
Let's go somewhere else.
There's a big old red sign that says exit to the wilderness. From the wilderness, right here.
Deal with these boys over here.
Land of Canaan is the door to get out your situation. You got milk and honey. You got land that's plentiful, waiting for you on the other side.
Damn, so even knowing the reward is not enough for something.
It's not enough.
Listen, and that very what thing that you said is what you call the foolishness of preaching. The foolishness is that you can give a person the antidote all day long. Very few people receive the information and make it theirs. You'll sit back and teach people on airways all the time. Show them the right way. There's a saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him walk. And that's the point. You can teach, you can counsel, we can remix angles, you can remix concepts. It doesn't change the results of the individual. They have to want to do it, and most people don't want to change. They want to hear good news. This is why so many Israelite doctrines are received over ours. When I sit back and look online and I listen to Israelites, most Israelites talk about how Esau is the devil that the Bible speaks of. Or they'll sit back here and they'll see clips on the media and they'll see how wicked Israel is or Esau is through their craft and their society and their system. And they'll point out all the discrepancies in Esau's kingdom and how they do things. And there is an element, there's nothing wrong, there's nothing wicked with that. But they want to talk about that. Or they want to talk about the church and how the church is off and how the church, the black church is off. They want to talk about that, but they don't want to deal with the negativity in themselves. And they don't want to deal with the fact that, you know what? We can sit back here and look at how off Israel is for not wanting to go to the promised land. And this is insanity. But you know what? There is insanity in all of us. And each and every one of us, there is an insane way of looking at things that we all own up to. Everybody in this room and online, if you're honest with yourself, you will know you have been shown a certain formula that it takes to overcome something in you, but you choose not to follow it, even though you hate your personal condition in your life as it is. A person can show you steps on how to eliminate alcoholism, to cut down your vents, your vices. You'll hear it and you'll still do what you do. And even though you hate how you feel in the morning, how you hate being how drinking alcohol wears you down, you'll still sit back at nighttime and drink some more. Or you'll sit back here and still hold these bad habits that are destructive to you, even though you've been shown the answer and solution. Listen, any of y'all who are responsible for counseling brothers and sisters know what the hell I'm talking about. You can teach a concept for years, and a person will act like they don't know what's going on. Right. They don't understand. They don't understand. Yeah, you understand. You don't want to do it. You hate your condition, but changing is even more frightful than your condition. And that is the epitome of what the Jew is back in Egypt. I didn't like the wilderness, but I didn't like fighting them damn Canaanites more. So I'll choose to wither away in the wilderness, in the desert, over fighting my battle and overcoming the issue in me. Because in order to get to Canaan and win, I have to face so many things inside of me that I don't want to face. Insecurities, fears, doubts, the feeling of being inadequate. When you fight a giant, you don't feel as potent as you normally. You don't feel 100%.
Right.
When I fight it, when you're in the midst, you got this giant with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, and he's bigger and stronger and more agile. What does that make a person feel? Inadequate, inferior, less than. When you have to fight your personal battle in your life, how do you feel? Inadequate, less than. I can't do it. So in order for me to still feel good about myself, I'll be in a situation that's destroying me slowly, than to go out here and fight my battle, overcome it, and feel 1,000% better.
Because I don't have to face my battle now.
Exactly, but I'm still withering away slowly. I chose the slow death because the slow death is easier than fighting the battles in me. Because that's what Israel chose, the slow death.
Because you know what the slow death represents? I'm still in control.
Right.
Because that's what people don't want to give up. People don't want to give up control. Because at least the slow death, I get up when I want to get up.
You don't.
I give what I want to give.
Yep.
That slow death just represents I get this. I'm still in control of my pace.
You don't get to take out of my comfort zone.
Right. I'm still in my. Say it again, that one.
I'm choosing my condition.
Right. I'm choosing. Even though this shit might be, excuse my language, might be bad. You know what? I still find some type of peace of mind in it because at least at the end of the day, I'm not following somebody else, and I'm okay with it.
Or my pace isn't interrupted.
Is interrupted, right? At the end of the day, I can still find some type of comfort in my pace in my way of doing something. Because what people fight is control. That's one thing that you'll find out about yourself when you come into a camp. The camp is not going to revolve itself around you. The camp is not going to go at your pace. It's not going to conduct itself on your time frame. Everything about you, the camp is going to be opposite. You have to conform to the camp, not the camp conforming around you. There's going to be a whole lot of questions of why do we have to do this way? Why do I have to do it this often? Why do I have to do what this brother's telling me to do? Why do I have to do what this sister's telling me to do? It's always about control.
Yep.
And so we'd rather die slow and have control than just get over the fact that somebody's pushing me to be better, give up control, and then know what it means to live in the Most High.
So here, I don't have to face myself.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't have to face the real issue that make me look bad. People's fear of water, fear of climbing the mountains, fear of fighting giants, fear of whatever was killing the people in Canaan. It was a bunch of phobias and fears that they were afraid of experiencing. And if that's not us, I don't know who it is. Yes, sis.
I was just saying what's so crazy is that you can try to push someone to strength, but if somebody's resisting it, time, like you said, time just goes by, and sometimes you don't even really realize how much time is gone or how much time you wasted until it's like 5, 10 years later, and you're still in that same spot, and you're like, what am I doing? like you have that, I guess, self-examination, like,
Good.
what am I doing? What have I been doing this whole time? And it's crazy because nobody's gonna tell you. Like people will tell you, but they're gonna let you make your own decision. And so unless somebody's constantly in your face telling you, hey, you know, you need to do this and you do this, it's pretty much gonna meet you at your own level. Whatever
Yeah.
your own level is, that's where you're gonna be. And if you're not progressing, then it's to your own detriment.
Exactly. It's very demoralizing. But you know what ends up happening? On top of everything you said, which is 1,000% right, this is why as a school and as a camp, we always push urgency.
Yep.
That's why we push urgency. Because you know what ends up happening? What we've been teaching also is that the Most High, not us. Paul said there's gold work, there's gold level effort, there's silver level effort, there's precious stones level effort, there's wood level effort, there's hay level effort, and there's stubble levels of effort. So there's 6 different ways or 6 different levels of effort that the Most High says you can do in this work. These are for believers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it said that those 6 levels of effort will be revealed by fire to determine what type of work it is.
Mm-hmm.
So just because you did work for the Most High doesn't mean it's going to endure the fire. There's a lot of Israelites that do good work. But if that work isn't up to snuff, if it's not up to the expectation of the Most High, guess what happens? Your work gets burnt. So if I produce stubble work, hay work, wood work, you know what the Most High says? You did work, but it wasn't good enough for me. And I burn it up. But what happens when your work gets burnt up? You're depressed. You're sad. You feel like it was a gut punch. You're angry at the Most High. You go through all type of emotions and feelings about why am I going through what I'm going through?
Mm-hmm.
Why did the Most High do this for me? How come whatever I do is not good enough for you? Because that's what we go through also. But that's part of the withering away process. They got all the way to the wilderness and it wasn't enough. And therefore, your works weren't good enough. It burnt up in the fire. Because you were required to push forward and give more, and you didn't. So now, listen, when your works get burnt up, guess what it also means? It don't count. It didn't last. So your works got burnt up. You got to start back at scratch. He said, you'll remain, but your works don't. So you'll remain to do what? Pick up the pieces and start over again. Or fade out and bounce. And I tell you what, when you're doing when you're doing things the wrong way for 10 years, it sucks to start back over again. It got to get done, but it sucks. Who wants to sit back here and lose a dime of your life? Then to realize, I got to start and rebuild and rechange how I look at life 10 years later. It's very demoralizing.
It's humbling.
And if you don't do it, you're going to be in that wilderness cycle for another 10 years. Doing things your way, and then your work's burning up again. Now you burnt 20 years doing it your way and not giving enough. Then you're getting that much more bitter every failure that comes from your hands. So then what do? Either you sit back and go in the world to find some relief, or you just accept that this is what I'm going to get for the work I put in. Or you change and you give more and you see better results.
But can't we can get deceived there too, right? Like that's why we have the camp, because we can't always wait for my moment or your moment of self-examination. You need someone to push you to that.
The thing is, because if anybody is honest with themselves, again, most of us are not going to change just because we want to change. It's a combination of things that breed change. Fire, demand, and then you finally deciding that you want to do it.
Yep.
It's the combination of things that inspire or then great examples around you to show you that it can be done. You need examples, you need teaching, you need people to exhort you, to drive you to change. And then with all these factors of working right, it's easier for you to make the choice to push and change. Then you'll start seeing results from all your dedication and all your sacrifice. This is what it takes. But this dynamic that we're reading about in Numbers, it is the challenge that everybody in Israel faces when they hit that brick wall. The question is this: Israel got from Egypt to the wilderness of Paran. Where is your what part of your work is going to be your wilderness of Paran?
That's what Paul said. This Romans chapter 7, verse 24.
I'm gonna say it again. Where is your wilderness of Paran? Where you stop?
Yeah.
Where is the end of the road? Because that's what the wilderness of Paran represented. The end of the road. That was as far as Israel was willing to go and get pushed and get led by. That was where we said it was enough. The Most High didn't sit back and throw a thunderbolt to destroy us. We just withered away in our fear and our doubt. And our doubt limited us from great things. The weakness in us limited us and kept us from seeing the pure power of the Most High. All those people never really saw how potent the Most High could be. But I'm sorry, pull your verse.
No, it's all good. Same thing. Read that Romans chapter 7, verse 24.
Romans chapter 7 and verse 24. Oh, wretched man that I am.
And that's why Paul calls himself what?
Wretched man that I am.
You know what he's finding out? I keep getting stuck in sand traps.
Yep.
I grow, I go so far, and I get stuck. I grow, and I get stuck. I develop, and I get stuck. Like you talk about that wilderness of Paran. I get to a level of growth and development, and whatever challenge that's in front of me that I don't want to change, then I get stuck again. And then I start wasting time, and I start declining. All I'm doing is wasting time. Read on.
Who shall deliver me from the body of this death?
That's why he asked this question. This cycle of progression, decline, progression, decline, progression, decline. I'm good. I'm not. I'm moving forward. I fall back. That's what he says. Life is about those type of rut. You might get stuck in a rut. When do you finally get out of your rut? When do you finally overcome your obstacles? When do you finally stop going backwards and getting stuck in a situation that you can't get out of? When do you finally stop regressing? Read on.
I thank the Most High.
He says, when you become thankful to the Most High for what? Read on.
I thank the Most High through Yahweh Shai, our Lord.
When I start valuing and appreciating Christ. When I start valuing Christ, looking at, let me imitate the actions of Christ. Let me imitate the sacrifices of Christ. When I start imitating the sacrifices of Christ, which he yielded himself up to smiters, he yielded himself up to the will of the Most High, he submitted himself to the will of the Most High. He said, my mother, my father, my brethren are those that hear the word of the Most High and do it, that do the will of the Father. So in all things, he became a student of submitting himself to the will of the Most High. This is the only way to overcome these obstacles. That's why it says, I thank the Most High that through what?
Through Yahweh Shai, our Lord. So then, with the mind.
He says, so that then, with the what?
With the mind.
He says, I put my mind on Christ. I adopt the mind of Christ. When you adopt the mind of Christ, it's always about the benefits of the people over yourself. It's never about you. It's always about the next man. It's always about the body. It's never about how you want to do things anymore. What you want and how you do things are out the window. It's never about your pace. It's never about your desire. It's never about what you want. That's why Christ said this. He says, my judgment is just. He says, I hear, then I judge. He said, my judgment is just because I do the will of who? The Father. He said, that's the only thing that keeps my judgment just. That's the only thing that makes me justified. That's the only thing that makes me correct. That's the only thing that makes me righteous in my judgment is the fact that I only do the will of the Most High.
And Paul's ways didn't get in the way of another person's growth. His sloppiness, and he didn't have any sloppiness, so his example didn't get in the way of another person's lessons they needed half of the Most High.
Right. And it didn't become an obstacle.
Exactly.
He says, by having this mind of Christ, read on.
So then with the mind, I myself serve the law of the Most High.
And this, he says, I serve the law of the Most High with my what?
Mind.
And another word for mind is what? Heart. So this is where my heart is in the right place. I only want to do the will of the Most High in my heart, versus getting a hard heart or a heart of unbelief, failing in the wilderness like we read about in Hebrews 3. Read on.
But with the flesh, the law of sin.
It says, and I constantly fight my flesh, and I use the laws of the Most High to fight my flesh, but my mind is always on what? The Most High. My mind is always on Christ. I got to perform the duties and the actions and duplicate and imitate the works of Christ. This is how I break that cycle where I'm always booby-trapped, or I'm stuck in a sand pit or a sinkhole with my flesh. I can only get so far, and I stay stuck, and I get stuck, and I stop growing. The only way to get past those obstacles is when you finally submit your life to say, you know what, my life has to imitate the life of Christ.
Yep.
That means I got to just not care about me, what I want, and how I want things done, and I got to submit myself to the will of the Most High at all costs. That's when you break out of those obstacles and you overcome those obstacles. Yeah, no, I'm done.
Let's keep going in the Josephus. We're going to read to the end of the stinking thing. Whenever we say stop, let's just keep going. During the middle or the beginning of part of paragraph 2. Once again, it's Antiquities of the Jews, book 3, paragraph 15. I'm sorry, chapter 15, paragraph 2, line what? Where are you at, that one?
That's a good question. I'm trying to get this light back on.
No, you're good, brother. No biggie. I think it says, it says, but he replied.
It was a still sentence line 315.
I want, okay.
Because you used the word that human levity.
Yeah. No, I didn't go there yet because I was going to go there. That was what I'm waiting for.
Right.
Just go, but he replied.
I know where I was at last. Repeat that last sentence. It says, and to permit them no longer to wander in the wilderness, but to bestow cities upon them. But he replied that the Most High would not admit of any such trial, for that the Most High was not moved to this determination from any human levity or anger.
Stop. He says the Most High isn't moved by you calmly petitioning him or you angrily petitioning him. You don't give a crap if you're beating on the walls and hitting your head against the wall and you're crying and you're snotting. You don't care about that. Or if you don't care if you're calmly with joy and happiness talking and praying to the Most High and communicating to him. Once he made his choice, he made his choice. And all the petitions in the world, however you dress the petition, isn't going to change how he looks at the scenario. The judgment is going to happen regardless. And we have to learn to deal with the consequences of our actions. Because the people were asking Moses to ask the Most High to change what he was going to do and change the judgment. It didn't matter what kind of levity was established. Some of this means joyness of heart. How calm I am when I approach the Most High, or if I'm pissed off. The judgment's the judgment is going to stand. Read on.
And that's why he told Esau, he said, lest any profane person as Esau or fornicator, he said, like Esau should be received. He says, though he sought it with tears, no place of repentance was found unto him. Even though Esau was crying, I want my blessing, Daddy. I want my blessing,
Daddy.
Yeah, he said no place.
I'm trying some country Georgia white guy, Daddy.
Yeah.
How come I can't get my blessing, Dad? Paw. Anyway, kinda.
That's the same thing. No matter how much you cry for, it doesn't matter.
But keep going.
But that he had judicially condemned them to that punishment.
It was the judgment. The judgment was going to stand. Regardless of how we're crying, now I got the understanding. Now I feel bad.
Right.
Listen, once you did it, and you got to still get stung. How many times if you're a kid, you did something, you know you're supposed to get a whipping? I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm sorry. I ain't got to get stung no more. No, you still got to get the whipping. The belt's gotta come.
You ain't really sorry. You just don't want to get whooped.
I won't ever do it no more. Ever.
Yeah, I learned my lesson.
Even if you did learn your lesson, you still gotta get the check at the end. There is a price. You gotta pay the piper, man. I promise I won't ever do it again. Ever.
Please.
Listen, man. All that pleading, all that negotiating.
Right.
I've had to be like the person whipping. I won't do it no more. I got it. I got the understanding. I get it. They moving their legs, moving around like this. They got a position in their body so they couldn't get hit. I didn't seen it. I didn't did it, and I didn't seen it.
Grab the belt.
Yeah, you're a master karate. And then if you overextend, they're gonna run right past you out and create more space. Anyway, Most High saying the judgment's gonna stand. Read on.
Now we are not in disbelief that Moses, who was but a single person, pacified so many 10,000s when they were in anger, and converted them to a mildness of temper.
So he said, after this communication, they at least calmed down and I guess accepted the consequence of their actions. Read on.
For the Most High was with him and prepared the way to his persuasions of the multitude. And as they had often been disobedient, they were now sensible that such disobedience was disadvantageous to them.
Disadvantageous
To them.
So what is this? Listen. Moses pacified the crowd by not giving in to him. Aaron pacified the crowd by what? Giving in to him. So many times our people, even in leadership positions, you feel the pressure to give in. And you got this angry ass mob, hell no, we won't go. And a lot of times, the pressure is to cave. The pressure is to give to people what they would let them eat cake. That's the pressure that we feel when our back's against the wall and a bunch of people want what they want, whether it's right or wrong. Moses had the skill to leave them walking around like they got something when Moses said, you ain't going to get it.
Yep.
He just had a way to say, no, Lord ain't going to give it to you now.
Yeah.
You got it. You didn't deserve it. You didn't earn it.
Okay, Moses.
And they walked off. He had a way to convince them that even though you was an angry mob and you wanted your pound of flesh, you wasn't going to get your pound of flesh. Most High was not going to get you a new place to live. You're stuck in the woods forever for 40 years. And he didn't pacify him. He didn't placate him. He told it like it is. He just didn't have to be,
y'all get on my damn nerves.
get out of here, scram. He didn't have to be cold about it.
Right.
But he got the message across without compromising.
And you know what? The one time that he did give the message across with some brutality. And he says, how long do I got to suffer y'all? How long do I got to keep feeding y'all?
He should have said Iggas afterwards. He got his whole fullness.
Yeah, you know, because the Most High stung him after that.
I know that. He couldn't go back to the kingdom.
It lost his opportunity to get to the book, to get to Canaan.
Con.
So it's showing you that Moses had to stay in control.
Con.
At all times.
And that's why it's so important. He stayed in control, but he still didn't give in.
Nope.
That was the power the whole time. They were sitting back here threatening to kill him, stone him, mutiny. He still didn't placate him and tell them what they want to hear. He just calmly explained the situation in faith. And the Most High was with him and backed him. And the Most High helped change their countenance. The Most High came and defended him once he didn't budge. He still held his ground. That's a lesson for all of us in leadership and aspiring to lead and aspiring to counsel. You don't got to tell a person what they want to hear to take a negative spirit off them. Hold your ground, be firm, calmly, and respectfully tell them that they got it, that they're not going to get their way and they're wrong. That's how you do it. Maintain your control, maintain your discipline, and teach them and use it as a teaching moment. And the Most High will defend you. Read on.
And that they had still thereby fallen into calamity.
So he says, listen, man, what Moses convinced them is it's not advantageous to keep pissing the Most High off. Yes, you're not gonna get you're not leaving the wilderness, but if you keep crossing them, it's gonna get worse. Do you want it to get worse?
You know,
He already didn't kill you. It can get worse in the wilderness if you keep testing him.
You know when it gets worse is when the spirit of the Most High had been removed from Saul, and he still went and dug up the damn witch of Endor, because the Most High he wanted answers. He wanted the Most High's guidance. He wanted to hear from the Most High. Did some more extreme actions, going to a witch.
Guys, you gotta keep your voice down.
Just to get the message that Samuel told him. He said, "This time tomorrow, you and your children shall be here with me."
He didn't want that news.
Yeah, that was worse news. He should have just.
You asked for it.
You asked for it. You dug up a witch, or you went and found a witch and dug up the spirit of communicated with the spirit of Samuel, and then Samuel got some bad news for you. So it's almost better for Saul just to live his life, accepting the fact that Most High was disconnected from him, versus going even further into that rebellion. Just saying.
Let's keep going. So when Moses fills that last line, it says, "And that they shall still thereby fallen into calamity." Meaning, you gotta deal with your punishment. You didn't want to sit back here and take Canaan. Most High says, "Listen, you know what? It's over. I'm going with your sons." It's that quick. You know, the Most High is merciful and patient. Then He makes a decision, and that's it. And there's nothing else you can do about it.
His judgment is righteous.
He said in Hebrews, He swore in His wrath that they should not enter into His rest. He said, I swear to you, you're not going to make it. In His wrath, there's no way you're going to make it.
Done.
Damn.
But the crazy thing is this: He's telling you He is merciful, but then when enough is enough, that's it, man.
Yeah.
When enough is enough, that's it. The judgment's here, and you got to live the consequences of your actions.
You know, it shows you don't want to push the Most High to make that determination.
And it goes back to why we teach urgency to change, because you never know when enough is enough. You never know when it wants to say, you know, I'm done with this guy. I don't want to work with him no more. Because Saul made a bunch of mistakes leading up to the Most High wiping his hands with him. He didn't sit back and cut him off just because his advisor was Doeg the Edomite.
No.
He sat back here and let a multiple amount. Don't forget, the Most High said, they tested me 10 times. The entire nation tested me 10 damn times. That's it, man. I'm done with them. So let's keep going. Now listen, how many times we tested Most High? Over 10. Over damn 10.
7 times 7.
So guess what? We on the clock, G.
7.
We on the clock.
He says he's long suffering, but
for how long? People say that to get them off the hook to not change and be accountable. Let's keep going. Paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3. But this man was admirable for his virtue, and powerful in making men give credit to what he delivered.
He said Moses was admirable for his virtue, meaning he never gave in to a multitude of people's demands, multiple sets of tens of thousands of people. He didn't budge, man. He says, and powerful in making men give credit to what he delivered. He had a way to explain a concept to somebody where he wasn't budging, he wasn't rude, and you were going to see it how he saw it. That is a gift. Read on.
Not only during the time of his natural life.
The crazy thing is, in order to have that gift, your faith has to be so powerful. To sit back here and just through your basic conversation motivate somebody to completely change how they look at things for the moment is a significant gift. That faith that the Most High rewards for a person who has faith. He had to have phenomenal faith to withstand a million people. A million people's requests and complaints.
He's a good salesman.
Well, you know what? Listen, you better believe in your product.
Yeah.
The Most High is the best product to push in the world. We're done.
But even there is still no one of the Hebrews who does not act even now as if Moses were present.
He said he was great in his natural life. And he says everybody goes back to Moses in his example to this present day. His impact on the world of Israel was significant. To the world in general, but to the world of Israel was significant. They were fighting over the law of Moses from the beginning. Read on.
and ready to punish him if he should do anything that is indecent.
So people are ready to stone people and kill people if they ain't following what Moses said. That's what they're saying. His impact in his life was one thing, and his impact in his death was even greater. Because of what he sacrificed, what he endured, and what he stood for. Read on.
Nay, there is no one but is obedient to what laws he ordained.
He says everybody in present day Israel followed the standard he set until Christ came down, obviously. Now, this is where some of Josephus can get kind of like weird, because Josephus never acknowledged Christ.
It did.
On a very small level.
Small level. Yeah.
He was a prophet.
Yeah.
Christ was acknowledged as a prophet, but not the Savior. Okay? And that's what I mean by the acknowledgement. But he's still saying the nation of Israel as a whole, even at the time, acknowledged Moses over Christ. And that took years to change. And that's what the apostles were about, teaching people Christ. But everybody was on Moses and the accomplishments and the example that he laid forth. Read on.
Although they might be concealed in their transgressions, there are also...
So even though they're caught up in their sins and their weaknesses, they still attest to Moses.
Yep.
They still acknowledge Moses. Read on.
There are also many other demonstrations that his power was more than human.
Sheesh.
For still, some there have been...
You know, people say that a person's power or actions is more than human because most men couldn't accomplish what he accomplished.
More than the beast.
He's saying more human because most people wouldn't have had the meekness and the patience that Moses had.
Common human.
Exactly. He was the meekest man on earth, and I doubt it was just for that period of time. He was one of the greatest of our nation ever. Because he wasn't, once again, he was the meekest man on earth, but he wasn't some pushover. People like to paint meekness as you're this guy that gets bullied and pushed and manipulated and controlled. He was meek, but he didn't take no shit either. He was meek, but you couldn't push him around and sway him to looking at things opposite that of the Heavenly Father. And that's what made him potent. He just wasn't that physically imposing, yelling and cussing in first person. Read on.
For still, some there have been who have come from the parts beyond Euphrates, a journey of 4 months, through many dangers and at great expenses, in honor of our temple. And yet, when they had offered their oblations, could not partake of their own sacrifices, because Moses had forbidden it, by somewhat in the law that did not permit them, or somewhat that had befallen them, which are ancient customs made inconsistent therewith. Some of these did not sacrifice at all, and others left their sacrifices in an imperfect condition. Nay, many were not able, even at first, so much as to enter into the temple, but went their ways in this state, as preferring a submission to the law of Moses before the fulfilling of their own inclination.
What is it saying? That people from outside of Israel had oblations and sacrifice to bring to the temple, and they went a long way to give to the Most High and to acknowledge Moses and what he did. And when they found out that the law of Moses did not allow them to provide these offerings, they just let it go. In respect to Moses and the standard that he set. The whole point is the whole world acknowledged Moses as a potent figure to be followed and appreciated and respected. Once again, this is all talking about the impact Moses had on the natural world in life and in death. Read on.
Even when they had no fear upon them that anybody could convict them, but only out of a reverence to their own conscience.
So he's saying in the world, there was a reverence of that consciousness. So even if it was a Hebrew that went to sit back here and offer something, if they were uncircumcised, they wouldn't do it. And they wouldn't do it out of fear of being arrested or thrown in jail. They did it out of a reverence to Moses and what he stood for. Read on. more than just doing it because the laws is on. Read on.
Thus, this legislation, which appeared to be divine, made this man to be esteemed as one superior to his own nature. Nay, further, a little before the beginning of this war, when Claudius was emperor of the Romans.
I don't want any more of that because now we're going into other stuff. We're going to let this go and go back into Numbers chapter 14. I think we're at 32. Numbers 14 and 32. I think that's Nagahah. Yeah, with Numbers 14 and 32.
Oh, Numbers chapter.
No, it's Nagahah. You are on the Josephus. He can do this.
Oh. Numbers chapter 14, verse 32. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness.
You're going to sit back here for 40 years. You're going to be in this wilderness and you're going to die out. And I'm going to give the blessing to your son, or the opportunities to your sons. Read on.
And your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your whoredoms, until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness. After the number of the days in which ye search the land, even 40 days, each day for a year, shall ye bear your iniquities. Even 40 years, and ye shall know my breach of promise.
Sheesh, man. You're going to know every day. Remember that you screwed up and that you had a chance to have it all. Read on.
I, the Most High, have said, I will surely...
You know what it also... Let me just cut you off. You know what it also shows you? Our lack of a willingness to change buys the nation more time. Everybody talks about the downfall of America, the downfall of Esau. Esau's going down. Esau ain't going down if we don't fix ourselves first. We keep talking about Esau falling, the downfall of Esau. It's coming down. Everybody focuses on Esau falling versus focusing on us changing so that Esau can properly fall and stay down.
We keep extending.
That's what I'm saying. We're extending Esau's kingdom because we're full of crap.
Yeah, we provoked the Most out of jealousy.
We bought Canaan 40 more years of sin. Canaan was negative as hell. Read Wisdom of Solomon 12. They were negative as hell. We gave them 40 years because we want to sit back here and not fix ourselves. If we did it in the wilderness, we're doing it now. And once again, this is why we teach how we teach. We got to get Israel to change ourselves, man. We're not going to see the results we want. Get out of wicked Babylon. Let's get out of Babylon, y'all. Change first. Most High provide all the solutions for us if we change. Read the book of Judges. Whenever we all came together, the Most High provided an out for us. Read on, man.
Verse 35. I, the Most High, have said, I will surely do it unto all this evil congregation that are gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall be consumed, and there they shall die.
Done.
And the men which Moses sent to search the land, who returned and made all the congregation to murmur against him by bringing up a slander upon the land, even those men. Okay.
No, this is good reading. Is everybody remember that night before? Everybody was talking slanderous to him, and they were talking reproachful words. They would do this. You know they were doing something like that, like this. You know they were doing all kind of negative, low-level stuff, giving all crazy conversations and talking loud. We gonna get Moses in the morning. Sure enough, let's fly as a captain. We're gonna take us back to Egypt. His days are numbered. You know they was talking insanity. All them cats I was talking about Moses the night before Moses sat back here and gave everybody the bad news. Read on.
Verse 37. Even those men that did bring up the evil report upon the land died by the plague before the Most High.
What the hell plague was this one, man? We already got murked by fire and and people was getting sick and jacked up by the damn quail. What plague was this? This is constant plagues that's wiping out Israel. From all these people that just want to be opposite because they want to be opposite. You know what the definition of gainsayer means? I'm just opposite. I just want to be oppositional to the direction that the leadership is going. And sometimes opposition is just because people don't want to do it a certain way. It's not about right from wrong. I just choose to be opposite. And when a person chooses to be opposite, the Most High doesn't like that type of personality. He's showing us the type of characters he wants. Can you be pliable enough to adapt and adjust? Or are you going to be so stuck in your head that you don't want to adapt and adjust for nothing? These cats who just wanted to oppose for the hell of opposing, he killed them by a plague. Read on.
Verse 38. But Joshua, the son of Nun, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, which were of the men that went to search the land, lived still.
They were going to get past that 40 years. So what is it showing you also? The Most High has the ability to preserve a person, to fulfill his purpose. So if you want long life and longevity, keep doing things the right way, and he'll sustain and preserve your body. It didn't say how old Joshua and Caleb were. But you know what? If Joshua was sitting back here dealing with Moses from the beginning, listen, he couldn't have been no kid. He had to have some age on him too. So from this time forth, he lasted 40 years plus in strong prime condition. Because the Most High can preserve you if you're doing what's right. Read on.
Verse 39. And Moses told these sayings unto all the children of Israel, and the people mourned greatly.
So crazy thing is, he killed off those gainsayers before Moses approached the people. So he took those cats that was talking crap. Before he approached them, he killed them off. Read on.
And they rose up early in the morning and gat them up into the top of the mountain.
So that means maybe the Most High killed them at night. He might have killed those reproachful gainsaying cats that same night, before the morning arose. Read on.
Saying, Lo, we be here, and will go up unto the place which the Most High hath promised, for we have sinned.
So you know what? Moses got the people to acknowledge their sin, and Moses got Israel to accept the conditions of the punishment for their sin. Moses got all Israel to go to the mountaintop and say, man, we screwed up. We were fearful. We were afraid. We were doubtful. We accept the punishment. You know what's crazy? If the Most High allowed these people to live, he still allowed them to live full lives. Don't forget, the scripture says, if you're right with the Most High, you get 70 years, right?
Yeah, Psalm 90 and 10.
He gave these people at least 60. He said, from 20 on up, you're going to get 40 years. He said, from 20 on up, the ones who are 20 years old and up, you're not going to make it to the promised land. So if I was 20 and I was wilding out, I at least died when I was 60.
Right.
He didn't sit back here and cut him short. He let him live a full life. It was a pined away life, but it was a full pined away life. Get the point? He still gave people time to live their life, dry out, fizz out, and you know what their curse would be in? Just a tale of what not to do. Do you want to be that person? Man, I remember the tale of this person. I didn't want to be like that person. Do you want that to be your life? In the truth? A story of what not to do? There's plenty of stories about people, about what brothers and sisters, what you shouldn't do. A tale of what not to do in the truth. Episode 30. Episode 1000. There's plenty of stories of what not to do. Don't be that guy. Or don't be that sister. Read on.
One verse
What's
on that. Romans chapter 6, verse 1.
Romans chapter 6, verse 1.
Read that.
What shall we say then?
So now, because it's already showing us what we're reading is that you know, the Most High still gave them time to change. And it wasn't until he denied them that last opportunity to change and the determination was already made that they're going to die in the wilderness, then they finally accepted the condition. But he's saying this in Romans chapter 6, verse 1. Now that was them that defied the law of Moses. Now we have the opportunity to live in Christ. We're not even under the strictness. A lot of us, due to our sins, especially knowing that we've done wrong and have made sins, if we were alive during the time of Moses, would have been put to death already. I know I would have. I'd have been stoned already. I'd been stoned. I'd have been made a public example. I already know. For me, if we was under Moses' time, I'd have been dead a long time ago. Because I had plenty of sins that would have killed me a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? But now, because we got these constant opportunities in Christ, and we're not under the same structure of law as this man deserves death right now for this sin, does that mean that we keep wasting time? Do we keep continually wasting time and opportunity because Christ died to give me a second chance? So should we be abusing the opportunities that Christ died in order to give us time to change? Because that's what this is. Read it again.
Romans chapter 6, verse 1. What shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin?
Shall we continue in sin? Go ahead.
That grace may abound?
Because grace is just a certain time frame or a period of time that the Most High has given us to change. So just because we're now under grace of Christ and we're not being put to death for our sins, does that mean that I got all the time in the world to change? Does that mean I got all the time that I want, that I need in order for me to finally take change serious? Read on.
The Most High forbid.
What does he say?
How shall we?
It says the Most High forbid. What does that mean? That means no. The Most High forbid. The Most High is not with you just because you have opportunities in Christ to not be punished by your sins because of your sins. That doesn't mean you just abuse the opportunity. You abuse the privilege. Read on.
The Most High forbid.
Read.
How shall we, that are dead to sin, live any longer therein?
It says you're supposed to become dead to sin. And how shall you, being dead to sin, live any longer what?
Therein.
Go ahead.
Know ye not that so many of us, as were baptized into Yahushua, were baptized into his death?
Meaning what? I'm supposed to be a new man in Christ. I'm supposed to take advantage. I don't want to read on down. I'm supposed to take advantage of being this new man, of being allowed to become a new man. I'm allowed to become a new woman in Christ. Because before you sin, you just be put to death. But if there was a punishment worthy of death, we're looking at here in the time of Moses that no matter what they did at this point in time, the Most High's determination was already set that, you know what, they're not going to make it out of this wilderness. So does that mean that we abuse this opportunity that we have in Christ, or do you go ahead and make every change necessary right now while you have time? That means you take advantage of the opportunity. Don't waste the opportunity. Don't abuse the opportunity in Christ. That's all I wanted to bring out in here. Because it's not until it's too late, then all of a sudden our people want to change. It's always some bad news. You know what? You got 3 months to live. But now I think I better put them cigarettes down. I got 1 lung. I already took 1 lung. I got cancer now. Now all of a sudden I want to take change serious when it's always the worst case scenario. It's always until bad news come, then all of a sudden we take change serious.
Listen, what you're saying is about what's going to be talked about very soon. What was the last thing you said?
It's not until we get some bad news in this worst case scenario do we start taking change serious.
Keep that in mind what he said.
No, I'm done with that.
No, I just want you to keep in mind what he said. Now we're going to get that Josephus ready. Get the Josephus ready because we're going to get some more of this Josephus. I know we had 5 hours about to be, but you know what? We're going to touch his work today. Let's go. You know we're going to do it because everybody was praised. We're going to sit back here and anoint everybody today too, man. I think it's about that time. But listen, it's another 30, 40 minutes. If y'all got to go, okay, it's cool. But, we're going to touch it. But listen, let's read the scriptures. We're in Numbers
chapter 14, verse 41.
Okay, read that.
And Moses said, wherefore now do ye transgress the commandment of the Most High? But it shall not prosper.
It's not going to prosper, right? Read on.
Go not up, for the Most High is not among you, that ye be not smitten before your enemies.
So listen. Now listen. So what the Most High is saying now, what's done is done. You messed up. You didn't live the right way. You got checked, right? He says now, don't take things out. Don't take matters out in your own hand and try to go up and fight Canaan now. He said, listen, you're not going to get the promised land. You're not getting the kingdom. He says, so you know what? Deal with it. Stay in the wilderness. Accept your punishment. Now it's going to sit back here, and Israel's now going to sit back and want to go fight the nations now. After they were told, no, you're not going to do it, people keep going, they're crazy, all right? You didn't have the stones to do it before.
Right.
Now he's saying, don't go up there and fight.
Okay, now I clean up my room.
Yeah, that's what Chamshua was saying. You can't sit back here. Listen, once the verdict is there, you can't go back and change. What's done is done. He said, so don't go up. He said that you don't be smitten before your enemies. Don't go and take matters into your own hands because they're going to kill you now. Read on.
Verse 43. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and ye shall fall by the sword.
You're only going to get blessed in these difficult battles if the Most High is on your side. If he's not on your side, he's not going to come through and bless you. He's not going to look after you. Read on.
Because ye are turned away from the Most High. Therefore, the Most High will not be with you.
When he's not with you, you can't make these bold moves. Read on.
But they presumed to go up unto the hilltop.
They figure, well, we're going to do it anyway, man. We're going to bring our top forces, special forces. We're going to go out there and fight these Canaanites and show the people we can go to the promised land because I don't want to be in the wilderness anymore. But I missed my opportunity to go to the wilderness. I mean, to get out. It keeps showing us, man. We be getting windows of opportunities to grow. We get windows and opportunities to take advantage of opportunities. And when you miss the opportunity, you miss the opportunity. You got to take the opportunity in the spirit when it presents itself to you. We missed it, but now we want to recreate the opportunity. Read on.
Nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of the Most High and Moses departed not out of the camp.
The tabernacle was where everybody else is. The Most High was with Moses. So Moses wasn't with him, and that ark of the covenant wasn't with him. It was them doing their own thing. That happens all the time with Israel. I want to go out of order, do my own thing, and not lock into my elders and see how it works out. Read on.
Verse 45. Then the Amalekites came down, and the Canaanites, which dwelt in that hill, and smote them.
They said they was up there on the hill. They came down the hill and wiped out those Jews. We're going to read it in Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 1. Antiquities of the Jews, book 4, chapter 1. Paragraph 1. File 1.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 4, chapter 1, paragraph 1. Now this life of the Hebrews in the wilderness was so disagreeable.
Listen, once again, it goes back to the fact that when you don't change, your life is going to be uncomfortable based off the fact that you didn't want to change. He said life stunk. Listen, when you read Numbers chapter 14, verse 39 and 40, you read, just because you read 39 to 45 don't mean it's not happening in one period of time. They acknowledged their sin. They went back to their land. They realized this life sucks. And they should have fought their battle. Now they want to fight their battle too late. This is how he says, life in the wilderness was so disagreeable. And it was troublesome. Just like they knew leading up to Paran. They were too afraid to fight. Moses says, you know, if you're afraid to fight, you're going to stay in this miserable condition. I'm not letting you go somewhere else. You're stuck. They were pissed They were angry and they didn't accept the conditions of their decisions. What you gonna say?
I'm gonna say that's like us. We sit there and don't fight a battle or don't go into ourselves, and then because we're wasting time.
I'm angry though. I'm angry that I'm wasting time.
Yeah. Well, the Most High puts judgment down. It's done already.
I'm upset that I screwed my time up, and I want to pick somebody. I want to sit back here and point out somebody to blame why I wasted my damn time.
Or
now I'm depressed.
Right. Or now I want to go ahead and make it happen.
Too late,
so
B.
put the effort.
Too
and
late.
It's too late. And that's all you do is keep setting yourself
because
up.
Because each battle is an opportunity to lesson. It's a lesson to learn humility.
That boat has sailed.
The boat said that window of opportunity is closed.
Man. You know who that window of opportunity closed on? It closed on Cain.
Yeah.
Because the Most High already told him how to get his blessing acknowledged, how to get your sacrifices acknowledged. Abel was getting his sacrifices acknowledged.
Mm-hmm.
Cain kept wanting to do what he wanted to do, until the Most High just kept rejecting his offering.
He told me, why you mad?
Why you
if
mad?
You was right. We gonna be good.
Why you wroth?
Yeah.
That wroth means extremely angry. Yeah. Why you so mad? What you mad for? You know why you mad? Because no matter what you do, and no matter what work you till, how you till this ground, whatever grows, I'm gonna deny it. Whatever grows from it, I'm not gonna acknowledge it. I'm not gonna reward you for your offering, because your offering is not done with the right heart.
Brother,
and that's what we always want. We want the Most High. We want to force the Most High to accept our offering.
Brother.
And it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen that way.
Exactly. But we couldn't accept the consequences of our actions. You get what you get, and you don't throw a what? A fit. Stop throwing fits. Listen. You made your bed. Now what?
Lie in it.
You got to lie in it, all right? They didn't want to lie in it. They didn't want to say, yes, son. Don't do what your parents did. We were afraid to fight our battle. Be courageous in the Lord. Don't do what we did. You don't want to say that. No, we can do it, man. Forget this, son. He's going to see it. Read on.
Chapter 1, paragraph 1. Now this life of the Hebrews in the wilderness was so disagreeable and troublesome to them.
Can you imagine 40 years of just being in the damn desert forever until you die? That's like Alcatraz, huh? That's it, bro. You in jail forever.
Life sentence.
That's a life sentence, huh? Pelican Bay, huh?
In a barren land.
In a barren land. You just have just enough to, you eating manna forever. You saw a cluster of grapes. You had all the fruit, all the vegetables you wanted, all that fish. Now you got manna forever. They still had manna for 40 years.
That's literally what we're doing now.
I know.
And
we could have greater, but Most High just gives us just enough to get by.
But that's that homeborn slave mentality. Like we're okay with the struggle.
That's what we've been trying to say. That is exactly it. Eureka! Eureka! Yes.
We were as strong as the weakest link, right? We all have to just sit there and wait for everyone to get us together.
They were all weak because they all caked up on the Most High. And for 40 years, you just eating manna that tasted based on your outlook.
Yeah.
So if your outlook was crap, the manna reflected your outlook. So, and obviously it was saying the wilderness was disagreeable. That means that the food didn't taste good.
The
conditions weren't comfortable. And that was the punishment for not having the faith and the humility to follow the Most High. And that is the punishment for Israel, not having the faith and humility to follow him now. Steak don't taste that good. The food you eat don't taste as good as it is. You're just living to pay another damn bill. Don't y'all know that existence? I'm just living to pay bills. And stress out and pay bills and suffer and pay bills and suffer and pay bills. Let's keep the lights on. Let's keep the electric on. Let's keep the water on. And life is about that.
Rent is coming up.
Rent's coming up. That's life, bro. He's saying we could have had more. But our fear kept us from that. Our iniquities kept us from good things, like Isaiah 59:2 talks about. You get something to say?
And even in that verse, the children were going to get to the promised land, but they had to wait for their parents to die out. So they're in that same.
Your children are suffering.
Yeah, they're suffering because the parents wouldn't just fight their fight.
That means if I'm 15, I ain't getting in until I'm 55 anyway.
Right.
That sucks.
I'm in a desert ghetto.
Right. That's crazy. Even if I'm a baby, I'm 40 years old getting to the kingdom.
As long as I got my wings.
That's exactly. No. I ain't got no wings, man. Ain't no quail. You eating manna, B. Manna. I'm not being angry. I'm just saying that's what you got. It's miserable and disagreeable. Read on.
And they were so uneasy at it.
It was an uncomfortable life. But when you don't choose the Most High, you don't fight your battle, your life is uneasy. It is disagreeable. Read on.
That although the Most High had forbidden them to meddle with the Canaanites, yet could they not be persuaded to be obedient to the words of Moses.
Because they couldn't accept their sentence and their judgment. They initially did, and then they reneged. Because the consequences of disobedience, there's real consequences for not listening. And we didn't want to accept that there was consequences for going astray. Yes, sis.
No, the word acceptance, it was freshly reminded yesterday. Because the doctor we had for the sister, the doctor was all about natural, and the acceptance was we're going to do this natural, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's there, and the doctor, we were straight up. The nurses were, give in, do the epidural, just, I can't believe you're going through this. This is hard. And the doctors are sitting there. And at the end, when we were like 7 centimeters, the doctor, she goes, no, take this out. I don't want it. And she's like, no, you're going to do this. Is your journey. You're going to do it. And I'm like, this is our plan. You have to first accept you're going to go through this pain. But it was so much fight. When the eureka hit, let me just breathe. And the baby wasn't coming unless you just breathe. Just breathe. Accept just the breathing. And the doctor's like, okay, we going to be. You want it to be done. You got to accept. You want this to be done? Accept that you have to breathe. Nope, that's wrong. Nope, that's wrong.
You got
and when she finally breathed, it was 3 pushes. Man is here. Like, what?
That's Israel all the way. I just got to follow and stop being in my head.
It's uncomfortable. We spent from 7:15
in the morning
all the way to 4
a.m.
in the morning till 4:31 p.m. to finally say, let me just breathe.
to give in.
But the nurses, at the end of Nurse Samantha goes, she goes, oh my, I learned something. I was like, Samantha, you did great, you did good. She's like, no, I learned from you, because everything she was telling our sister to do, she was like, nope, I'm not doing it. No, we are doing this. You need to do this. You haven't been active. We need to. No, I'm not. And she's like, I guess we're gonna have to do it. And the minute she did, she was like, how, Samantha?
Well, how did you do that? That wasn't a minute, though. No. You did it because you was patient. That wasn't no minute. Yeah. 7 a.m.
So
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. It was 9 hours of battling. So in the last 30 minutes, it was obedience.
Yes.
8.5 hours of rebellion.
And I love the
8.5 hours of rebellion.
Samantha was like,
you better than me, so I would have got the hell out of that hospital.
I usually would have told the mommies, because they tell the mommies whatever you want to break out of that. But the doctor was straight up, look, if you sit here at 7 centimeters and you do the diet, you go ahead and it's going to affect the baby. Is this what you want? She had to whisper, because other people are watching. Is this what you really want? You want to affect the baby? Oh, well, take it out. No, is this what you want? Stop and think. Samantha was like, the nurse is like, I would already gave in. I would say, okay, it's whatever the mommy wants. Give them the epidural. We want them to be comfortable. We don't want them to go through this, because I would have gone. I don't go through this, so no mommy should go. No, you needed to go through that.
Most High ordained that pain.
I know that.
It was from the beginning.
He ordained the pain, and the pain leaves the quicker you accept that the pain is there. The quicker you accept that you have to go through the battle, the quicker the battle is over.
Yep.
But these people want to sit back here and not accept the punishment of the Most High, and they want to take matters in their own hands, change their scenario.
I'll say it's no different than what you said earlier. We're extending everything.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what happened. You're extending having the baby because you just don't accept and do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. And now they want to do it. They want to get a redo. Now I want to go fight for it. I want to hunt for it when I realize it sucks. Chance. It's too late, man. Read on.
And to be quiet, but supposing they should be able to beat their enemies, even without his approbation.
Even without his protection. Read on.
They accused him and suspected that he made it his business to keep them in distressed condition.
So now they're saying Moses wanted to keep him in a distressed condition. Huh? Moses was trying to keep. That means Moses was trying to keep himself in a distressed condition.
Right, because he did it too.
Moses living there with you.
Wow.
Moses, Moses had to suffer for their rebellion. Huh? 40 years of suffering. Huh? That's insane.
Well, you know what? I realize even just reading this is that people got to tell themselves something. You know what I'm saying? And even
you know why? Because they'll sit back here and kill themselves if they don't.
Exactly. They gotta tell themselves something as an excuse. So the most logical excuse they can come up with was Moses didn't want to see us happy. Moses had it out for us. He wanted to leave us in this condition. I mean, that's the most foolish thing that somebody could say. But I'm realizing that people will say any damn thing. Whatever they will tell themselves whatever it is to get them through their situation, even when they're rebellious, even when it's all their fault. They still gonna come up with a reason to say why their condition is the way it is. It's almost like our people are stiff-necked. Say it again. Exactly. That's what I'm looking for. They'll tell themselves something to cope with their condition, but not do what it takes to change their condition. That's amazing. I just reading that is amazing. So you still gonna come back and blame Moses as an excuse, knowing your condition didn't change because you didn't want to do anything about it when you had the opportunity? That's amazing to me. Read on.
That they might always stand in need of his assistance.
It says because when you look at what the definition of a tyrant government or a government ran off tyranny is one where the people have to depend on one person. And that's the form of a tyrannical government, is where you become dependent on me. And so what he's saying is that they're accusing Moses of being a tyrant. That's what they're saying right here. Read on.
Accordingly, they resolved to fight with the Canaanites and said that the Most High gave them his assistance.
That's what people do. People tell themselves the Most High is with them. And instead of just learning how to do things decently in order, they convince themselves it's the Most High's will.
Derision.
Yeah, it's a strong delusion. Read on.
Not out of regard of Moses' intercession.
Not out of regards of what Moses told him.
Moses was old and he still had to go up and talk to the Most High on the mountain.
Yeah.
He had to walk up the mountain and then walk back down. And then walk up the mountain and then walk back down.
And they said that mountain was treacherous. That was not some easy mountain. They said there was some corners. I'm paraphrasing it, but they said it was a treacherous sloping path to get to. So it wasn't some light thing. I just wanted them to say that.
Yeah, God.
So, read on.
But because he took care of their entire nation on account of their forefathers, whose affairs he took under his own conduct, as also that it was on account of their own virtue, that he had formerly procured them their liberty, and would be assisting to them. Now they were willing to take pain for it.
Now they want to take pains for it, but it was too late. Read on.
They also said that they were possessed of abilities sufficient for the conquest of their enemies.
Because that's what we tell ourselves. We can sit back and individually conquer anything. I don't need the Most High on my side. I can, with my own merit and my own strength, I can do whatever I want to do. Read on.
Although Moses should have had a mind to alienate the Most High from them, that however it was to their advantage to be their own masters, and not so far to rejoice in their deliverance from the indignities they endured under the Egyptians, as to bear the tyranny of Moses over them.
They're saying that what they went through by the leadership of the Egyptians was easier and better than the tyranny of Moses.
Wow.
So they got to sit back here and muster the strength to overcome these Canaanites to get their own independence. It wasn't just to beat the Canaanites, get their own land. They did this to get independence from Moses.
Right.
They did this to break off from Moses. This had nothing to do with, oh, I'm sorry for me messing up. And I'm sorry, Father, for not taking the opportunity when I had it. This is about, I got a problem with Moses. I want to get away from Moses.
I want the freedom to do it my own way.
And when I get out there on my own way, I'm going to establish my own kingdom there. They ain't got to follow Moses. It was still about brothers not staying locked into their elders. I want to go a different route, like you said about the supplanters. I want to go a different way to get to my salvation, a different way to find peace in my life. Yeah, relief in my life. Read on. That supplanter angle is perfect. It's a great angle. Keep going.
And to suffer themselves to be deluded, and 5 according to his pleasure.
I'm trying to find out where the hell we're at, man. I yellowed all this stuff. I'm just going yellow crazy. I'm not sure where I'm at, man.
Right here. Almost 4.
I don't even got.
Yeah, they got the
Yeah,
mark.
he's got a different.
Where it says
diluted. I see diluted. I found it. Okay, cool. So he says, and to suffer themselves to be deluded and live according to his pleasure, as though the Most High did only foretell what concerns us out of his kindness to him. So he's saying is, they convinced themselves that they were going to find their pleasure regardless of the verdict the Most High gave to them. Isn't that what we do all the time? I'm going to find my pleasure. I'm going to find my happiness, and I'm not going to be up under you to find my happiness.
I'm going to make my way work.
I'm going to make my way work. I'm going to find my own happiness regardless of what you want from me.
I'm going to prove to you that I don't have to follow you.
Exactly. I'm going to prove to you that I don't got to do it your way.
Yep. That there's other ways. Way. There's other ways.
Keep going.
As if they were not all the posterity of Abraham, that the Most High made him alone the author of all the knowledge we have, and we must still learn it from him.
What they're saying is that they're looking at Moses as saying, you're not the only one that the Most High deals with. You're not the only one that the Most High works with. We're children of the Most High too. We come from the lineage of Abraham, of Noah, of Adam. Yep. They knew their lineage. They knew their history. They knew their culture. They knew that they were Hebrews.
You know what's crazy? What's happening is he already dealt with like 2 or 3 possible mutinies. Now that mutinous spirit has gone even further. Now it's going into desperation. Once they realized that there was no hope, then why follow this guy? Once I realized that there's no hope and I'm stuck here forever, and this is my final destination, then why stay in order? Why be respectful? What it shows you that people maintain respect and order because it benefits them. When the idea that they're not going to benefit from being in order hits a person, then why be in order?
Exactly. What good is it?
What good is being in order if I'm not getting anything out the deal? The verdict is already established. The verdict is you're going to live for 40 years and die off. That was it, no more. And once that decree happened, now why be in order? Why be respectful? Why stay in order with my heads then? You know, forget it. I'm going to do me. Because right after this, Dathan and Korah comes in. It's constantly people just attacking and fighting for power and control because there's no hope. But there's no hope because they made their decision and they made their bed and they got to lie in it. Yeah.
I was saying, even being in order wasn't crap. You got yourself into that situation. Now you're making it worse.
Yeah.
Right.
I know, but that's what Moses was trying to convince them. Listen, don't make this worse. We already got a 40 burger put on the side. Esau. It's sports. You got a 40 burger put on your eye. You got this 40 points on your eye to nothing. So the Most High put 40 years of hard labor on you. That's the verdict. Don't make this condition worse. And they did exactly that. Now I'm going to go do things my way and go against Moses and try to find freedom from him. Read on. Damn, bro.
That it would be a piece of prudence to oppose his arrogant pretenses, and to put their confidence in the Most High, and to resolve to take possession of that land which he had promised them, and not to give ear to him, who on this account, and under the pretense of divine authority, forbade them so to do.
So they're still saying, man, the Most High is with me. Most High wants us. What they're saying is, Moses is keeping us from this land. Because the Most High promised us this land. So Moses must be keeping us from this blessing. You know, forget Moses, man. I'm going to go get the land the Most High offered and promised me to have.
Moses looking out for himself.
Exactly. 'Cause Moses knows if he goes, he gonna lose control. Once we get to the land, we don't gotta follow Moses.
Moses don't care about us.
Moses doesn't care about us. That's exactly that sounds familiar. But what it's showing you is this was the mindset that they were having in mutiny against Moses. Moses doesn't want us in that promised land because we can be free men in that promised land.
We don't have to be under his authority.
Exactly. So let's go get this land and not be up under it. Read on.
Considering, therefore, the distressed state they were in at present, and that in those desert places they were still to expect things would be worse with them, they resolved to fight with the Canaanites, as submitting only to the Most High, their supreme commander, and not waiting for any assistance from their legislators.
So it said, all you got to do is follow the Most High. It's ain't
Right.
about man. That happened. You know how many people say that?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not here to follow man, brother. I'm here to follow the Most High.
Right.
So let me sit back here and circumvent order. And it's just me and the Most High. These rebellious guys that got murdered in war said the same thing.
It started with this knowledge, puffing them up.
I know. Well, you know, it's knowledge, but it started with the fact that my life is crap. I don't want to take ownership for my decisions.
No, I was talking about Abraham. When they started mentioning Abraham and the it started with them like, oh, I'm a child of the Most High.
And that's my point. I'm a child of Moses. The Spirit works not just through Moses. I'm not going to accept the verdict that the Most High set forth. So I got to find a villain. I have to create a villain in the story to justify me making these rogue moves.
Right.
What are you going to say, sis?
No, it's in a question form. It's a question. Is it like in today, and like you was mentioning order, would that be like the same thing if I don't see the vision of my husband or I'm not understanding
Hell
what
yeah.
he's saying, and I'm like, wow, you don't seem like you're a man of the Most High. Let me go revert to somebody else.
My independence.
Doing
And this is what men don't want. Men want to talk about being independent, but when their wife starts talking about independent, hold on now, partner. You can't be independent. You have to serve me.
Okay.
But I don't gotta be. I'm free in Christ. So why ain't the wife free in Christ? If the man's gonna be free in Christ, let the wife be free in Christ. Nobody want to hear that. Listen. If a sister can't pick and choose what she wants to do, how come a brother gets to pick and choose what he wants to do and not have to be in order with a man over him? That's ridiculous, man. But this was the mindset that we had that set us to a destructive place. Read on.
And this mindset that what they're doing by riling the people up with these kind of words. Read that one more time. That last part you read.
Which one, the last?
Considering, therefore,
Yeah.
the distressed state they were in.
The distressed state they were in at present.
The fifth sentence. The fifth sentence, which says that it would be a piece of prudence.
To the top.
It's at the top. It says that
I got it.
Yeah, you got
Five. That it would be a piece of prudence to oppose his arrogant pretenses.
So what they were doing was riling up the people to show how this would be the wise thing for you to do is to go against Moses, because Moses is not for you. He said this is what Peter was warning people about. Go to 2 Peter chapter 2, read verse 18. Read this.
Second Peter chapter 2 and verse 18. For when they speak great swelling words of vanity.
Because when people have already disconnected themselves from the Most High and made their own decisions, it says they're going to come up with all kind of reasons to try to get you to follow after them. And that's what these people were doing at this time who had already been rejected by the Most High. They were coming up with all kind of great and swelling words. Read on.
They allure through the lust of the flesh.
Don't you want freedom? Don't you want liberty? Don't you want to not have to be under man's control?
Independence.
Don't you want your independence? Don't you want to do what you want to do? Why do you have to submit yourself to being a camp? Why do you have to? You can serve the Most High by yourself. You don't have to follow no man. You ain't got to follow no woman. It says they promised them what? Liberty. Go ahead.
Through much wantonness.
Because it's something that they want out of it. Read on.
Those that were clean escape from them who live in error.
So what they're trying to do is get people to get on their side to to get numbers to think like them.
Justify what they want.
Exactly, because the more people that I get to believe what I believe, I'm justifying my stance against the right way. Read on.
While they promise them liberty,
And this is exactly what people will do when they're this is what people do when they're causing a mutiny. They're promising you what?
Liberty.
They're promising you liberty, freedom. You don't have to be under such discipline. You don't have to follow as much.
You don't got to be as extreme as
You don't got to be as extreme. There's other ways to serve the Most High.
all day.
You don't have to
And
commit
that's what
yourself.
they were saying them about Moses, man.
Exactly. There's other ways of serving the Most High. You don't have to dedicate to that level of extremeness to be an Israelite.
There's another way to get to your kingdom.
Exactly.
There's another way to get to your paradise.
This is what people do. This is the bait.
People do this now.
That's what I'm saying. This is the bait that they have stringing you along to pull you out of what's keeping you clean.
Yep.
Yes.
I was saying with that there should be like now in hearing it, there should be like a level of fear because even for a woman, if you're sitting here, you're looking at your husband, oh, he don't know what he's doing. And if the Most High deal with him, okay, Most High deal with him, then what are you teaching the children? Like, you know, it trickles down.
And that what you're saying is
that's
everybody can talk their independence until the person under them starts talking their independence.
And
like
you
you
get to
said,
see your
if a
children,
sister
you might
wants to
wanna
talk,
jack 'em up
then you know what, they gonna seek independence. That's the point. If the sister wants independence, then they're gonna lose their children. If their husband seeks independence, he's gonna lose the wife. Those are the facts. We're all in a trick bag together. We're all subject to staying in order with the Most High. And the second that one person wants to think they can be independent, then just know everybody can be independent. You're opening the door for everybody to pick and choose what they want to do.
Yep.
And that's where the hypocrisy of Israel kicks in.
Read on.
They themselves are the servants of corruption.
It says because they themselves are the what?
Servants of corruption.
The same thing that we're reading about in the Josephus with the ones that have been rejected by the Most High who were speaking against Moses. They were servants of corruption.
Huh?
So now they're looking for people to take sides. Now I want people to take sides and be with me as a servant of corruption. And how do I do that? I bait you with freedom. I bait you with liberty.
That is an easier way.
That I bait you with opportunity. I bait you with comfort.
I bait you with the fact that this way is too hard. This is a too extreme mode. This is an easier path. This is a better path.
Exactly.
And that's what Israel does all of the time.
Read on.
For of whom a man is overcome.
And if you listen to this, to the bait, if you eat the bait, take the bait. If you bite the bait of you don't have to be disciplined, you can serve the Most High at your own pace. You can serve the Most High at your own rate.
Mm-hmm.
You can serve the Most High at your own scale. Read on.
Of the same is he brought in bondage.
And it says what they're doing is bringing you into bondage.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
For if after they have escaped the pollutions of the world through the knowledge of the Lord Yahweh Shai, they are again entangled therein and overcome.
And this is what people do to get you back entangled by you picking sides, by trying to pull you from the structure, to pull you from the doctrine that you was taught, to pull you from the program, to pull you from the discipline, to pull you from the body. It says what they're trying to do is to get you to be a slave again back into your flesh. But let that go, and let's go back to what we was at in Josephus. Where it says that it would be a piece of prudence to oppose his arrogant pretenses.
All right. And to put their confidence in the Most High, and to resolve to take possession of that land which he had promised them, and not to give ear to him, who on this account and under the pretense of divine authority forbade them so to do.
They didn't want to accept that it was divine authority that kept them from this. They want to make it about a man.
It was a man. A man is being under a man is where you were before.
And you know what it's showing you? Sometimes, a lot of times, when the Most High is not accepting your sacrifice, you want to say, this man is keeping me from my growth. You don't want to accept the Most High has kept me from my growth or kept me from my blessing. I want to say, this man's keeping me from my blessing.
Right.
It's what just happened. Their actions, their conduct kept them from their opportunity. But what they want to say, this man kept me back from my opportunity.
Yep.
This is why I can't follow man.
So I can't be happy.
Man holds you back. Man sits back here and manipulates you for their own doing.
They paint the picture so well, bro.
When in reality is, your own negative keeps you back from your growth. Your own negative decision making keeps you back from the Most High's growth. Scripture says you can do nothing against the truth before the truth. So what can a man do to change your blessings? Funny thing is this: if it was about man and man controlled everything, when Joseph's brothers wanted to kill him, that would have been the end of Joseph, wouldn't it? Yeah. Or when Potiphar's wife wanted to set him up for rape, that would have been the end of him, wouldn't it? But you know what? It didn't. Joseph ended up being number 2 in the kingdom of Egypt because the Most High was with him. So you know what? If the Most High is with you, nobody can be against you.
That's exactly what I was about to say right there.
If the Most High is with you, nobody can. So stop making excuses for why you're not growing. You're not growing because you ain't fighting. You ain't growing because your works is stubblish.
Stubblish.
Stubblish, hayish,
Stubblish like
woodish. It's that bottom 3 tier of skill. That's why you're not getting blessed. It ain't no man's fault, it's you. And if you can maintain humility, you can actually pick up that point and actually make some changes in your life. Because they didn't want to take the time to reflect about their conduct. It's always somebody else's fault why you don't grow. Read on.
Considering, therefore, the distressed state they were in at present, and that in those desert places they were still to expect things would be worse with them. Mm-hmm. They resolved to fight with the Canaanites, as submitting only to the Most High.
You know what's crazy? What they're saying is, in their mind, in their paranoid mind, they felt things were going to get worse than it was. And instead of, Moses told them that. But instead of saying, let me just change and get my life right so things can be at least manageable here, they just go buck wild and go opposite of how things are supposed to be done, and it gets worse for them anyway. Read on.
Sorry.
I know, you talking, I cut you off.
No, they resolved to fight with the Canaanites, and submitting only to the Most High, their supreme commander, and not waiting for any assistance from their legislators.
They want to sit back and take matters into their own hands and not lock in. I'm just going to only lock into the Most High. I'm not following a man.
That's what they do with Yahweh.
They do it with men in camps. They do it all the time. When you sit back and talk to cats who bounce, that's what they say. I don't got to be in order with them. It's all about me and the Most High. I just got to follow the commandments and please Heavenly Father, and I'm good. That's all they say. That's all people do all the time. To justify the fact that somebody sees their BS and holds them accountable for their negative. And they don't want to be held accountable for their negative. Read on.
When therefore they had come to this resolution as being best for them.
Being best for them. Read on.
They went against their enemies. But those enemies were not dismayed either at the attack itself or at the great multitude that made it, and received them with great courage. Many of the Hebrews were slain, and the remainder of the army, upon the disorder of their troops, were pursued and fled after a shameful manner to their camp.
They got ran off to their camp like a bunch of chumps and got whipped on. Man, that's crazy. Listen, because you know when the Most High is not with you, that means he's with who? The other guys. It ain't just he ain't with you and you got a fair fight. No, he's not with you and he's with them. Don't forget when the Most High said, I think it was in Daniel's in the latter chapters. He said, "I was warring with the Prince of Persia." What he was saying is, if he was warring with the Prince of Persia, whose side was he on?
Right, Persia.
No,
wait.
He was with the Greeks.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
He was with the Greeks and helping the Greeks take out the Persians.
Yep.
The Persian Empire.
Right.
So that means that he's with the side that's going to win.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's what they're going to win.
That's the point. So if you live in Rome, he's with them other guys.
He has his hands.
So you better tighten up that courage. That's false courage. Your courage should be based on you staying in line with the Most High. That means there's no opponent that's going to stop you. He that's with you is greater than he that's in the world. Read on.
Whereupon this unexpected misfortune made them quite despond.
Like despondent, downtrodden. Now I'm super depressed that my shit didn't work. Read on.
And they hoped for nothing that was good.
Then they got ultra negative. Read on.
As gathering from it that this affliction came from the wrath of the Most High, because they rashly went out to war without his approbation.
Without his approval. Read on.
But when Moses saw how deeply they were affected with this defeat, and being afraid lest the enemy should grow insolent upon this victory,
he was like, man, these niggas went out here, took matters in their own hands, got their butts whipped. Now these Canaanites might want to sit back here and take us out. Now they got some leverage on us now.
Right. They might grow courage.
And come out here and finish us off in the damn wilderness with no protection. All they had was tents. Read on.
And should be desirous of gaining still greater glory, and should attack them. He resolved that it was proper to withdraw the army into the wilderness to a further distance from the Canaanites.
He said, you got to get further away. Because we got to show them that we don't want no smoke now. Read on.
So the multitude gave themselves up again to his conduct, for they were sensible that without his care for them, their affairs could not be in good condition.
But you know, but that acceptance always teeters. They say, yeah, Moses is right. Now forget Moses. No, you know Moses was right. Damn Moses. Damn it to hell. No, Moses is always coming through for us, man. Kill him. Nah, I don't know, man. He's looking after us. Without Moses, we can't do it. We dead. It's crazy, But you know what it shows you? That those waves of emotion is how marriages are. Those waves of emotions is how sisterhood is. We got counsels concerning that tomorrow. About how we love this sister, we hate them. We love them, we hate them. Hate. You can't even finish the word love and that hate come out. It happens all the time. Brothers, sisters, like hate. You like late. It turns to late. But it's showing you that this is how Israel is. It's a love-hate thing, man. The person who's out there to look out there, your well-being, you're hated more times than you love. Wow. You're not you're looked upon in a negative light way more than you appreciate it. Read on.
And he caused the host to remove, and he went further into the wilderness, as intending there to let them rest, and not to permit them to fight the Canaanites before the Most High should afford them a more favorable opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter 2.
Wow. So, okay, no, that was it. That was it, because the rest is Dathan and Korah coming up in chapter 2. We'll do that next week. Let's go back in Numbers 15.
Numbers chapter. I'm sorry. Ready?
Numbers 15.
41.
No, yeah, I'm sorry, we're in 14 still, huh?
14, 41.
Yeah, let's do that. 14 and 41.
Am I right?
You're close. No, it was 14:42.
Oh. Numbers chapter 14, verse 42. Go not up, for the Most High is not among you, that ye be not smitten before your enemies. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and ye shall fall by the sword, because ye are turned away from the Most High. Therefore the Most High will not be with you.
Mm-hmm.
But they presumed to go up unto the hilltop,
because they didn't want to be up under Moses. What it shows you, what killed Moses, and I know it did, the idea that they loved Moses because they needed him. They didn't love Moses because they appreciated him. They loved him because they needed him.
That's like your house shine, the miracles.
Yeah.
Using you for healing.
Exactly. And that is the reality and sadness about dealing with Israel. I love you because you can do something for me. The second you don't do anything for me, I don't want you no more. I don't need you. I don't care.
Where things go wrong, it's your fault.
Exactly. Transactional Israel, man.
You know,
Keep going.
that's why the scriptures say, let nothing be done through strife and vainglory.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that was the only reason they was doing it. It was out of vainglory. The Most High, we're going to prove that the Most High is with us.
Yeah.
And they did it out of strife because we don't want to be under Moses.
Yeah.
Everything, their intention was wrong.
Brother, but you're around these cats every day. They encamp you. You're in the middle of all these people that can't stand your guts every day. You can't get away. You can't get around. You can't escape it. Everywhere you walk, people look at you sideways and they dapping you up, but you know they're looking for weakness in you. That existence would drive. That's why it says it almost comes off like Moses was not human.
Right.
How do you sit back here and be around a bunch of people who can't stand your guts and hate you and are looking for angles to attack you? Con.
And you know it's like that because Yahweh Shai even talked about it. He said you'll be hated for my name's sake.
Well,
No,
also,
they hated me first.
Also, Adam, they went to the hilltop, but it said in previous verses that the Amalekites were in the hilltop. That was where they had lived. And how you know that? Because Amalek is who? Is Esau. Where does Esau like to be? At the top of the hills. They liked in those high habitations. So they went up in the high habitations and got smoked in those high habitations. Anyway, let's continue in Numbers.
Verse 44. But they presumed to go up unto the hilltop. Nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of the Most High and Moses departed not out of the camp.
So a nation that they had previously beat ended up kicking their butt today. Read on.
Then the Amalekites came down, and the Canaanites, which dwelt in that hill, and smote them, and discomfited them, even unto Hormah.
Mm-hmm. Now, in other writings, they said Canaan was on the bottom, Amalek was on top. Either way, let's keep going.
Numbers chapter 15, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come into the land of your habitations, which I give unto you, and will make an offering by fire unto the Most High, a burnt offering, or a sacrifice in performing a vow, or in a free will offering, or in your solemn feast, to make a sweet savor unto the Most High, of the herd or of the flock, then shall he that offereth his offering unto the Most High bring a meat offering of a tenth deal of flour, mingled with the fourth part of an hin of oil, and the fourth part of an hin of wine for a drink offering shalt thou prepare with the burnt offering or sacrifice for one lamb. Or for a ram thou shalt prepare for a meat offering two tenth deals of flour mingled with the third part of an hin of oil. And for a drink offering thou shalt offer the third part of an hin of wine for a sweet savor unto the Most High. And when thou preparest a bullock for a burnt offering, or for a sacrifice in performing a vow, or priest offerings unto the Most High, then shall he bring with the bullock a meat offering of 3/10 deals of flour, mingled with an half an hin of oil. And thou shalt bring for a drink offering half an hin of wine, for an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Most High. Thus shall it be done for one bullock, or for one ram, or for a lamb, or for a kid. According to the number that ye shall prepare, so shall ye do to everyone according to their number. All that are born in the country shall do these things after this manner, and an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Most High. And if a stranger sojourn with you, or whosoever be among you in your generations, and will offer an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Most High, as ye do, so he shall do. One ordinance shall be both for you of the congregation, and also for the stranger that sojourneth with you. An ordinance forever in your generations. As ye are, so shall the stranger be before the Most High. One law and one manner shall be for you, and for the stranger that sojourneth with you.
So now the Most High is giving Moses instructions on how the next generation of people are supposed to live. I know that don't feel too good.
Right.
This instruction is for the next generation that gets into the land of their habitations. Read on.
I like how he keeps saying one law,
Yeah.
one mind. He keeps emphasizing that.
Okay.
Verse 17. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land whither I bring you, then it shall be that when ye eat of the bread of the land, ye shall offer up an heave offering unto the Most High. Ye shall offer up a cake of the first of your dough for an heave offering, as ye do the heave offering of the threshing floor.
So what he's teaching, he's trying to reteach this next generation that when you go into your land, the first of everything goes to him still. So you remember, until you remind yourself who this is for and what this is about, and this is about pleasing him. He gets the first of everything we produce. Read on.
As ye do the heave offering of the threshing floor, so shall ye heap it. Of the first of your dough ye shall give unto the Most High an heave offering in your generations. And if ye have erred and not observed all these commandments, which the Most High hath spoken unto Moses, even all that the Most High hath commanded you by the hand of Moses, from the day that the Most High commanded Moses, and henceforward among your generations, then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor unto the Most High, with his meat offering and his drink offering, according to the manner, and one kid of the goats for a sin offering.
So it's saying if you commit a sin by ignorance, and you still got to give an offering to the Most High.
Yep.
Read on.
Verse 25. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it is ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Most High, and their sin offering before the Most High for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourneth among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance. And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinneth ignorantly, when he sinneth by ignorance before the Most High, to make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. Ye shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourneth among them. But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Most High, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
That presumptuously just means boldly.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it was wrong, but I did it anyway. So there's a difference when you do something and you didn't know it was wrong. The Most High is more merciful. It required a sacrifice, and the Most High will return back to you in good graces. But when you knew better, you knew the difference between right and wrong, and you chose to do it anyway, you were bold and you were arrogant about it, that's when the Most High said, I'll cut off that soul. So he's showing you that he's more merciful to the ones that didn't know. He's more lenient. There still has to be a sacrifice, but there's leniency to when you don't know. So it just shows you that same thing we read in Acts chapter 17, verse 30. Somebody get that Acts chapter 17, verse 30 real quick.
Now, while you waiting on that, and praise that he wanted a female animal, a female she-goat, when it was a sin of ignorance. Maybe that was, I don't know why that would be the difference between regular sin and a mistaken sin. But keep going.
I'm not sure.
Acts chapter 17, verse 30. In the times of this ignorance.
But even still, like we was talking about earlier, there is a time when you don't know better. And there is a time when the Most High is merciful. Go ahead.
In the times of this ignorance, the Most High winked at it.
And the punishment is not so severe. But because, can I play the ignorant game forever? Can I play the Lord I didn't know forever? Read on.
The Most High winked at it.
He said the Most High winked at ignorance. Go ahead.
But now.
But when?
But now.
Go ahead.
Commandeth all men.
So can everybody keep playing the I didn't know no better game? Can you play that game for the rest of your life? He said, but now, go ahead.
Commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
So the Most High still requires what? Change. Repentance is change.
Yep.
You can't play the ignorant role forever. You can't play the Most High should be merciful to me forever because I didn't know no better. Eventually, you have to change.
And also, you read Luke 12 and 48, the Moses says the servant that didn't know is still going to be beaten with few stripes.
God.
You're still going to get stung, but just going to be on a smaller level, whether you're ignorant or not. But when you know, now you're going to get beaten with many stripes. And that's how he teaches us.
The Most High is fair.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High is very fair.
No
So what that means is that you should take advantage of all your, once again, you should be taking advantage of all your opportunities. And even when you make a mistake, you didn't know no better, that don't mean abuse it. That means change.
Change quickly.
Change quickly.
Don't keep making the same mistakes over and over.
Right. That's all I want to bring out on that.
Let's continue and finish out this Numbers 15 and
Numbers chapter 15, verse 30. You want 30, 31?
31's fine.
31. Because he hath despised the word of the Most High, and hath broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off. his iniquity shall be upon him. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day.
Listen, now I understand why this guy was gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. Now I understand the scripture. You know why he started gathering sticks on the Sabbath day? He stopped giving a shit out. Everybody here at this particular, you start getting a pulse of what's going on. They stopped caring. They stopped respecting Moses. They stopped respecting order. They just stopped caring.
Presumptuous.
Yeah, exactly. They stopped caring. They stopped having that fear. To where now it didn't matter anymore. When I get into the kingdom, there's a lot of people like that. It wasn't just he just wanted to gather sticks on the Sabbath day. He stopped caring. Because their verdict was what it was. There's 40 years you're dead. You're not seeing the kingdom. So why try?
Why stay in order?
Why stay in order? Why fight to do right when there's no hope? That was why I said, why would this nigga sit back here and just be gathering sticks on Saturday afternoon? You know what I mean? For what reason? Because you stop giving a crap.
Without hope.
Don't forget, you read in the Josephus book 4, chapter 1, paragraph 1, their life in the wilderness was disagreeable and troublesome. That's why a person is going to sit back and gather sticks on the Sabbath. Who cared? Why sit back here and fight to try? That happens to people so much. When you hit rock bottom, you stop trying. When you feel distressed and unhappy, you stop trying.
You lose discipline.
You lose because the care of discipline is love. That's what Wisdom of Solomon talks about.
But why change?
Why? What's the benefit of sacrificing and changing? Right. That's why he was gathering sticks. Read on.
Numbers chapter 15, verse 32. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron and unto all the congregation. And they put him inward, because it was not declared what should be done to him.
In ward. It's in ward, like in prison,
okay.
in jail.
Right, okay.
Okay, read on.
And the Most High said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp.
Now, if you're just sitting back here and reading this like it's a novel, you're like, yeah, that's extreme, man. Right. He was just picking up some stones.
It's just little sticks.
It was some stickies. But the problem was this. He had to reset a tone for the nation. He had to sit back here and reestablish. You got to still take this law serious. You got to sit back here and still follow me, and that's got to be serious in your life. So this guy's got to be an example so that you guys can stay fearful of me, even though you might not have the hope you might expect. You still got to stay in order, so this guy's got to die. That makes sense? That makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah.
Because he had to reset a tone for the people. Yeah.
That's like saying you're supposed to do good for the sake of doing good.
Not just for benefit.
Yeah, not just because I'm getting something out of it. This is what you were born and what you're for.
But this is what was showing that people lost. It kills that mentality of why try. Because that's what we get to. We get to the point where why do anything right?
That's my point.
Why change?
You don't really know.
It don't make no difference anyway. No matter
What's
what I
the
do.
benefit of doing it?
No matter what I do, the Most High is not going to honor it. He's not going to bless it.
Brother.
I'm not good enough. It kills that why try attitude. Because we'll adopt that attitude quick.
It gets self-destructive.
Especially when things don't seem like it's working for us. We'll go to.
It happens all the time.
Exactly. Why stay disciplined? Why stay focused?
Because you're gonna die.
Yeah.
If you don't,
you're gonna die anyway.
And that's what I'm. Well, then you'll get stoned.
Might die sooner though. Yeah.
But that was the whole point. It was that apathy that apathy which brought that presumptuous sin. I stopped caring, so I started getting more bold because I stopped caring. So the most I had to sit back here and sting this cat so everybody can remind themselves, hey, don't want to die? Don't want to sit back and have a worse situation happen to me than what it is? Because my condition could get worse. Read on.
Plus you're eliminating that influence of that negativity that's going to grow. It's going to affect other people.
Right. They're going to be shamelessly bold and everybody else is going to follow suit and lose respect for the word. Read on.
Verse 36. And all the congregation brought him without the camp, and stoned him with stones. And he died, as the Most High commanded Moses. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue.
Why is he establishing this again? Because you guys are going to forget me. I got to keep something in place so you can remind yourselves about me. Because look at what you're doing. You're getting sticks. You stop giving a shit.
Right.
Y'all niggas stop giving a shit. I got to put something in place so you don't forget me. So even if things are going good in your life or going bad in your life, you got to have fringes to remind yourself of me.
It's a border of protection.
Exactly. It's a border of protection and it's a reminder.
Right, yeah.
For your mind. Yeah. There is a border in your mind, regardless if I feel despair, if I feel up, if I feel down, if life is hitting me and my life sucks right now, I can't forget the loss. I can't lose hope and faith in the Most High. Because all this is based upon people losing faith in their condition. There was a spirit of despair amongst the people. Does it make sense?
No.
It might not be talked about in clear verbiage, but there is a reason why these verses and these things are being implemented to the people. Continue.
Verse 39. And it shall be unto you for a fringe.
You know what? Had he had fringes on, he might not pick them sticks up.
Exactly.
He might have said, man, hold up, man.
Well, he would have.
I got a problem on God's way.
Yeah, oh, Dad, let me go exercise today. My fault. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to bring that up. Go ahead.
Verse 39. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it.
That ye may what?
That ye may look upon it.
So in every way, the fringe represents what? A reminder. It's some people need reminders. Esau would tell you to put a string around your finger to remember something. You know, people tell you write a checklist. You know, live by a list in a clipboard, which helps too. Write everything down. Make a mental note for yourself. Sometimes that is not good enough. Sometimes you need to see the fringes on you. It may prevent you from going in the direction that you wanted to go. You know what that means? It's a reminder that you're still under orders. Because that's what the commandments are. Commandments are rules. That I got rules that I got to follow. That's what the fringes are supposed to acknowledge. I still have to abide by some type of rule. I'm still under orders. I'm still under the statutes of the Most High. I have a responsibility, and that's what the fringe is. Had we fringes in a lot of things we've done, we probably wouldn't have done it. But I didn't know. But you know what happens when you got these fringes on? They're instant reminders that, hey, you're under certain authority, you're under certain rules, and you just can't conduct yourself how you want. You belong to the Most High. And if I don't follow these rules, there's a consequence to these rules. But first and foremost, the fringe was supposed to be for you to look upon it and do what?
Remember.
And it was a reminder. It was to tell you something. Go ahead.
That ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Most High and do them.
Why is that important? 1 John chapter 2, verse 15.
1 John chapter 2, verse 15.
Mm-hmm.
Love not the world.
Go ahead.
Neither the things that are in the world.
Go ahead.
If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him.
Why did the Most High got us wearing fringes? Read on.
For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh.
Because if you don't put these fringes on, you're going to fall victim to your what?
Flesh.
The lust. You're going to fall victim to your lust. You're going to do what you want to do and not do what the Most High wants you to do. That's why you need a reminder to submit yourself to the Most High. It keeps you from your own lust. Read on.
And the lust of the eyes.
And it keeps you from doing what you want to do versus following and submitting to the commandments of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
And the pride of life.
And it keeps you from making your own decisions. And the fringe will help you understand I gotta keep the Most High's decisions over my decisions. I gotta execute the will of the Most High over my own way. But if I don't got these fringes on, it makes me living in this world even that much more difficult, because I will become a slave to my flesh. I'll become a slave to my opinion. I'll become a slave to doing what I want to do. You need a reminder, because everything in the world is about you doing what you want to do. Read on.
And the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world.
So you need a reminder when you walk in the world. That's what the fringes are for. It's to remind you of what it takes to be in obedience and to be right by the Most High as you conduct yourself in this wicked society. Yes.
And they do that in school, because I remember when Yael, when he was doing track and he passed a student up and he would the piece is like, the clothes you wearing, this is a falcon. You represent falcon. You know, whenever you leave, you got to know the dress code, your uniform is like the military. You represent America. With your school clothes, you represent Falcons.
Yeah.
You represent us.
You're not an individual.
You're not an individual.
Right. Exactly.
It's the truth. That's how they implement their thing, but the Most High is the same thing with us. Listen, you're a reflection of me. So regardless of whatever's going on in your life, you have an obligation to put me first. It's still about whatever you got going on in your life doesn't matter. I come first. Whether you got some bad news, you got a bad judgment that didn't go your way, does that mean the law ain't the law? Does that mean the scriptures aren't the scriptures? You still have an obligation to be in order whether you're getting rewarded or not. That's the lesson. So
that was it. Go back to where you were at in Numbers chapter 15.
Numbers chapter 15.
Verse 39.
Verse 39. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Most High, and do them.
Go ahead.
And that ye seek not after your own heart.
Because what's in the world? The lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life. So the fringes is supposed to keep you from you.
Yep. Stop being an individual.
Stop doing you. Exactly. Yep. Stop doing what you want to do.
And stay in order.
But people don't look at the fringes like this.
I know. Listen, the fringes represent staying in order.
Right.
And not being an individual. Look what we just read. Everybody was being an individual when the you know what hits the fan. Skin for skin, I'm choosing me. I'm a cut tail and get out of order when things get hard. The fringes are reminding you, regardless of what's going on with you, you still have to stay in order with the Heavenly Father. You still have to be disciplined.
Just keep accountability.
Yes, it's about accountability. Not just looks, not a style. It's not about a fashion statement. It's more than that.
Yeah, you know.
Stay away from the border of wickedness.
Yeah.
Read on.
Yeah, true.
And
that the border of fringes is the border of wickedness.
and that ye seek not after your own heart.
And that's what the fringes is for. We forget what the fringes are for.
Yep.
That it keep you from doing you. Read.
And your own eyes.
And your own, just like we read in 1 John. Read.
Lust of the eyes.
After which ye use to go a whoring.
And what do you use the eyes for?
To go a whoring.
To
get what you want.
To deviate from the Most High. So the Most High got to dangle something in your face and on your garment to remind you not to go for you and to do what you want to do. And to keep you from pursuing your own dreams and pursuing your own desires and your own wants. The Most High got that's what the fringes are for. Yep. So when you look at the fringes, you might despise the fringes, but you should despise your own way even more. Because that's what the fringes are for. You should despise doing your own thing, trying to be an individual, doing things your way based on your opinion. Because that's the issue. The issue is your pride. The issue is your lust. The issue is your wants. And you got to have something there to prevent you from going after fulfilling your desires.
Yep.
Maybe I should change how I look at the fringes and the purpose of the fringes. If I understand the purpose of the fringes, I'll embrace the fringes even that much more. It's really a safety. It's really a safety valve.
Right.
It's a level of protection. Go ahead.
Verse 40.
Some people say it's corny. That fringes are corny.
I was just...
You got not Israelites. I'm saying new people coming into the truth. They have a hard time embracing the fringes.
It's something spiritual there, like, because you can wear whatever in the world,
Yep.
and they will not criticize it. But you wear
You can wear a shirt with some pink jackrabbits on it,
right,
and they'll say, "Man, that's a cool shirt."
right. But if you wear, it's like they can feel that that man's about to deny himself. It's like they can feel. I don't know.
It means
It's
something
like
different.
they just feel like it means.
At least it
it's
means
too much.
something different. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Verse 40. That ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your power.
And be separate, man. Be true to the Most High. So the fringes are a safety precaution, a precautionary measure that the Most High gave us to keep us from following after our own lust.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I am the Lord your power, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, to be your power. I am the Lord your power.
Yeah. So that's it right there with the chapter 15.
You know, we're gonna finish it up at that point. You know, we already went into one part of the readings. I think we're gonna shut that down. We're gonna shut it down. So we're gonna sit back here and send our prayers up and go from there. So we're gonna go Amajim, Upanya, Yerushalayim. I'm serious. I'm not even lying. That's the only reason. All right. Oh, this comes second. No, you're good. You were there. You were right there. I was. Okay. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahushai.
In the name of Yahushai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahushai come quickly.
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 For in thee.
For in thee
is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa Am.
Hahawa Am.
Nathon Lanawa.
Nathon Lanawa.
Hathawa Ra.
Hathawa Ra.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa Am.
Hahawa Am.
Nathon Lanawa.
Nathon Lanawa.
Award.
Award.
Lover Up.
Lover Up.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa Am.
Hahawa Am.
Nathon Lanawa.
Nathon Lanawa.
Ha'ayo.
Ha'ayo.
Ha'ra.
Ha'ra.
La'Quran.
La'Quran.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa Am.
Hahawa Am.
Nathon Lanawa.
Nathon Lanawa.
Sheman.
Sheman.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashak.
Lamashak.
Yasharallah.
Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
And upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad.
Has made me glad.
Through thy work.
Through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo, thine enemies.
For lo, thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo, thine enemies.
For lo, thine enemies
Shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. I got it. It's right here. Yep. Shayar. Hama Iowa. Laduad. Hana. Ma. Tuwab. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Hashaman. Atawab. Ayo. Hara'at. Yaran. Ayo. Hasakwan. Sakwan. Aharan. Shayaran. Ayo. Hayab. Madawafiwa. Kator. Karamwan. Shayaran. Ayo. Haroria. Zayawan. Hayat. Shem. Tazawah. Yahawah. Habaraka. Kayayim. Al-Malam. Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Yahweh Ba'ashem
Ba'ashem
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanao.
Washirali.
Wabiyat.
Support.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Rakanao.
Washirali.
Wabiyat. Support. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Rakanao. Washirali. Wabiyat. Support. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Rakanao. Washirali. Wabiyat. Support. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushua. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushua. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all mercy, all patience, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. Ba'ashem Yahushua. The water. The miyat. Amen. Circle up. Want to do it?
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
Throwing out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Kol Yisrael, Min Israel, Amadu.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael.
Time for sisters. Slewing out the daughters of Zion, Min Israel, Amadu.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Yashmatah. Dismissed. Fall out. Okay, y'all, we're going to shut it down. The water for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you guys on Monday. Shalom.